of the Beijing Olympics?
Yeah, I think it seems like an obvious move, and certainly to Chris's point, consistent with our feelings about how we've been treated in the last number of years in that relationship, and it kind of fits with my overall view. As Canada, for the last since 2018, and obviously embodied by the Michaels unjust imprisonment. The reality is Canada was placed in the middle of that competition, including between, the former president of the United States and China in their sort of great power struggle. And that being in the middle of that was really painful for us. And now we're no longer in the middle of that. And so I think we can return to, being among allies. And so this is an obvious example. This Olympics gesture is a really easy way to join those allies and become a part of the team again, and sort of support that broader team that is pushing back on some of China's worst instincts now that seem to be coming ever more upfront for us. Hong Kong, Xinjiang, et cetera.
Yeah. I guess what's frustrating to me, anyway, just as somebody who watches it all unfold here, is if it's obvious to me and it's obvious to you, Jeff, and it's obvious to Chris, why isn't it obvious to the government? It must be obvious to the government. So what has taken so long?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I think to Chris's point, it would have been ideal if they were coordinating with those allies, or were. I mean, we don't know whether they were aware of this or not. I think that the clock is ticking. I mean, the decisions were made yesterday, basically by these other countries, and so they either need to move on it or explain why not.
I wonder, Chris, if we should read something into that we're not part of an announcement like that.
Well, I think it displays some incoherence in terms of the strategic approach to China by this government. We will soon have had as many ambassadors to China as we've had foreign affairs ministers in the last few years, and there isn't that sort of long-term thinking about the relationship with China that needs to happen. And I think, beyond it being an Interpol matter where, we had Meng Wanzhou in custody because she was red flagged on Interpol. We do need to figure out, where we're going with our trading relationships in this world, and what values and principles we're willing to stand on in the face of that. So I think this is a no-brainer in terms of immediate actions. But longer term, we really do need a much better China policy, and frankly, an Indo-Pacific policy.
You agree there, Jeff? You agree there? That we're going to have to reset. Everybody loves to hit the reset button on things these days. It's time for a reset on this one.
Policy, just for the record, was in the throne speech, so that is where they're partly pivoting. And the China policy, the reset, I think really is about business and commerce, right? I mean, we sort of got with the end of the situation we've just gone through. The sort of diplomatic political crisis is now past, and it's a matter of how we again partner with allies or speak on the international stage about what we are seeing. Everything else is business, and so that is really important. We do a lot of business with China. We have been even during these troubles. There is a significant part of our economy that exports there, and a significant part of our economy that imports from there. So that's really important. But I think we again have the ability to work across Western partners to be more closely aligned with them, and to be able to manage those larger international issues, while hopefully getting back to a place where we can have a rational economic policy towards China as well.
Okay, we're still nothing yet from the Bank of Canada. We are awaiting the interest rate policy announcement from the Bank of Canada, monetary policy announcement. It's not that the Bank of Canada is going to move one way or the other on interest rates today, but it's about the outlook and how the Bank of Canada views the economy right now. What are the risks to the economy? What does the economy have going for it these days? So it's Bank of Canada Day, which also means that it's this guy's day. It's Skippy Day.
He doesn't think much about monetary policy. Clearly. That's no surprise. After all, it's just inflation.
Just inflation.
Given that housing and gas prices...
Hashtag just inflation. Pierre Poilievre, of course. I'd like to know, I've been following this guy's career since he knocked off, who was it? David Pratt, right? David Pratt was the Minister of Defense at the time. And Pierre Poilievre defeated him. What do you think now? Here we are, all these years later, 2021. Pierre Poilievre is once again the finance critic, and he is just the inflation hawk. They're writing as many columns now these days in the political press about Pierre Poilievre as they are about Erin O'Toole. What do you think about the job Pierre Poilievre is doing, Chris Day?
Well, I mean, there's a great old saying that, inflation for central bankers is just a concept, and for everyone else, it's real-life stress-inducing decisions, right? And I think Pierre gets that. He gets that, across the country and certainly outside the Queensway belt, that there are people struggling, and there are people who are making kitchen table decisions about what they have to do without and what they have to forego. And more so as prices rise and inflation creeps up, and seemingly, there seems to be a bit of a laissez-faire type of mentality that amongst some policy and decision makers. So I think Pierre gets that. I think his messaging reflects that, and I think the government hates that. And for Mr. O'Toole, that's a winning combination.
Okay, Jeff Turner, what do you think? What do you think about Poilievre these days?
Well, I'll definitely agree with Chris. Listen, I mean, people's pocketbooks are the things that they feel the most heavily in their pockets, and they see in front of them at their kitchen tables, Chris said. And so, not wrong for a political party, for a politician to, channel that and raise that as an issue. That's about as much grace as I'll give him. I don't think those people sitting at that kitchen table are seeing Pierre Poilievre. They're not hearing him, and the reason why is because he's swinging at the fences for his base. It's all red meat for the base. It's all social media clips for his Twitter followers who are all of the same mind. He's not speaking more broadly. What he is doing is driving that issue, right? So that it's being covered more. But I also you're always well advised to take Chantal Hébert's view seriously in politics. She has great analysis, and one of it was, there are more columns being written about the lies that he's telling than about the issue now. And so that starts to become a liability for him because, again, he's strutting for his base. He's playing to his base. I would disagree slightly with Chris's analysis that was good for Erin O'Toole because it's just Pierre sharpening his knives even further, building his cred even further for that next race. And I think the challenge is, if he's losing the people who know that he's not entirely accurate in how he's discussing things, and he's losing people who are turned off by his partisan base stoking, what is it accomplishing? And I think the challenging thing for me is, this playing to the base seems to be the only thing that this Conservative Party knows how to do. They don't seem to know how to come out and actually speak to those people at their kitchen table in a reasonable, empathetic way that is connecting with them and offering solutions, or even, frankly, just offering the truth about what's happening, because they're not even starting at the truth about what's happening. And that's where I see,
well, let me, Chris, partisan base stoking. What do you... Is that what he's doing? Partisan base stoking? Or?
Well, all of those, just inflation and all of these, all of these Twitter clips, the 2x4, all that kind of stuff. None of that is
looks great on a long time. It looked great on.
It's aimed at partisans. It's aimed at party grassroots members. It's for fundraising purposes. It drives people to make small donations because they got riled up. It causes people to get angry and do more.
All right. Let me hear from Chris. Jeff. Hold on. Okay. Chris?
Well, I would note that Minister Freeland's strongest and chippiest responses, I think, ever in the House have come since Pierre has been back at the finance critic portfolio. And I think that's a sign that certainly the government thinks they are at risk. They have an open, fleshy flank that could be pierced on this issue. And, ultimately, pocketbook issues do matter. And people will make decisions on who they think is standing up for their interests best in that place and in Ottawa and policymaking generally, and getting ideas on the table and getting people talking is actually a good thing.
Okay, we have about a minute, maybe two. David, if David's charitable, he'll give us two. Jeff, you're a longtime resident of Ottawa, right, Jeff?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and same with Chris, right? Longtime resident of Ottawa.
So born and misbred. Yep.
There you go. Okay. Today's the last city council meeting of the year. It's going to start in a few minutes with our friends at Rogers Television. But then the attention turns to, what is Jim Watson going to do? What do you think he's going to do, Chris Day? You think Jim Watson's got another campaign in him? What do you think? What do you think he's weighing right now?
I mean, I have no crystal ball and no inside info on this information, but I have heard more people grumbling than ever, and I've heard more people, questioning the mayor's appetite for keeping this job. So I think it will depend on whether he has that stomach to fight another election, arguably one that will be the toughest he's faced.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Hello everyone, I'm Gregory Charles. Join me for the show Illumination, a celebration of the winter solstice. Canadian artists will introduce you to Canada's traditions and legends. Discover Neon Dreams in Halifax, Chantal Karviachuk in Winnipeg, Kaylee Cardinal in Calgary, La Bottine Souriante in Gatineau, and many more. See you there.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Every year, dozens of Canadians are killed or seriously injured because they take risks around railway tracks. Talk to your loved ones about rail safety. Visit StopTrackTragedies.ca.
This is Rogers TV Ottawa.
Christmas sing-along request.
When would that have come in, Jeff?
A couple of days ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start the meeting in 1 minute. On va commencer la réunion dans 1 minute. Merci. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue au Conseil municipal pour la ville d'Ottawa pour le 8 décembre.
Welcome to City Council on this Wednesday, December 8th.
By electronic participation. This meeting is being held through electronic participation in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended by the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act 2020. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'm pleased to welcome Scott Moffat, Chair of the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management, City Manager Steve Kanalakis, and our guest of honor this morning, Kevin Wiley, General Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services. Je vous invite à vous avancer ce matin à l'occasion de cet moment très
I invite you to come forward for this special presentation this morning.
More than 38 years to municipal public service, including 30 years with the City of Ottawa, and he'll be retiring mid-January next year. I'm honored to have this opportunity to recognize Kevin's many years of public service and his contributions to our municipal government and the City of Ottawa. He began his career with the City of Toronto and started working at the City of Ottawa in 1991. He served in many leadership roles at the City of Ottawa and managed a range of operational services that impact our residents every day, including solid waste services, traffic operations, roads, and parking. With Ottawa's growth and development over the past 30 years, Kevin has been a driving force for innovative programs and services, helping to ensure a green and sustainable future for our city. With a wealth of knowledge and experience, he is recognized for his outstanding leadership of the city's Public Works and Environmental Services Department. In 2010, Kevin led the Green Bin Modeling Initiative that supported moving to bi-weekly garbage collection. Not an easy file to handle, I'm sure you would agree, Kevin. As manager of roads, he oversaw review of major city services such as pothole repair, winter maintenance, and the Safer Roads Ottawa program to improve road safety for all residents of the city. And I know our colleague, Councillor Tierney, who has that responsibility, is appreciative of the great work that Kevin has done. He also managed the conversion of Ottawa streetlights to LED to significantly reduce the electrical consumption of the city's streetlight network. And in 2018, Kevin renegotiated the city's green bin program contract to make the program more accessible to residents and to increase diversion rates. He also led the development of the solid waste master plan to be completed in 2023 that will guide how the city manages municipal waste over the next 30 years. Kevin championed the continuous improvement of winter operations in Ottawa, something that is so important for our residents during the winter months. He has contributed much to this city, and we've been fortunate to have such an accomplished and dedicated individual leading this demanding and essential service. Elle a grandement contribué à la ville et nous avons eu la chance d'avoir une personne aussi chevronnée et dévouée pour diriger ce service essentiel ici à Ottawa. Merci, Kevin, pour votre travail incroyable et pour
Thank you, Kevin, for your incredible work and devotion in serving our residents in the community. We wish you best of luck for this next chapter of your life.
Serving our residents and our community. And on behalf of the City of Ottawa and my council colleagues, I want to thank you for your leadership and all that you have done. And we'd like to present you with a small token of appreciation. Then we'll ask Steve Kanalakis to say a few words and then ask you to wrap it up. So if we could have the gift over here. And it's not a picture of Scott Moffat or Tim Tierney.
Oh, wow, it's beautiful.
Come on in here, Steve and Scott. Steve?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Watson. And this morning, I'd like to recognize Kevin Wiley, who's retiring on January 19th, 2022, our General Manager of Public Works and Environmental Services, for his 30 years of dedicated service to the City of Ottawa, our organization. Kevin's upcoming retirement in January is a moment where we're losing an incredible leader in our organization who brings a wealth of experience to his current role as General Manager. I've had the pleasure of knowing Kevin for more than 20 years, and in these last 2 decades, he has really grown into an exceptional servant leader. As Mayor Watson mentioned, Kevin has served in a number of roles during his time at the city in the areas of solid waste, traffic operations, and roads. I was pleased to appoint Kevin as General Manager of the former Public Works Department, and in 2016, there was no doubt in my mind that he was well suited and well positioned to lead the newly formed Public Works and Environmental Services Department. Kevin has done a tremendous job at the helm of this department that's responsible for delivering the essential services our residents rely on every day. And I'm talking about services like waste pickup, drinking water, wastewater services, parks and sports field maintenance, urban tree canopy and forest maintenance, and maintaining thousands of kilometers of roads and sidewalks, from filling potholes in the summer to plowing the streets in the winter. These are critical services that the City of Ottawa residents rely on, and they're critical for all of us in terms of our day-to-day lives. And if you just look at the performance of the department to see Kevin's leadership at work, I've always said we have a clean, beautiful city. We continue to produce and deliver some of the highest quality, safest drinking water in the world, and we have well-maintained parks and forests to enjoy. And all this doesn't happen by accident. It takes exceptional leadership and empowerment and trust in your people to deliver these services, all of which Kevin does so well. He personifies service excellence in action. He's constantly seeking feedback and opportunities to improve the services we deliver. He's always open to exploring new ways of thinking and doing things. He encourages innovation and empowers his people to take risks and to try new things. As you know, I'm a big believer in the servant leadership model, and I truly believe that one of Kevin's best qualities is his ability to put his people first. That's one of the things that's always impressed me about him. He has incredible people skills, and you can see that by how much he values the individuals working in his department across the organization. Whenever I'm out with Kevin, and we've been out to many things together out in the field, he knows everyone we meet by name and is never too busy to stop and ask how someone is doing. I'm sure you can appreciate that as a senior leader in this organization, time is one of our most valuable assets. And I can attest to the fact that Kevin always makes a point of giving his time and getting to know his people. He always makes himself available, is always willing to step in and help. There are countless examples of different circumstances where Kevin has brought his resources to the table to help solve citywide problems from floods to tornadoes and more. In addition, he has done some fantastic work to increase diversity and inclusion in the Public Works and Environmental Services Department. He championed the first pilot of the Lead It Equity hiring program in our operations. He removed barriers to hiring equity-deserving groups into operational roles to the Casual Labor Pool program. He organized the first equity and diversity management training in operations, and he's been a longtime champion of the Youth Futures program. Kevin has been a supportive colleague and is an important member of our senior leadership team. He's a collaborator by nature, and I've seen countless occasions where Kevin will bring his expertise, skills, and knowledge to any situations, even outside his department, where he can help a colleague. He always wants to ensure good outcomes for everyone. He can always be counted on for doing what's right for our organization as a whole, and he's always able to see the big picture and do what's best for the greater good. To sum everything up, when you think of a quality servant leader, you think of Kevin. I certainly do. He is kind, great to work with, and you can always count on him. And I and all of his colleagues will miss him a great deal. Kevin, I want to take this opportunity to thank you once again for your exceptional dedication and commitment to our organization, our people, and the residents of Ottawa. I'm very happy for you as you transition to this well-deserved chapter in your life. I wish you all the best in your retirement, and I hope you and Lynn have a chance to enjoy some of your interests like skiing, cycling, traveling, and spending time with your family in the near future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Steve and Mr. Mayor, for those kind words, and good morning. 30 years ago, almost to the day, my wife Lynn and I moved up to Ottawa, of course, for a new job. We had in tow a toddler, a newborn, and we were looking for a place to live. And I got to admit, there were a few days early on where I'd wondered what we'd done. 30 years later, I couldn't have planned it better. Ottawa has been a spectacular place to raise a family, to meet lifelong friends, colleagues, of course, and then to have a spectacular career. And like I said, I couldn't have planned it any better. I just want to say a few words of thanks. First of all, Mr. Mayor, and to the councillors, it's been a pleasure and honor to work with each and every one of you. I knew through thick and thin, we've always been driving to the same thing, better service for our residents. To my colleagues on senior leadership team, I feel lucky actually retiring, having worked with, I think, the best team of colleagues I've ever worked with in my career. You're always quick to pick up a phone, to offer a word of advice, and to collaborate. Steve, your leadership over these last 5 years has been nothing short of spectacular. The changes you've brought to this corporation, servant leadership, one city, one team, I think will be, go on for years and years. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your mentorship as well. To the men and women of the Department of Public Works Environmental Services, the critical services you deliver day in, day out to the residents of the City of Ottawa are amazing. And you do it with professionalism through thick and thin. And I've often said the best thing I can do is just stand out of your way and let you do your service, your thing. To my departmental leadership team, who provides strategic support for me, provide advice, collaboration. We pick each other up when we're down. I can't say enough how great it's been to work with you, each and every one of you. And then finally, to my family, Lynn, my children, Dellen, Mackenzie, Quinlan, and Brenna, I couldn't have done 37 years without your support and love. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Kevin, and we wish you the very best in your retirement. I'm sure you're not going to stay retired too long. You'll do some traveling, maybe some other work, but it's been a pleasure working with you. I think you started in 1991, and that's when I started at City Hall. So it's been quite an opportunity to get to see you develop and mature and grow in various leadership roles. And I know my colleagues on council will agree with me by saying thank you for a job very well done, and we wish you the best in the future. Bonne chance. Thank you. Right.
A brief technical announcement for those on the call. As we have reached our maximum number of panelists, some staff who are not speaking will remain as attendees and will be promoted to panelists when it's time for your item. So if you're returned to the attendee room, please wait for your item and we will re-promote you at the appropriate time. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you and congratulations to Kevin Wiley. Roll call, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor Luloff.
Présent.
Councillor Dudas.
I am here.
Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Ici.
Councillor Shirelli.
Here.
Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Présent.
Conseiller Fleury.
Bonjour.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Present.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Présent.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRose.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Ici.
Le quorum est atteint, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci.
You have a quorum.
Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès-verbal pour le 24 novembre 2021. Carrie.
Minutes of November 24 adopted.
Declaration of interest, originally rising from prior meetings, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Diane Deans, declare potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 Community and Protective Services Committee Draft Operating and Capital Budget. Community and Social Services, Children's Services as follows. Number 1, user fees, page 7 of the CPSC budget book. And number 2, Municipal Child Care Centers Operating and Resource Requirement, page 6 of the CPSC budget book, as my daughter works for Children's Services in an area that receives funding from these budget line items.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, please. Conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act 1990, I, Councillor Catherine McKenney, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 Draft Operating and Capital Budget. Item 6, 2021 Draft Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health, Ministry of Health Programs and Standards, Cost-Shared Core Programs, page 5 of the Board of Health budget book. And item 9, Community and Protective Services Committee Draft Operating and Capital Budget as follows. Community and Social Services, Housing Services Operating Resource Requirement, page 10 of the CPSC budget book as follows. 1, Housing Programs. 2, Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative. 3, Home for Good. 4, Reaching Home. And 5, COVID-19 funding, as my spouse is employed by Options Bytown and a member of the board for the Ottawa Inner City Health organizations that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items. Thank you.
Merci. Councillor Eglai, a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Keith Eglai, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. Item 3, 2022 Draft Operating Budget, Crime Prevention Ottawa, CPO Transfers Grants Financial Pages, page 1 of the CPO budget book. And item 6, 2022 Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health, Ministry of Health Programs and Standards, 100% City Programs, page 5 of the Board of Health budget book. And item 9, Community and Protective Services 2022 Draft Operating Budget as follows. Community and Social Services, Housing Services, page 10 of the CPSC budget book as follows. Housing Programs, Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, Home for Good, Housing and Homelessness Prevention Plan, Reaching Home, COVID-19 funding, and Community and Social Services, Gender and Race Equity, Inclusion, Indigenous Relations, and Social Development Operating Resource Requirement Community Funding, page 15 of the CPSC budget book. As I sit on the Board of Directors of the Youth Services Bureau and Big Brothers Big Sisters of Ottawa. My spouse sits on the board of directors for the Nepean Rideau and Osgood Community Resource Center, organizations that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items.
Thank you. Merci. Councillor Luloff on a conflict.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, 1990, I, Councillor Matthew Luloff, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 draft operating capital budget.
Sign has to be
number 9. Keith, you are not on mute. Keith, you are not on mute. Item number 9, Community and Protective Services Committee draft operating and capital budget as follows. Emergency and Protective Services, Fire Services Operating Resource Requirement Communications, page 21 of the CPSC budget book. As my brilliant and beautiful wife is employed by Versatern Public Safety, a software firm that provides RMS, MDT, and CAD services to the Ottawa Fire Services and Ottawa Police, and would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from these budget line items.
Merci. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît. Conflit d'intérêt.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Mathieu Fleury, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Community and Protective Service Committee draft operating and capital budgets as follow. 1, Recreation, Cultural and Facilities Services, General Manager's Office, and Business Support Services. Operating resource requirement, page 44 of the CPSC budget book, as I am on the board of the Ottawa Sport Council, an organization which would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from this budget line item. And 2, Recreation, Cultural and Facilities Service Operating Resource Requirements, Community Recreation and Cultural Program, page 48 of the CPSC budget book, as I am on the board of the Rideau Winter Trail of Ottawa, an organization which, via the Winter Trail Alliance, would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from this budget line item.
Merci beaucoup. Councillor King on a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. In accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, 1990, I, Councillor Ralston King, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2020 draft operating and capital budget. Community and Protective Services Committee draft operating and capital budget, Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services, Community Recreation and Cultural Programs, page 48 of the CPSC budget book, as I am on the board of the Rideau Winter Trail of Ottawa, an organization which, via the Winter Trail Alliance, would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from this budget line item.
Thank you. Councillor Curry on a conflict, please.
In accordance with Sections 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Councillor Kathy Curry, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Any city funding that may be applied to the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario's following programs: preschool program, regional preschool program, caution parent learning program, specialized programming in recreation, integration and therapy, or the SPIRIT program. As I am on the board of directors for the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, or CHEO, an organization which would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from this budget line item.
Thank you. So that's on the public health budget line for Councillor Curry. Any other conflict of interest, déclaration des conflits d'intérêt? No. Communications as presented. Regrets, no regrets were filed. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Kavanagh, please, seconded by Councillor Cloutier.
Merci. C'est long ce matin. Yeah, it's long this morning. That the following reports be received and considered. 1, the report from the Deputy City Treasurer entitled 2022 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. 2, the report from the Committee of Adjustment entitled Committee of Adjustment 2022 Draft Operating Budget. 3, the report on Crime Prevention Ottawa entitled 2022 Draft Operating Budget, Crime Prevention Ottawa. 4, the report from the Ottawa Police Services Board entitled Ottawa Police Service 2022 Operating and Capital Budgets. 5, the report from the Ottawa Public Library Board entitled Ottawa Public Library 2022 Draft Budget Estimates. 6, the report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2022 Draft Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health. 7, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 27. 8, Audit Committee Report 13. 9, Community and Protective Services Committee Report 23. 10, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management Report 20A. 11, Information Technology Subcommittee Report 4. 12, Planning Committee Report 53. 13, Transit Commission Reports 15. And 14, Transportation Committee Report 24. And the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of November 24, 2021, and that Council receive and consider Planning Committee Report 54 pursuant to subsection 35.5 of Procedure Bylaw 2021-24 and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 32 due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in the report.
Merci beaucoup. On the motion by Councillor Kavanaugh, carried.
Carried.
We'll deal with the consent agenda first, pages in my numbering, pages 25 to 36, and deal with those before we get to the budget. So, committee reports, rapport des comités, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 27, rapport numéro 27 du Comité de l'Agriculture, preliminary engineers report for Kizzle Creek Municipal Drain. Carried. Item 17, zoning bylaw amendment, 4400 Piperville Road. Carried.
Carried.
Audit Committee Report number 13, Committee de la Vérification, Ernst & Young Statement Audit Plan. Received. Audit reports, Council consider and approve the audit recommendations. Carried.
Carried.
Item 20, annual report, that Council approve the 2021 annual report. Carried.
Carried.
Item 21, plan de travail de vérification 2022-2023. Adopté.
Adopté.
Numéro 22, report on 2022 budget expenses pursuant to Ontario Regulation 28409. Adopt. Carried.
Carried.
Item 23, Business Improvement Area, Spark Street Mall Authority annual reports and audited financial statements. Zone d'amélioration commerciale et administration du maire de la rue Sparks. Rapport annuel et été financier vérifié de 2020. Received.
Received.
Planning Committee Report number 53, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 1560 Scott Street.
Carried.
Item 25, Bank Street and the Glebe Height and Character Study and Secondary Plan. Councillor Menard, I believe, and Gower have a motion on this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll ask staff to put it on the screen. It's a technical amendment that they had sent to us just recently for a very minor error.
On the amendment, it's presented by Councillor Menard. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was up. Okay, we're just waiting for it to get on the screen.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor.
Just be a moment. There we go. So this is a technical amendment, Councillor Menard.
Yes, thanks very much, Mayor. Whereas the report recommends official plan and zoning bylaw amendments to implement the Bank Street in the Glebe Height and Character Study, and whereas Planning Committee motion made 2 technical corrections to document 2 of the secondary plan, whereas an inconsistency was identified between the aforementioned motion and the section of the secondary plan to be amended. Therefore, it be resolved that Council approve the second direction in the aforementioned motion to replace with the following: delete policy 3.1.4 section 12 in its entirety and renumber the policy sections accordingly. And be it further resolved that the text part C schedule be added in document 2 after the text 61 maximum building height will reflect the height of the existing 6-story building and before the text schedules. So on the second one, that's just one individual building. And on the first one, it was the original technical amendment staff had put forward at Planning Committee was the wrong section, the wrong policy section. So this is the correct policy section. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, any questions or comments on the motion?
No.
On the motion, carried?
Carried.
Report as amended, carried?
Carried.
Next is an item number 26, zoning bylaw amendment 2605 10th Line Road, modification de règlement de zonage 2605 chemin 10th Line. Councillor Kitts has a technical amendment seconded by Councillor Goward. Councillor Kitts, if you'd like to introduce the motion, we'll put it up on the screen. There it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the report recommends a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a residential subdivision at 2605 10th Line Road, and whereas a technical correction to document 2 details of recommended zoning is necessary to clarify where a new urban exception applies, therefore be it resolved that Council substitute the text R3YY quadruple YH in point 2A of document 2 as contained on page 9 of the report with the text R3YY quadruple XH, and be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given.
Carried.
Any questions or comments? No. On the technical amendment as presented by Councillor Kitts and Gower, carried. On the report as amended, carried. Planning Committee report number 54, rising from the Planning Committee meeting of December 6, 2021. Rapport numéro 54 du Comité de l'Urbanisme. Item 27, zoning bylaw amendment, outdoor commercial patios. Carried?
Carried.
The bulk consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda? No, on the bulk consent agenda is presented.
Carried.
Disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Motion to adopt reports. Motion portant adoption de rapport. Councillor Kavanaugh and Councillor Cloutier, please.
I have the resolving. Are we resolving into committee of the whole?
Oh, this is to adopt reports.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we can have that put on the screen. It's the motion to adopt reports, non-budget reports.
Okay.
Yeah, this is non-budget.
Because I don't have that here.
Yeah, we're just getting it up on the screen now.
Thank you.
We'll just scroll down a little bit to the motion to adopt reports not related to the budget. Mr. Mayor, if I might, we'll just take one more moment to get that one on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, just a moment, please.
Thank you. Okay.
Can you see it?
Okay. That the remaining following reports, excluding the items previously adopted by council as part of the budget, be received, adopted as amended. 1, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 27, Audit Report 13, Finance and Economic Development Report 32, Planning Committee Report 53 and 54, Transportation Committee Report 24, the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written and Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act, explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of November 24th, 2021.
Carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Portions of which notice have been given previously. Councillor Hubley and Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Or could I have that, please? Because this doesn't match up with what I've got here.
No, it's Councillor Hubley has the floor now with his motion seconded by yourself. So Councillor Hubley, it's on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you. So whereas former Ward 4 Canada North Councillor Jenna Sudds held the following council appointed positions: Planning Committee, Transit Commission, and Transit Commission representative on the Council Climate Change Sponsor Group, the IT Subcommittee for the Hydro Ottawa Holding Board of Directors, and 5 Deputy Mayor member of FEDCO Committee. Whereas Council declared the Ward 4 Canada North Councillor's office to be vacant on October 13, 2021, and on November 10th, 2021, Council appointed Kathy Curry as the new Ward Councillor for the remainder of the 2018-2022 term of Council. Whereas the Mayor, and as Chair of the Nominating Committee and in consultation with the City Clerk, has reviewed the above noted vacancies in the context of the expression of interest from the new Ward 4 Councillor Kathy Curry. And whereas Councillor Curry has expressed an interest in sitting on the committees and boards vacated by her predecessor, and whereas appointing Councillor Curry to these vacancies would allow for the opportunity to meaningfully participate in committee business during the last year of the term. Whereas it would be beneficial to support gender parity on key committees wherever possible. And whereas in accordance with the procedures bylaw, the deputy mayors are recommended by the mayor to council, and the mayor is recommending that the deputy mayor position remain vacant, subject to review in the new year, should the volume of community events meaningfully increase in 2022. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve the appointments of Councillor Curry as a member of the following committees and boards for the balance of the 2018-2022 term of council. Can you scroll up, please? 1, Planning Committee. 2, Transit Commission. 2A, Transit Commission representative on the Council on the Council Climate Change Sponsor Group. 3, IT Subcommittee. 4, Hydro Ottawa Holding Board of Directors, and 5, Finance Economic Development Committee as member at large. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King, you have a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It will be my intention, colleagues, to introduce a motion to seek the appointment of the chair of Police Services Board to the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Since FEDCO is composed of the chairs of prominent city committees, and because the police budget constitutes over 9% of the municipal budget, I have submitted a motion to the clerk's office, and if they can put it on the screen, I'm happy to introduce the motion, seconded by Councillor McKinney.
Okay, thank you. Just getting that up on the screen.
Thank you. Whereas the recent departure of former Ward 4 Canada North Councillor Jenna Sudds has resulted in a vacancy on the city's Finance and Economic Development Committee, and whereas the Finance and Economic Development Committee is responsible for the City of Ottawa's high-level fiscal and management policy issues, including the development of the fiscal framework and corporate financial planning, overseeing the operating and capital budgets, and ensuring the financial sustainability of the corporation, and whereas the current membership of the Finance and Economic Development Committee is comprised of chairs, including the chair of the Transit Commission, in recognition of the financial significance of these portfolios to the overall city budget. And whereas the police services budget currently makes up 9.3% of the total city budget, which includes a net operating budget of $346.5 million and a capital budget of $35.6 million, and is comparable to other major standing committees. And whereas there is currently no representation on the Finance and Economic Development Committee from the Ottawa Police Services Board, and whereas the current vacancy on the committee is a deputy mayor position, and whereas the mayor is recommending the third deputy mayor position remain vacant, subject to review in the new year, should the volume of community events meaningfully increase in 2022, and whereas it would be prudent of council to recognize the significant financial portfolio of the Ottawa Police Service by ensuring representation on the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that council appoint Councillor Diane Deans, Chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, to Finance and Economic Development Committee for the remainder of the 2018-2022 council term. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other motions? So we'll deal with the first motion, which is by Councillors Kavanaugh and Hubley. Oh, sorry, Councillor Menard, do you have a motion?
Sorry, thanks, Mayor. I think the procedure would be to deal with the amendment to Councillor King's, as it's an amending motion to the original motion. And on Councillor King's amendment, I'll just say that it, for me personally, there at all. For me, this is much more about the way the term has gone. We've had these discussions about FEDCO and about representation of women, of interurban councillors, of councillors within the Greenbelt. And from the get-go, we had, a lot of division on the way committees were set up. Those committees that were set up were not necessarily based on skill set around the table or wants and needs around the table, but more on the speaking of those committees or votes. And to me, we're all equal as councillors. We all have skill sets that we can contribute, and we've shown we can work together on areas where we truly try, like at Environment Committee, where we have worked when it comes down to it. And we all may have different priorities, but when we show that we're open to all sides and opinions, we get things done together. And in this case, this what this motion is about. It's about recognizing the way that this has gone, the division that has been set up since the very beginning of the term, and trying to rectify some of that. So, Councillor Curry, I support you on all those other committees. On FEDCO, I'd like to see a little bit more representation from other councillors and within the Greenbelt. So I support Councillor Deans on there. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to support Ralston King's amendment and support the appointment of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board onto FEDCO. This makes an awful lot of sense, given, I think, the sensitivity of issues that we're dealing with. Sense a season who one of the, I would say, the most important boards in the city right now to be part of FEDCO. So this again, Councillor Curry, this is in no way denigrating your skills and your experience on council, which I fully support. But as with Councillor Menard, I support your appointment to all the other boards. But in this particular situation at this time, I say that it is, we will still have gender parity on council, on FEDCO, if we appoint Councillor Deans. And I say I'm appealing to my council colleagues to make this happen. We need the Police Services Board chair to be on this very important FEDCO, the committee, for so many reasons. I don't think I have to say them right now. I think that that it's important for Chair Deans to be part of the committee. So I support Ralston King's motion here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, Councillor Curry.
I thank you very much for making the comment that this isn't about me. And I get that. One of the things I did want to say was that I've spoken to former Councillor Suds, and I've also spoken to former Councillor Marianne Wilkinson. And their advice to me has been that Canada North is the spot on this committee, not me necessarily. And so it's challenging for me to say that I wouldn't want to see a spot for Canada North. And I definitely hear you, Councillor Menard, that we can work together. And I would definitely commit to that. But I would have a hard time voting against Canada North having a spot on that committee. So I hope you'll understand that from me. I mean, I have been on many other boards, and I think I could get up to speed on that board as quickly as I can. But I can't necessarily vote against Canada North having a spot on this board. So it is very tricky, but I appreciate your kind comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff, please.
Well, part of working together is talking to each other. This is the first time that I've seen this motion and something that I haven't really been able to consider. Considering that we're in the middle of a pandemic, I just don't see why we wouldn't nominate someone like Councillor Eglai, who sits as the chair of Ottawa Public Health as well. I mean, the chair of Ottawa Public Health doesn't sit on FEDCO, and the only reason why I sit on FEDCO is because I'm the chair of CPSC. As the chair of the public library doesn't sit on FEDCO. I don't necessarily buy the arguments in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm not certain that it's correct to talk about wards having a spot on FEDCO. You know, every ward in this city has its own unique challenges and unique contribution to the community. Kitchissippi does not have a guaranteed spot on FEDCO, despite the development that's occurring there. And I wouldn't ask for it to, nor do I ask that it have a guaranteed spot on planning committee, despite the number of planning applications that come forward. Yes, it would be equally valid to recommend, given that this is a committee that is predominantly made up of committee chairs, and I think deliberately structured that way, to put Councillor Eglai on there as well. But we also have a consideration around gender parity, which is important. And I think that by nominating Councillor Deans for the position, we help to maintain that, while also ensuring that there's some representation from the Police Services Board as that becomes increasingly tied into our social services as we have that discussion about how to reallocate dollars from the police budget. So I will be supporting Councillor King's motion, and I thank him very much for making it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you. In an ideal world, when Councillor Sudge left us, a memo or email would have gone out and saying, who's interested in the vacancies? And are there positions that we currently have that maybe we're willing to give up? And then we try and fit Councillor Curry into what her skill set and interest is and could do it that way. But now we have competing motions before us this morning. The majority of wards are not on FEDCO. The majority of wards are not at the FEDCO table. I'm looking for geographic representation. FEDCO does not have urban representation. Urban councillors don't lead committees on council, and that's a problem. And so that's why I think Councillor Deans would be ideal, even if you just argue it from a geographic point of view. Councillor Deans is a seasoned, very capable member, and I know Councillor Curry is a very capable member as well, but I'm looking for that geographic representation. And I do think Councillor Deans in her leadership roles now can bring that voice to the FEDCO table and make FEDCO even stronger. So that's why I'm going to vote for Councillor King's motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just a question to the clerk's office, I guess, if I wanted to. Yeah, I probably know the answer, but just the motion makes a lot about the position, not necessarily who the councillor is. It's the position that they're asking to have placed on Finance and Economic Development Committee. In the terms of reference for the Finance and Economic Development Committee, can you tell me the relationship between that committee and Ottawa Police Services Board?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the city clerk to clarify if I've missed anything, but at this time, the terms of reference for the Finance and Economic Development Committee do not provide for dedicated representation for the Police Services Board Chair.
Is there anything, but what I mean is there anything in the terms of reference that would imply that that committee has any sort of say on anything related to Ottawa Police Services? I know the answer is no, so that makes it easy.
Mr. Mayor.
So if you review the terms of reference and you put that up against the motion that's in front of us, the argument doesn't necessarily fly. If your position is that you want a certain councillor on FEDCO, then just put that motion forward. But if you're trying to disguise adding a member of council to FEDCO as the chair of a committee that has no relationship with FEDCO, I don't fully understand why you're positioning it that way. And I don't think, Councillor Leeper was talking about it shouldn't matter what ward you're from. I mean, ultimately, the motion talks about what position you sit on as to why you should be on FEDCO, and it's a position that has nothing to do with council, to be fair. We don't have a say on line items in the Ottawa Police Services budget. We all know that. So the relationship isn't as strong as, let's say, the fact that Canada North is a special economic district in the official plan. You could actually make a better argument there than the other way. And then talking about gender parity again, you're talking about one woman versus another woman. I don't think this is a matter of gender parity as a decision by this committee right now, or by council, sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to those of you who think that I might want to be back on FEDCO. I don't. So it's a great committee, but I have more than my hands full with public health. The only comment I would make is boards by their design at the city tend to be independent of. We work with, but independent of the city. So I think there's a reason that committee, not committee, but board chairs are not necessarily on FEDCO for that very reason. Health Board, Library Board, Police Services Board, they are independent institutions, independent boards, work with the city, but are separate from the city. So I think there's something to be said for that division, for certain things to be done and discussed. I guess the other comment I would make is Councillor Curry was appointed, not elected. We all know that. We appointed her. But she does have a wealth of experience in not only on the charitable boards, but more importantly, I think on the elected board of the chairing the school board. And so she's familiar with budget. She's familiar with the financial workings of large institutions, but she would bring a different perspective to the committee from working with those other organizations, in particular with the school board. So I think that it never hurts to have a different set of eyes. Look at what we're doing, and I think Councillor Curry might be able to bring that different kind of perspective to the committee. And again, as many said, this isn't a competition about who's better, who's worse, but again, I think it makes sense that boards are boards and committees are committees, and they are different. And as Councillor Moffat pointed out, there is no designated spot for board chairs, and I think that's a decision made by design, that's the way it is, and still allows some independence for the boards and their organizations from the city. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, I'm supporting the motion. I second it, but I don't see an issue with just a strict replacement of previously Jenna Sudds to Councillor Curry. However, I do see value in adding another female to FEDCO, and I don't see that as an issue, especially one that is one of the longest serving counselors and a strong voice. So I think that would be the way to look at it. I'm not looking at it from the other views, because obviously Councillor Curry does not hold a portfolio, and I'm not buying the Canada North part, because we all have incredible activity going on in our wards. I think it's better to look at it in terms of the overall experience for the decision making for the city. So I would suggest, in addition to FEDCO, adding another female voice, and I would suggest that be Councillor Deans, over and above Councillor Curry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elshintiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleague who spoke before me about this one. I think we need to ask ourselves, Mr. Mayor, if it happened to have the police board chair to be from the provincial appointee or the civilian appointee, does that mean they will have a seat on FEDCO? So let's not use this, please, as the board's supposed to be, and we fought tooth and nail with the city to gain independence from the city. And that's why we have our own clerk staff. We have our own executive director in the police board. And for that reason, the police board work independently, and it's accountable to the ministry more than it is accountable to the city. And that's why we have a 3 provincial appointee to the board. So I'm not, if the motion was just about appointing someone, we can just debate that, and should be open, not just on the fly. It should be open by the clerk to all interest in this position, if that's the case. But to suggest so tomorrow, if we have every year the police board chair get elected, so tomorrow if you have the vice chair who happened to be a civilian, does that mean it's going to be unethical? So let's not use that. And please, we hear so many times about gender. We're talking about the same gender here, Councillor. And for my colleague, one more time, please, let's not use Councillor Curry being appointed, because it was appointed once and that's it. Now it's an equal council to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will not be supporting that motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conversation probably none of us really wanted to have with our newest colleague around the table with us. As Councillor Curry and many of you know, I've spent many years in Canada, lived there, worked for the former city councillor for both North and South at the time, and I appreciate the I appreciate what a councillor from Canada North brings to our table in terms of the economic development in that ward and the the overall aspects to the issues being dealt with at FEDCO. However, the same thing could well be said of interurban areas, and it's none of us have that seat at FEDCO as well. So I think that kind of removing the geographic aspect of it is what we should be doing. On gender, yes, point out there's more than 2 genders, male, female, and other genders. So I just want to place that out for folks. Certainly some of us do identify as non-binary, so we don't want to get gender specific. However, I think that this could have all been avoided had there been an expression of interest for FEDCO, planning and hydro and the other committees. That it's just probably as easy to appoint the replacement. But on FEDCO, it is a very powerful committee. And the argument is made always that anyone can come and sit, but, we ask our questions last, we don't have a vote. So it does make a difference. So, the fairest way would have been to ask for an expression of interest. As far as appointing Councillor Deans, I mean, the former chair of the police services, although he was also deputy mayor, but he sat on FEDCO as well. There was no conflict in terms of the terms of references and what was brought to conversation. Today, the chair of OPS is not at any of the tables. So I would suggest that that we can make this fair, that we can ensure that Councillor Curry sits on committees where she will have a voice for her community, and where we will, can step away from this, I really, I'd hope would not be an acrimonious, and it hasn't been, debate over who should be there at FEDCO. But going back to Councillor Deans, there is no doubt an issue of geographic representation, but also, longstanding member of City Council, brings years of experience to that discussion. And that was the reason mostly why I agreed to second the motion to have Councillor Deans appointed to the FEDCO committee. So I will leave it at that, and hope that everyone, votes with their true conscience on what they feel is the right decision here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll vote on the King-McKenney motion first. Yeas and nays on appointing Councillor Deans to FEDCO.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Cloutier?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
No.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Conseil Fleury? Mayor Watson?
No.
I have 10 yeas and 14 nays.
Okay. On the next motion by Councillor Kavanaugh and Hubley, yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier?
Oui.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Oui.
Councillor Harder? Councillor Harder?
Councillor Hardy on mute.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Conseil Fleury?
Oui.
Mayor Watson?
Oui.
24 yeas.
See. Next motion is by Councillor Luloff, seconded by Councillor Gower. Councillor Luloff, if you'd like to introduce the motion with respect to 6758 and 6766 Rock Street.
Yes, thank you very much for this. I appreciate it very much. Whereas bylaw 2020-214 was approved by council on July 15th, 2020 to rezone the lands known municipally as 6758 and 6766 Rock Street. And whereas the applicant intends to construct a stacked dwelling consisting of 2.5 stories in height and containing 6 dwelling units for the site located at 6766 Rock Street. And whereas prior to obtaining a building permit, the applicant would be required to seek a minor variance for lot width reduction of approximately 3.71 meters to obtain a building permit from the minimum lot width requirement of 22 meters for a stacked dwelling to allow a reduced lot width of approximately 18.29 meters. And whereas pursuant to the Planning Act, a minor variance is not permitted within 2 years following the approval of a zoning bylaw concerning the subject site. And whereas pursuant to section 45 1.4, the Planning Act, council may waive the 2-year moratorium period. And whereas staff support the invocation of section 45 1.4 to the Planning Act to allow the applicant to apply to the Committee of Adjustment for minor variance. And whereas all other provisions of the applicable zoning provision are intended to remain in compliance, including minimum yards, height, parking, and lot area. Therefore, be it resolved that council allow the applicant to apply for a minor variance, the committee adjustment with respect to lot width requirement by approving an exemption to the 2-year period in which no application for minor variance may be applied pursuant to 45 1.3 and 1.4 of the Planning Act concerning bylaw 2020-214 for 6766 Rock Street. When I first came into office, colleagues, there was a sign posted on this property for a development that still had the City of Gloucester logo on it. This is exactly the kind of development that we want to see close to transit. It respects the neighborhood in height and adds rental units with walkability to transit and to St. Joseph Boulevard, which we're trying to revitalize right now. This applicant has been through the ringer a little bit with some of the contractors and people that he's worked with before. He's got a good team on his side right now. And this is the kind of development that we want to see. More density in these older neighborhoods that respects the character of the neighborhood with walkability to transit. It'll be good for our local businesses. It'll be good for revitalization, and redevelopment in this area will go a long way to improving city services, as this is still, if you walk along these streets, still set up in a rural format right in the downtown of Orleans. So I would encourage everyone to please support this. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Carrie.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion? Carried?
Carried.
Thank you.
Our final motion that was given notice is by Councillor Harder, seconded by Councillor Kavanaugh with respect to commemorative name. Councillor Harder, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. This is very simply recognizing a gift of love from many, many years ago at Andy Hayden Park to an esteemed member of Nepean Parks and Rec, Mr. Tom Keeley. And I'm thankful to Councillor Kavanaugh for seconding it, as Andrew Hayden Park is in her ward. But if you Google map or Tom Keeley Falls, or you look at the Tourism Ottawa and directions for places to go, it is recognized there and has been for a long time. So this formalizes that recognition. It's a beautiful spot. I haven't been there in years. I have forgotten about it myself until I started seeing the pictures. So I hope that you will support this recognition of Tom Keeley in Andrew Hayden Park. Thank you.
Great. Any questions or comments? Des questions, des commentaires? On the motion by Councillor Harder and Kavanaugh, carried?
Carried.
Okay, so now we're going to have the motion to resolve into committee of the whole. I'd remind members of council, this is the time to submit any other motions that you have or directions. We've received a number, as you can imagine, but this is the time to hand the rest of them in, so staff have a fighting chance of trying to get the information that you're seeking. So motion to resolve into committee of the whole. Portant présentation de, nope, that's not motion pour, comment est-ce qu'on dit committee of the whole in French? Mathieu?
Comité plénier, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Que le conseil municipal décide de siéger en tant
That
que
City Council resolved to move into committee of the whole pursuant to sections 52 and 53 of the procedure bylaw.
So our first motion is by Councillor Daru, seconded by Councillor Dudas. If we can put that on the screen. This is a number of technical amendments that were discovered during the budget process. So Councillor Daru, if you'd like to read the motion, and then up on the screen will be the table that these motions refer to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas on November 3rd, 2021, Council received and tabled the 2022 draft capital and operating budget transmittal report ACS 2021 FSD FIN 0025 and bracket and associated committee budget books. And whereas it has been determined that various updates to the capital funding summary schedules are required and some committee budget books to reflect the corrections as outlined in the attached table of corrections. Therefore, be it resolved that Council, as committee of the whole, approve the corrections for the 2022 budget books as outlined in attachment 1 to this motion, and be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer be delegate to the authority to make any required updates to the final 2022 budget documents to ensure they reflect the corrections as outlined, as well as those made through the standing committee budget process. And we have the table to put them on the screen, Mr. Mayor, and email was sent to all member council last night by Caitlin. Thank you.
Okay, so on the motion by Deputy Mayor Daru, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dudas, carried? Adopted?
Carried.
Okay, so we're now going on to the roadmap motion for consideration of the 2022 budget. Again, Councillor Deputy Mayor Daru, please. You can put that up on the screen, and we just stop at the be it further resolved motion, that line right there, Councillor Daru.
Mr. Mayor, be it resolved that City Council as committee of the whole received and considered the draft 2022 operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Committee of Adjustment, Crime Prevention, Ottawa, the Ottawa Police Service Board, the Ottawa Public Library Board, the Ottawa Board of Health, and by the Standing Committees, Transit Commissions, Information Technology Subcommittee, and the draft 2022 rate-supported operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water, and Waste Management as listed in the Council agenda and incorporating all amended budget books and pages.
Okay, so colleagues, as we've done the last several budgets, I guess 12 budgets, we'll follow the roadmap and go section by section where you have an opportunity to ask questions or comment or speak. And staff are available, and once their item is finished, then staff go back to their regular duties. So the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council approves. Item 1, the following budgets as recommended by the Committee of Adjustment, Crime Prevention Ottawa, Ottawa Police Services Board, the Ottawa Public Library, and the Ottawa Board of Health. Item A is the 2022 draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions, commentaires sur cet dossier? Carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Item B, the 2022 draft operating budget for Crime Prevention Ottawa as follows. 1, operating resource requirement transfers, grants, and financial charges. 2, remaining Crime Prevention Ottawa 2022 draft operating budget. And Councillor Eglai has a conflict of interest on 1B1, so we'll ask that he virtually remove himself for this debate. Any questions or comments on Crime Prevention Ottawa, item 1 or 2? On the budget, carried.
Carried.
And we invite Councillor Eglai back. Item C, the amended 2022 Ottawa Police Services draft operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Ottawa Police Services Board, which includes the 2.65 million operating budget reduction approved by the board. So we're now with the Ottawa Police. So I believe Chief Slowly is here and Chair Deans. And Councillor Deans, I believe you have a motion, and then Councillor Cloutier and Eglai have a motion as well. So Councillor Deans, would you like to introduce your motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, just a point, I think those motions will be coming up prior to CPSC.
Yes. I apologize. You're correct. They go to CPSC pending approval of the police services budget. So, Councillor Deans, do you have any opening remarks for the police services board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I've lost my screen completely. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you. Yep.
Okay, good. I can't hear or see you, but thank you for this opportunity. Policing has been thrust into the spotlight in the past few years in Ottawa and beyond, with strong calls for change to address systemic challenges and reimagine how policing as an institution should exist within a broader community safety and well-being framework. The Ottawa Police Services Board heard these calls for change loud and clear during the 2021 budget process and made a public commitment last November to make our best efforts to reduce or freeze the 2022 budget at 2021 levels. The 2022 budget directions, timeline, and consultation process report approved by Council in July provided direction for the Ottawa Police Services levy to be increased by no more than 3%. In September, the board directed the service to take a zero-based budgeting approach by assuming a 0% increase for the 2022 budget as the core and providing a detailed justification for any additional funds required above the 2021 budget. The Ottawa Police Services budget, tabled on November 3rd, asked for a 2.86% increase in the police budget. Between the time that the budget was tabled and the board unanimously approved a 2% budget increase, the board worked diligently on a detailed review of the budget book and considered the diverse perspectives it heard from many members of the public about the budget. The board was assisted in this work by Strategy Corps, whose team included a former chief of police from Waterloo and a former city manager from Peel Region. The board's job, in consultation with stakeholders and the community, was to determine if the amount of additional funding requested was justified and represented the best possible approach to providing adequate and effective policing in the City of Ottawa. There are two primary differences between the board-approved budget and the budget the service tabled. The board is asking the service to find an additional $2 million in efficiencies and reduce $650,000 in new services related to the data-driven science optimization to be funded instead through the service's General Capital Reserve Fund. The board unanimously agreed that these two directions are achievable. Further, I believe that the board-approved budget strikes a balance between finding efficiencies and investing in key priorities. While a significant portion of the budget goes toward maintaining services, including salaries, inflationary costs, contract settlements, and WSIB, this budget enables us to realize cost savings in the amount of $2.65 million while avoiding layoffs and maintaining the diversity in the service that we've achieved through new hires. The budget will also bolster the number of frontline officers by adding up to 22 new officers, which are delayed hires from the 2021 budget, while making sure that every tax dollar is spent wisely. The budget also includes $5.2 million in spending on key priority initiatives, including OPS culture change, member health and wellness, investing in a call referral program, and a new Indigenous and Inuit strategy. These programs and initiatives have the potential to help realize additional savings and optimize the quality and efficiency of the services delivered by the Ottawa Police Service. Colleagues, I recognize that some of you feel that 2% budget increase approved by the board did not go far enough, while others feel that this reduction is too large. Ultimately, it is the board's responsibility to be judicious and efficient in the expenditure of taxpayer money. This is a fundamental way the board can exercise its oversight role. In my opinion, this budget is a reflection of how the board did just that, and I hope that you will support the board's work by approving our budget. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Chief Slowly, did you have any opening comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Bonjour à tous. Chair, thank you for your overview of the board's approved budget for the Ottawa Police Service for 2022. I will provide some additional context for the board's budget. The budget before you today supports the City of Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that was approved last month. It continues the Ottawa Police Service's efforts of a multi-year change program to demonstrate our commitment to not only bending the cost curve, but to improving police services in the city, as well as supporting the overall improvements of community safety and well-being for all residents in the city. The budget balances between elements in the community who want to defund the police and those who advocate for more police resources. Quick overview of some of the financial elements in the budget. The board's final approved budget includes the following financial targets to be accomplished over the next fiscal year, starting January 1st and ending December 31st of next year. First of all, it requires us to mitigate $14.7 million in inflationary and collective bargaining agreement pressures. Those have been well documented in the budget that was submitted and should be in the hands of all council members. Secondly, it requires the finding of $7.1 million in efficiency savings. This includes the additional $2 million that Chair Dean's referenced from the board's decision. And finally, it is foregoing the hiring of the 30 growth police officer positions that were on the table for us to receive in 2022. This budget foregoes those additional 30 police officer positions. There are some significant opportunities. There are also some significant risks in this budget as is tabled. Let me start with the opportunities. There are $5.1 million in investments that are designed to help more people to receive the right services at the right time to achieve better community safety and well-being outcomes. Some of those services can and should be delivered by agencies other than the police service, either separately or in an integrated fashion. These investments will enable the Ottawa Police Service to better refer 911 calls for police services to 311, 211, and or to transition demand for these services entirely to other more appropriate social service providers, emergency first responders, potentially even the private sector. Secondly, these investments will help to implement more victim-centered, trauma-informed investigative programs. Third, it will help to establish an Indigenous and Inuit community-led service model to address specifically the recommendations coming out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls reports. There are significant risks. There are multiple financial and operational risks included in the board's approved 2022 budget, including the possibility of a 2022 year-end budget deficit. This is given the likelihood of unplanned natural disasters, which we've experienced in this city over the last several years, tornadoes, floods, ice storms, or man-made public safety crises, a mass shooting, a terror attack, violent demonstrations. The next risk area is the inability to meet the increasing demands from community stakeholders across the city and literally in every ward for more police services, including more visible, accessible police officers delivering those services. The third area of risk, the lack of any current concrete plans to implement alternative service delivery models in this city. The Ottawa Police Service must have material involvement in the development, implementation, and evaluation of these plans in order to fully endorse them and to fully support them. Please note that there will be no layoffs in 2022 of police officers. That is specifically stated and specifically designed to reduce the operational risk that I just outlined. However, this decision will increase the financial risks. We are committed to working together with all community stakeholders, the board and the City of Ottawa, to find and co-produce solutions to any of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan's 6 priorities. We are committed to making the Ottawa Police Service more effective, efficient, and economical, while making the city more safe and to provide better police services. We are committed to building a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive police service where every OPS member feels trusted, respected, healthy, and safe. This is what community members want, this is what board members want, and this is what our own OPS members want. That said, the board's approved budget will come into effect on January 1st, 2022, and there cannot be any service delivery gaps while these opportunities are developed and all these risks are mitigated. If a member of the public calls 911 for police services, there needs to be a reliable 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 365-day a year response to that person's call. Without a properly co-produced plan to carefully transition demand from the police to other agencies, this could all end up as a high-risk exercise to cut the police budget rather than an exciting opportunity to improve policing and the social safety net for all Ottawa residents. We are here today to support any discussions and answer any questions relating to the Council's decision on the board's budget. Regardless of the outcome of today's Council decision, the Ottawa Police Service will continue to faithfully carry out our sworn legislative duties while advancing the board's strategic priorities and supporting the City of Ottawa's Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. A number of councillors have questions or comments. Just a clarification, Chief, you indicated, and this is one of the concerns I'd raised with you before, there's roughly, you've got to find 5 million plus the 2.6 million. What are some of the things, where are you looking at to find 5 plus 2.5, over $7.5 million in the budget?
Mayor, thank you very much for your question. Just for clarification, the amount that we've been asked to find in efficiencies is 7.1 million over the course of the next fiscal year. As we have been doing over the last 10 years, Mayor, we will continue to look for efficiencies. Up until and including this year, we've found some $20+ million, an average of $2 million per year. We set for ourselves a stretch goal in our submitted budget on November 3rd to find $5 million in efficiency savings, 5.1 million to be exact. The board has put another $2 million on top of that. That is an extremely aggressive goal. We're committed to doing everything we can to find that. We will literally go through line by line, as we do every year, to try to find those efficiencies. Our new Chief Administration Officer, Ms. Blair Dunker, has actually joined the Ottawa Police Service effective Monday. This is her 3rd day since taking the role. She has already put her mind to this review and has already, as late as 5:30 last night, discussed areas around which we could look to find those efficiencies. That said, we will have to start right now, as we have, and continue right to the end of next year to come close to achieving that 7.1 million in efficiencies goals. It will be very difficult, but we're very committed to trying to do our best.
And do any of these proposed savings put at risk public safety, in your opinion?
Every single line item has something to do with front office, front-facing police services, middle office, things like our HR processes that train and enable our officers to do their job, and back offices, things like IT, financial, admin support. We will look at every line item. That means we will look at front-facing police services in order to find the $7.1 million. We have a commitment to the board, and it's part of the board's motion that was tabled on November 23rd, that we will come back to the board on a regular basis to outline where we're finding those efficiencies and to what extent they affect the organization as a whole. I suspect we will be detailing any service delivery changes that result out of these efficiency findings.
Yeah, I guess just for the public's benefit, any deficit is sent over to us at the city, so that's obviously we have a vested interest in that. So you know, it's a challenge you face, and we wish you the best in that challenge, because it's not obviously an easy time from a financial point of view or from a societal point of view, the job that you've been tasked with. So I appreciate your approach, and we'll go now to questions and comments from Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me begin by thank you, Chief Foley, for all your effort and doing best you can. I have quite a bit of questions, and obviously the mayor started with the numbers of the $7.1 million. We heard we're going to go line by line, and I think that's been done before. If you check from 2012 till 2021, the service has achieved over $20 million in saving or in efficiency. And mainly that efficiency is a back office integration or working together with the city and city staff and transfer, and the city provided some service to us. I know we have a lot of questions, and I know a lot of my colleagues have their hands up, but I hope today we can work with the same spirit. We work together when we have the OP joint committee meetings, and we can work together on this. So, Chief, my question to you is, and I know you mentioned it at least 4 times in your speech about the community safety and well-being plan. And just to put it in a little bit of context, this community safety plan and well-being was decided by the previous government to be implemented. And obviously the people who work together on this is called A Future in Policing, and was made up of all police boards in Ontario, the Chief of Ontario Police, the Association of Police Services, and obviously the ministry itself. And it was supposed to be funding for the community safety plan and well-being. To your knowledge, have we received any funding from the provincial government today on the community safety plan and well-being?
Thank you, Councillor. We have not received any direct funding that I'm aware of to the Ottawa Police Service since the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan became part of the requirement of the Police Services Act of Ontario for every municipality or regional municipality. There was an announcement within the last month, maybe 3 weeks ago, by the Solicitor General for proposed funding through a community safety grant, where they would want to see direct reference to the community safety and well-being plan of the municipality or region. However, that funding will not take effect until after the provincial election in 2022. The amount of dollars that were presented by the Solicitor General, when divided across if divided equally across every single police service in Ontario, would represent somewhere in the range of $400,000 to $500,000 for a year to support the overall implementation of the city or region's community safety wellbeing plan. Historically, and I know this having benefited from it being in Toronto, they do not equally divide these grant opportunities across all police services. The vast majority of the money goes to the GTA. The rest of it is split amongst the bigger police services. And so I would say conservatively, we would look at best between $200,000 to $400,000 of receiving that grant money. Again, that is entirely dependent on this current government retaining its office post-election. They will, of course, be coming, whatever party wins, will be coming into the economic challenges presented by COVID. I can tell you again, in my experience in the Toronto Police Service, my experience as representing the private sector company I work with to the Solicitor General, when the regime changed the last time from the Liberals to the province, the Solicitor General's budget is seen as a cost center, not a value producer. The likelihood of increasing funding beyond what was announced is extremely low to nil. The likelihood of even removing what has been announced is extremely high, particularly given the economic forecast that I think we can all achieve. Bottom line, sir, we've not received any direct funding from the province to support the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan directly to the Ottawa Police Service. We're not likely to receive anything that will happen in fiscal 2022. And I would, from an assessment as a police professional and someone who worked in private sector with the government, I don't think we'll see any of that money at all. So we'll have to find those resources largely, if not exclusively, within the city, or hope that the federal government will be in a position to do something better for us.
Thank you for that answer, Chief. And I have to tell you, for someone who's still involved with the AMO on future in policing, the frustration is right across the province. We have asked, or the provincial government asked municipalities specifically, not the police, to create the community safety plan and well-being. Why? Because at the table, we all agree policing is not, and community safety is not police alone. All of us working together, bylaw, paramedic, community, social service, all that working together. And the benefit we were hoping to see from the community safety plan and well-being is to bring all the players together, including the police, to work together, because we cannot work in isolation. Our city is very diverse, Chief. So let me ask you a question. If the police is not involved in a community safety plan and well-being, and we have a call in Fitzroy, which is about an hour from your office downtown, on a good day, not on a weather like today, who will answer that call, Chief? A community with a van? Or the police going to answer this? So that's, I know the answer, but I'm asking you this in a way, we need to put our mind together. The whole benefit and the idea of the community safety plan and well-being is to work together and start transitioning the 30% of police calls today about mental health to be transitioned, some of the soft call, to a community or social services. Is that your understanding of it?
Thank you, Councillor. I will clarify, and I'm grateful to the city, the leadership at the city, particularly Steve Kanalakis, Donna Gray, Tony DeMonte previously. We have been materially involved in the development of the community safety and well-being plan that's now been passed by council. We've got a great relationship at all levels in our organization with all staffing levels at the city. We've seen a tremendous amount of engagement across the city from civil society and other agencies in support of the plan. It's a good plan. We support the plan. We'll continue to do our best. The second part of your question, I think, is more specific around the risks associated to a plan that's been approved but doesn't have the details of how that transition will occur. And if I will focus my answer now specifically on that, and I talked about it in my opening commentary. The budget takes effect on January 1st. A significant portion of that money that was left on the table by the board's decision is up for some reallocation. I will leave that to council to make that decision and use its wisdom to arrive at the right way to ensure those funds are used in the most optimal way possible. My only concern as police chief, as an office holder and as someone who's taken an oath to serve and protect this city, and all the members of this organization, is that while we're in this transition period, there aren't further service delivery gaps. There aren't further social safety net gaps. Plans take time to develop. If they go through a process that is as open, transparent, and as engaging as what is required of community safety and well-being plans, these plans will not happen overnight. They do require significant input and engagement from all stakeholders. And when it comes to things like mental health and addictions calls, there are a wide variety of stakeholders involved, well beyond the first responders and well beyond city staff. So I think to do it properly and effectively, it will take time to develop that level of detail where we can make an assessment. If there is a call at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a snowy day in the middle of the week, out in the far east, southern, or western end of the city, will there be a capacity beyond the police service to deliver that required service to whoever's calling for it? I think that is a very healthy question for all of us. It can be done. It's been done in other jurisdictions, from Eugene, Oregon, to Denver, to Edmonton. It's been done in a wide variety and sizes of jurisdictions. We have seen that these plans can be implemented. They can be co-produced. In every one of those examples, the police have been at the table from the beginning of design. They were directly involved in the implementation, and they've been directly involved in the evaluation. But those plans took time to develop. They took time to implement. They took time to evaluate. Those that were successful, like Eugene, Oregon, the Cahoots model, took 3 decades to mature. We don't need to take 3 decades, but it won't take 3 months. It might take 3 years.
I can appreciate your answer, Chief. My concern is during that time, Chief, that transition. The community safety plan and well-being, just for the record, I'm one of their biggest supporters. I was on the table when we initiated. My biggest concern is we were late with the pandemic. We only approve ours as a city of Ottawa. I mean, Ottawa is one of the top 3 municipalities in Ontario who have one right now. The OPP section, the 324 municipality policed by the OPP, they don't have community safety plan and well-being as we speak today. Some of the large services, yes, they have it. Ottawa is in advance, but we only approve our and we send it to social service general manager in October, in late October. So we haven't had the chance, even our staff, to digest what and how to peel that layer of the onions one section at a time. Now we're saying, oh, let's rob Peter to give Paul. And that's what I feel we're doing. We're taking away from the police before we establish the alternate service. And I know you took an oath about community safety more than anything, more than any budget. The budget is not your budget. The budget is clearly is the board budget. You're the CEO who's going to deliver that budget. But if you run short because you have to provide safety to the community, and that short is going to end up on our table, because let me tell you, in the last 10 years, you did achieve 20 million in saving, and most of it in back office and working with the city and integration with other services in the city. But since 2012, we've been almost in the deficit, except last year, 2019, which is, as you know, Chief, there was no conferences, no development, no training, no requalification. But that's not cost saving, Chief. That's money on hold to be spent again when you are able to send people for training and qualification, and because every police officer every year has to be requalified, and there's money cost with that. You have to send them and pay them for requalification, and you have to pay someone to do their job. But now they saw, oh, we didn't spend that money in 2019 or in 2020, so that's not a saving. That's the money's not spent, but it's not saving. So in 2018, the city bailed the police by $6,214,000. And my concern is, yes, we can approve your budget today, but in September you come back with $8 million deficit. Who's going to get that money from? And who's going to be responsible to pay? That's why I'm asking so many questions about the level of comfortable or the level of comfort I have. If I want to support the police budget, well, I want to make sure my community is not left behind. In the last couple of years, we enjoyed that proactive policing, saved a lot of lives on the Ottawa River. If you look at your stats, we have less boat accident and drink driving on the river than we have on a snowmobile trail. I got stopped, just for the record, 4 times on my own community by the police.
Counselor, you're over your time. You can get back on the list if you just
yes,
want to wrap up.
I will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. But if you can okay, thank you. I will.
Did you want an answer from the chief on any of your comments?
I'm just concerned, Mr. Mayor, about how he's going to deploy and is the services going to suffer. I'm concerned about this.
Okay, so if you want to get back on the list, that's fine. We're in committee of the whole. Councillor Dudas, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this might lean into what Councillor El-Shantiri was saying. I wanted to bring up, I'm going to read an email that I received from one of my residents last night. It is not the only email I have received in this vein, and I don't have an answer for this resident. So I'm going to put this to, I don't know if it's the chair or if it's the chief, but I'm going to read this. While the police has said this budget change won't impact frontline officers, we've all heard the same promises from governments countless times about finding efficiencies. And we all know that what actually happens to services during this hunt for mythical efficiencies. This is a fairy tale. More importantly, what is going to happen when I call 911 in an emergency is that the Ottawa Police, which already have one of the lowest per capita coverages in the country, are stretched too thin to show up quickly. We all know that finding efficiencies is just political doublespeak, and it always leads to service cuts. As a BIPOC family, I absolutely support addressing systemic racism in all police forces. This is something we talk about regularly. And there are effects to just blindly cutting budgets. How are you as my counselor, me, council, and the police board going to ensure that when the obvious and inevitable happens, we Ottawa residents will actually be safe? Are things like ride programs and speeding enforcement some of those efficiencies that are going to be cut? I could not find any of this information in the police budget, but from a triage perspective, it wouldn't be surprising. Please tell me that the city or the police have some kind of contingency plans when the obvious happens, reductions in frontline services. I would like an answer to that. What I would like to say is, I didn't have the answer, but I do echo my residents' concerns, and I have never seen a societal problem that is solved with less money and not more money being invested. So I'm not sure if the chief would like to share his thoughts on this email, or the chair, or whomever, but I think we need to be able to provide these residents with answers that would address these concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to start answering this, and then perhaps the chief would like to continue. I think that it's very important for this council to know that the police board did our due diligence. We looked at previous budgets where efficiencies were found, how much efficiency was found, and we specifically put in our motion that this is not to impact frontline services. So I know that there's some fear mongering that's happening in the community about the sky falling, but the sky is not going to fall because we're asking the police service to find $2 million in additional efficiencies. When we worked with Strategy Corps, who, by the way, had a former chief of police from Waterloo, who had a former city manager from Peel Region, we went through, and what we didn't assign line by line where to take the money. What we said is high level principle based on past performance. Is this a reasonable, achievable goal? Looking at such things as conference attendance and flights, all the kind of back end stuff that Councillor El-Shantiri was talking about, not frontline services. And we specifically said we're not to touch frontline services. In this budget year, the service is achieving, some of it is one-time provincial money, but a total of $14.1 million in efficiencies in 2021. In 2020, the service experienced $12.6 million in unexpected pressures and found $12.6 million in solutions. In 2019, per the Q4 financial report, the service experienced a surplus of $2.4 million despite unexpected pressures of $3.7 million. The service found $6.1 million in budget solutions. So even though this is a large budget, and it is absolutely true that the vast majority of it, 81%, is for compensation. So it narrows the amount of money you can find in efficiencies. The consultant that we worked with said, based on past performance, this is an entirely doable solution that should not place any pressure, will not place pressure on our frontline services. We did deferred hirings in 2021 of 22 officers, or 22 positions. Some of them may be civilianized, but will be hired this year. There will be more police in 2022 than there is in 2021. So I know it's easy for people to sit back and say, oh, this is just about cutting police. This is not about cutting police. There are going to be more police in 2022 than there was in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just clarification on a couple things. In 2019, that was the first full year of the COVID pandemic. Actually, the partial year of the COVID pandemic. Most of what we found in efficiencies were one-time savings as a result of the global pandemic. Same thing again in 2021, which will be the first full year of the pandemic. The majority of our savings and efficiencies were one-time, not to be able to be replicated in normal business years. I think we can reasonably anticipate with Omicron, we're going to have, if not a full year, a partial year of further pandemic issues that will reduce the revenue opportunities and increase cost pressures as it has for the previous 2 years where we've had the pandemic. So it's very hard to take any sort of a trend analysis during the pandemic and project out into a normal year of policing. That's the first thing I will say. All of that has been well documented in our submissions and deliberations with the board and with the public. Second thing I will say, I'm not aware of any specific item in the board's direction on the budget, approved budget, that says we will not look at service delivery to find those efficiencies. Quite the opposite. The chief of police from former chief of police from Waterloo and many of the people from Strategy Gore talked about efficiencies in frontline deployments where we could find efficiencies. To be very clear, we will have to look at every line in the budget to find those efficiencies, and those lines include frontline services. What you have from me is a verbal commitment on November 23rd, and it will remain every day of next year that we will not lay off police officers. We will find as many efficiencies as we can. We will adjust our service delivery model as much as we can. We will not lay off police officers, but that will mean it will put more pressure on the financial side of the equation and take some pressure off the operational public safety side of the risk equation. To the question that was asked, we will have to look at our service model. That is why we are shifting to a more upstream prevention model, which in the long term will reduce social costs like the harm of victimization, as well as financial costs. But those upstream operating model changes will not see those returns in the short term. So this will be a multi-year transition, which I committed to the board when I applied for this office, which I committed to the public when I took my first day in office, which ironically was the 2020 budget submission at the Police Services Board on October 29th, 2019. And it will be my promise as I leave office to leave a police service that is far more able to be upstream prevention focused than downstream enforcement focused, far less costly in the long term as well as in the short term, and far more integrated into larger civil society, particularly the community safety wellbeing plan, whatever its status is down the road. We are already not able to staff a cyber unit in this organization. We are understaffed in the areas of fraud. We do not have full staffing in the areas of traffic services, guns and gangs, and violence against women. The 22 officers that we were supposed to hire last year will fill out our traffic services, guns and gangs, and violence against women, but it will not fill out the other areas where we are understaffed. We will do our best to find those efficiencies. I will not lay off police officers, and we will do our best to serve and protect the city as best we can. That's the position we're in right now, and we're going to need way more than just the police service to accomplish this. We're going to need partners in the community. We're going to need effective coordination and collaboration at the city, and we're going to need a whole lot of commitment from a whole lot of people well beyond my ability to control to achieve these efficiencies and to not significantly reduce public safety within the city. I think we can do it if we are truly committed to doing it together. It's a stretch, but these are difficult times, and we should stretch ourselves, all of us should stretch ourselves. But there are risks associated as there are opportunities associated to the budget.
I very much appreciate both of your responses, and I will be sharing that with that particular resident and all the residents who wrote in. But I have to say that, you know, the concern, the term is used, fear mongering, the concern is real on both sides. We all recognize that policing needs to change. Even the police officers on the beat know that policing has to change. They don't want to be going to places that they don't belong, that they don't bring added value, and it wasn't part of what they signed up for in the first place. Our social services recognize that they need to collaborate with police and have a better service model. But once again, this is an incredibly abrupt change. This is very different from what the police chief and his administration had presented to the board. I will be supporting what the board brought forward. It is an arm's length board. I've said that to all of my residents. You are making the decisions with information that I don't have at my hands. And I welcome the motions that are going to come forward shortly about investing in the mental health and community safety measures that are absolutely required in our community. Those investments are necessary. But I do want to be on the record saying I have grave concerns about the abrupt reduction of the police budget. And I suspect, and I know that this is going to leave gaps in their service capabilities. And I appreciate the chief saying that he's going to do everything in his power not to have that happen. But this could create dangerous situations when officers are not available for calls when they're truly needed. And I want to make sure that as we go through the upcoming year, we're prepared as a city council to assist in whatever way possible, knowing that we cannot have whether it's our police officers' lives in jeopardy or any community members' lives in jeopardy, because we're understaffing or cutting back on their services. So I appreciate your comments, Chair, and I appreciate your comments, Chief Slowly, but I'm not convinced, and I will wait throughout the year to see how this pans out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief and members of Council, for questions and engagement. Chief, my question to you is in relation to the fourth pillar, the mental health response, 365 days, 24/7. We've heard of the importance of the wellness plan, and we've seen now the two motions that will be presented later in today's budget deliberations. But I'm looking for clarity from you. I've listened to you at the police board. I've heard you again today. Like a little more clarity on what does it look like from your perspective on that fourth pillar to not have the pressure that you've felt since you've been chief here, and providing some resiliency to the response. I'm curious to understand what the fourth pillar looks like in terms of mental health and addictions response.
Not sure I understand your question, Councillor.
Well, we're saying that generally, unless I'm wrong, we're hearing from the community, we're hearing from police officers, we're hearing from your board, we're hearing from members of council that right now we're not resilient. There are calls that are being made that police is not the right emergency body to respond to. So we have three bodies in 911, as you know, and I assume that then requires a fourth body to be able to respond to crisis, mental health, and addictions. And I want to understand clearly what is the model in your mind? How do we get there beyond what's been, hypothetical around, we have a wellness and safety plan. We have what practically needs to happen, and what does the model look like to be able to respond to mental health and addiction crisis?
Okay, still not quite sure I understand, but I'll do my best, and you can correct me if I go off track. First and foremost, this police service and every other police service in Canada does an amazing job at responding to calls for service that relate to mental health and addictions. This is a situation that's been forced on policing for several decades. When we defunded the health institutions that used to provide these services, they were never those funds never flowed back into community. They didn't flow into police services, they didn't flow into community health services, they didn't flow into hospitals that still to this day provide those services. It became therefore a default to police, fire, and ambulance, and mainly police, to respond to a wide variety of things from innocuous, low risk, low acuity wellness checks. I haven't heard from my aging parents, I live in British Columbia, could you go knock on their door in Canada and see if they're okay? And we would send one or two police officers at a salary and benefits rate of $150,000 each, with a car around $200,000 each, $500,000 worth of public money going to knock on a door to see if mom and dad are okay, where there's literally no risk. The police don't need to be involved in that in Ottawa or any part of Canada. But there will need to be a service that can answer that phone call or that email request from British Columbia and send somebody out to knock on that door and be accountable to provide a response back in a reasonable and verifiable way. I'm completely for that. I'd love for that to stop tomorrow. It will probably take several months, and it could take several years for that level of transition to happen. I will support that 100%, as I've said for my first day in office here, and probably that I've said for the last 20 years as a police officer and as a professional. What will be a little bit more challenging, Councillor, is if the call coming in from British Columbia says, I just got off the phone with one of my parents. He takes medication. He hasn't been taking medication. He's going into some type of crisis. I don't know if he's going to hurt himself. I don't know if my mother is okay. Can you go knock on the door? Now, under the Cahoots model in Eugene, Oregon, there may be a capability developed in a city like this where a non-police response drives out to Canada, knocks on the door, and checks on the well-being of the people there. And assuming they're not involved in a violent incident at that time, can provide really good resources and referrals, if not direct service to those individuals. And if it's a really good program, it might be able to get to the southern regions and the eastern and western regions of the city on a 24/7, 365 basis, thereby bypassing the need for police to be deployed to that. They should probably use our 911 call center because it's critical backbone infrastructure already paid for and built by tax dollars, and to replicate that in another agency would be a colossal waste of public money and take much longer for that transition program to happen. The third scenario is more problematic. And that's a phone call that comes in from out of town that says, can you go check on my parents? One of them, I believe, is in the process of self-harming or harming other people in that home or in the neighborhood. We are very scared and worried. We need a 911 response. We will send 2 police officers out there or more. We'll go there as quickly as we can, wherever that happens to be. And we will bring our first responders with us, paramedics who are trained tactically to support our members in the most difficult circumstances, and potentially fire, if fire can be a support to that as well, it would be a tiered response. And we'll do what we find there. Potentially we can de-escalate that situation, and potentially other social service providers can help us in a de-escalated fashion. But not always, because sometimes that's literally somebody jumping off a bridge, somebody who is committing suicide, somebody who is harming somebody else, including homicides, one of which happened very recently in the city, very tragically. To disentangle those variable types of calls, to set up a triage service that comes through a legitimate call center that can then dispatch the right combination of resources against the right level of risk, is one of the most complicated pieces of business I could ever imagine. It has been challenging in every jurisdiction where these have been implemented, even the ones that are very successful. It took multiple years to start pilot projects, evaluate them, and scale them. It took a whole of city or a whole of region effort, including the effort of the police, to share data, share resources, and share accountability. These things can and should be done. I've been a proponent of them for the majority of my policing career and all of my time as an executive officer, and every day that I've had it in office here in Ottawa. I fully support it. That is why I fully support the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. But it's not like a light switch you can turn on and off. It's something more like a dimmer switch. It takes time to create the capability, put it into operations, evaluate it, and scale it and refine it as we go forward. I hope that answers your question. I'm still not quite sure what the question is at, but I hope that answers your question substantially.
Yeah, partly. To me, there's sort of a bit of a hybrid there. I mean, at some point, if the hospital is built, you open the doors to the hospital and the service starts. It's sort of that same reflection. I hope that the dimmer is the process of transformation, not the unlocking of that fourth pillar. And I guess I'm looking for clarity from your intervention. Do you believe that a 911 call will be made in future years, and if it is mental health related, that there would be the appropriate 365 days, 24/7 ability to respond in real time, from an agency specialized in those responses, and yes, if needed, supported by OPS.
Yeah, Councillor, if you've been at the board meetings, as you said, and you've been listening to my statements, I'll say it again, probably for the 300th time, yes, but it takes a lot of work to get to that capability, and it's going to take work between the service, the board, the City of Ottawa, and broader civil society to get that capability. So again, for the 300th time, yes, but we'll all have a lot of work to do to get there.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, then who is the lead agency? I've asked the same question to Public Health Board. I've asked the same question with the Community Health and Resource Center. In your mind, who is the organization and skill sets that would be needed to lead that fourth pillar?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I understand that a lot better. So let me be clear. I actually just listened to an amazing presentation by one of the leading mental health doctors and clinicians in the city. He actually made a presentation to all of the police services boards in the Eastern region, including 5 members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, which includes chair deans. And at the very end of the presentation, without any questions from the audience, which included me, this doctor said very explicitly, The challenge of setting up these types of programs in this city is nobody is in charge. There is no one person, no one organization, no one agency that can actually determine how such a plan would be designed, implemented, and evaluated, how monies would be spent with it. That is the singular description that I would say is the biggest challenge to any discussion on this. And it didn't come from a police officer. It didn't come from me. It came from somebody who is entirely credible, accredited, and has been involved in this business in this city for a long, long time. Now, it is not my opinion who has control of it. The legislation is very clear. The Community Safety Wellbeing Plan is the jurisdiction and is owned by the City of Ottawa and its staff. It is not a police responsibility. It is a City of Ottawa responsibility. So if you're speaking about who has responsibility of the fourth pillar of that plan, quite simply, sir, it's you, council members, and the City of Ottawa. And we will come to that table, however it's established, and provide as much support as possible to get this plan developed, implemented, and actualized in the way that you have envisioned earlier on in your questions and comments.
Okay. I'll have questions later in the budget, but I think that's the source of questions and leadership we need at council in relation to defining the fourth pillar. A lot of us have perspectives, but we have not landed on, call it an MH Ottawa as a fourth pillar for a 911 response to mental health and crisis. Right now, I'm hearing the chief, I'm hearing the community, but I'm not sure that we've all aligned around what that model looks like, although we all want to get there. So, Chief, I appreciate the response, and I hope that OPS is not hands off on that fourth pillar, but is at the table and ensuring that those systems and responses are seamless within the 911 system.
Quite the opposite, Councillor. We have been quite insistent that we need to be at that table. What has been quite challenging, though, is when we hear senior officials in the city, as well as leaders within the city, demanding that the police not be at that table, demanding that the police have no real involvement at all in any aspect of this. That will be a significant challenge to what you have described as a shared vision, shared by most people in this good city. But I will tell you that is not shared by all people, and some people have been very, very loud in their statements that the police should have no role in the design, implementation, or evaluation of any such system. The legislation requires me to be there. I will be there with my members. We will do our very best. But that is not a belief that's held universally across the city, and that will be probably the largest challenge to any real success in this very stretch goal that we are trying to accomplish. Thank you for your questions, Councillor.
Great, thank you. Next is Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Mayor. The call across Ottawa and the world has been for investments towards prevention instead of reactive behaviors. And it can be viewed in many ways, including here in Ottawa, where there's some detasking underway in several instances. That has taken the shape of red light and automated speed enforcement, new traffic calming and street reconstruction, with other cities implementing community-led mental health supports. And so we've been being told by many people, the public, academics, many people who have worked directly in the field, they've been clear with us. They want to focus on addressing the current problems. And the societal problem that they're referencing constantly is the disproportionate criminalization of Indigenous, Black, and racialized individuals, and the criminalization of poverty and drug use and mental illness. That's the problem we're trying to stem. And we've been doing the same thing for years now. It's not working. The police budget has tripled since after amalgamation. And that's in just 20 years. It has outstripped inflation and population growth. That hasn't stemmed the problems that continue to occur. Just increasing that budget over and over again is not going to get us the results or fix the problems that have been identified by community groups this year, last year, and beyond. So what should we be doing? Well, we've heard from professors, Dr. Irwin Waller, written to all of us about ways to lower the rate of crime which has been shown can be reduced with prevention, coordination, and connected services meant to intervene in the systematic patterns that have been occurring. We should be investing in these perspectives. Civilian-led teams sourced from over-policed communities for mental health response are much less expensive, and they produce better outcomes than police partner teams. This is proven in cities that have implemented this model. These programs save the city money, and you know the savings exist directly in the police budget. That's where workload can be reduced with these programs. And it's not just a fairy tale, as we heard earlier. This exists in many other jurisdictions, and the savings have been very clear. The 613-819 Black Hub, Vivek Research, and Community Health Center research have provided solutions to all of us. You've been emailed those. We have other budgets in the city where we've seen cuts to community organizations, increases in user fees for frontline heroes like those taking transit. We have annual capital affordable housing funded at a fraction of the police budget. In Ottawa Public Health, in the last 2 years, we've seen significant funding challenges with keeping up with low-income resident dental health, healthy growth and development, mental health and substance use, and sexual health and harm reduction. We've seen a lack of resources for chronic disease prevention and health protection work. Environment work and inspection work is now more risk-based within public health. We're not going to as many food premises as we were before. These are the types of needs that we're going without. And in that world, in that same context, we're still focused on larger increases to the police budget. And so our world is changing. And it's changing to recognize what the criminology and public policy fields have been saying for decades. And that is to target root causes. And I'm happy to see a motion later on today. That is a very small portion of what is needed. It may start a process. I'm hopeful it starts a larger process that we need to see in this city. And that's the side I'll continue to be on in this debate. That's where I come from, those policy fields and criminology fields. As a result, I won't be able to support this budget today. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. While maybe this conversation doesn't sound that hopeful, to me, this is a really hopeful conversation. It's got lots of negative elements to it, but to hear us talking about how, what our real situation is, what is necessary, and who would be the players in fixing this, which means all of us here together, this is very hopeful to me to listen to this. I do want to say that I think we are all saying the same thing. It sounds different, but we're saying the same thing. And I'd like to thank Councillor Deans for chairing this board, because it's a difficult board and it's one of the most important boards in the city, and it's not an easy job. And to come up with this recommendation that is complicated and difficult to understand for everyone, that's very difficult, and I thank you for doing that job. And to Chief Slawley, I hear that you understand what we need to do. I hear that in everything you're saying. And that's all of this gives me a lot of hope. I heard a lot from the residents of Canada North on this. Definitely, I've heard from family physicians. I've heard from teachers, vice principals, though that's a little bit of my world, but neighbors, students. The reality is that we need to do something. And what I'm hearing is we potentially don't have a clear plan, that we have a lot of gaps that we need to be concerned about. And that's a reality. And then I look at who we're looking at to potentially get a plan in place and fill some of those gaps. And I would remind councillors about our audit committee meeting the other day, where we had an audit of our social services and 14 recommendations. And to me, that was exactly what I'd always been hearing, that our social services, well, we have many of them, 2,200 of them apply to the Ottawa Community Foundation. We read their grants. Most of them are not ready to take on a massive project like this. And when the chief says that the police shouldn't be at the table, I guess I'd like to say to council, at CHEO, we are the backbone organization for children's mental health in Kids Come First. And the Kids Come First movement brought together, at first, 185 social services organization under one grouping. Because the province said we needed an Ontario health team, we came forward and said, let's make it a children's Ontario health team, not a geographic one. And that started a movement where, with CHEO as the backbone organization, brought together all the other organizations who wouldn't have the capacity to do what is required. CHEO does, and brought those organizations together. that kind of initiative should be looked at carefully when we think about what we're doing here, because if there is no one in charge yet, I would suggest that the group that needs to be in charge is the city and the Ottawa Police, and with all of the community organizations, because I don't believe that there are very many community organizations that are ready to go to take on some projects. A plan would be key. And the next motion that's coming to us, if that suggests a plan, which I think it partially does, that's a good move. But I would say that with the CHEO Ontario Health Team, Kids Come First, no money was attached to it. And if it weren't for RBC giving $1.5 million to the project, we wouldn't have One Call, One Click, which has changed the game for children's mental health, for family physicians and for people and for community organizations. So it can be done. It has been done. There is a model. And I would suggest that that be looked at in addition to the consultation with the Ottawa Community Foundation, who sees what the social services organizations are capable of right now. Because I see this as an excellent opportunity. It's just that we're not ready yet. We don't have a clear plan, and potentially we don't have a leader. And I think you need a backbone organization. If we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into the police service, there is your backbone organization. If we have capabilities in the city of Ottawa, there's your other backbone organization. So I don't like this 2%. I'm looking at the next motion to come forward because I think it will help. But I would say that what a plan might come forward with, and people maybe need to be prepared for, is a plan that might cost $50 to $100 million going forward, not something that I think we'd immediately see savings in. And that's the challenge I have. So I don't like this motion. I just like the concept, like what we're talking about and where we could potentially go from here. So I'm glad that I'm on this council now, because I think this is potentially the moment we can make some real change. Just, we need to make sure none of our changes are iatrogenic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm just going to be really brief with respect to the police budget. One of the things, I think the pandemic has been revelatory and it's been eye-opening with respect to learning. And over the course of the pandemic, I feel as though I have learned a lot about community safety. And I want to say today that Kitchissippi Ward, through the course of this pandemic, has been a safer place. And I say that for the reason that two things happened. Two things that were new and that were nimble and that were resourced that we didn't have before. And those are respite at Tom Brown and significantly improved peer outreach through our community health center, as well as the Salvation Army. And it's safer as a community, not just for those who are housed and for those who are healthy, but it's healthier or safer for everybody. Because instead of neighbors who are concerned about neighbors calling police when they're concerned about visible homelessness, when they're concerned about the effects of addiction that they're seeing on the street, they have had alternatives to call. At Respite and through the peer support that we've seen through the community health centers, we're seeing that people are finding housing, they're finding supports, they're getting health care, they are better fed, and that results in a safer community for everybody. And those are calls that are not going to police to begin with. Residents of Kitchissippi and merchants in Kitchissippi have asked for alternatives because they don't want to call police on somebody who is homeless. And for the first time through this pandemic, with the resources that have been added on respite and through our community health centers and peer outreach, increased resources to Salvation Army, we're able to send around a document to people to say, here are some alternatives to police that you can call. And those have been extremely popular and they've been effective. I feel as though my community is a safer place because we have real answers, not just calling the default, which is police, when you have the concerns. This is actually in action today, but it's not going to be for much longer. Emergency funding is going to run out. We're going to go back to budgets, including this one, that underfund things like respite, that underfund the social services that we need. And when those services are no longer available in my ward, people are going to start calling police again. And that's not safe for those who are experiencing challenges. And it doesn't make a safer community for those who are concerned about the welfare of everybody who's in Kitchissippi. I'm going to support the motions that my colleagues are bringing forward with respect to how to use the savings from the police budget, because that's at least a start on continuing. I don't want to say starting, I want to say continuing the programs that we've learned are effective. But there is really, because those are calls that are not going to police, the police budget is the place to look for the resources that we need to keep those programs going. It's not a question of cutting garbage collection or cycling lanes or something. This is the right budget. We as a society are misallocating our resources. And with this budget with the police, I believe that we can start an appropriate allocation of resources to make sure that the community is safe for everybody who is in it. So I'm going to be supporting my colleagues' motions, but I believe we need to do more and we need to do it much faster in order to continue the kinds of successes that we've seen in Centertown and in Kitchissippi Ward as well. So I won't be supporting this police budget because I don't believe that we are allocating enough resources that are currently misallocated for approaches and programs that actually work to keep us all safe. So I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Councillor Deans. The first one is, at this point, do you have any implementation plan for transition of services?
You will recall, Councillor Harder, that in the summer I moved a motion supported, I believe unanimously by this council, that put the guiding council under the auspices of the City of Ottawa, took away from Ottawa Police, although Ottawa Police is certainly at that table. And it is that table under the guiding council that is doing the work for transition. I and a number of our council colleagues have been working with Donna Gray on implementation, and we believe that early in 2022, there will be capacity to start implementation, yes.
But you don't have a plan as of today when the decision was made with the motion at the Police Services Board. There isn't a plan in place.
Done, Councillor.
And Councillor Deans, you and I have been here a long time, and we know that nothing happens in that kind of a time frame. So I have a question for you about Strategy Corps, because you did mention that you had, or if it wasn't you, it was another member of the board, it might have been Councillor King, have they provided any document or analysis of what you are talking about? Did they give you the details? Like, do you have a list of the number of calls that are received, of suggestions that they made on, you can save money by not traveling, you can save money by all of those things. Do you have a document that where they've outlined the costs and where they think strategically they can go?
What Strategy Corps did, Councillor, is they looked at the service's ability to find management interventions over the last number of years. They were not prescriptive in saying that you could take that $1.1 million out of the travel budget in 2022. They said, if you look at the ability of the service to find management interventions and savings year over year, this number is fully achievable.
And did they take into account the number of years that those attempts at streamlining, at efficiencies have been done year after year after year, back to when I first started on the Police Services Board, and then Councillor Tierney and Councillor Hubley. I'm just asking, did they take into account the efficiencies that were sought and defined on an ongoing basis before this new challenge? You probably don't know.
They looked back a number of years, and their recommendation was based on past practices.
Mm-hmm. Chief, when you were hired, did you lay out your vision for Ottawa during your interviews?
Certainly did. Thank you.
I would think so, because that's probably one of the reasons why the board and the nominating committee agreed to chose you. And I personally am glad that they did. I think that you are the right person, not that anybody's asking me today, but I think it was a good choice. But does the pressure that is going to be put upon you and the changes being made with really no plan, how does that fit with your vision for what you were going to bring to the table here in Ottawa?
Councillors, I'm hoping I'm going to answer the question you're asking. I'm similar to the previous question asked. If I get off track, just nudge me back in the direction you're looking for. When I arrived here, I talked about a more prevention-focused, less reactive and enforcement-focused organization. In the 2 short years, including the majority of which spent in a global pandemic, as well as other global movements, including defund police, we've been able to reposition frontline resources from reactive downstream enforcement to upstream prevention and partnership. We currently have 14% of our uniform complement that are in crime prevention, youth, neighborhood resource team type positions that are designed to be accessible, visible in communities, urban, rural, and suburban. We've expanded our neighborhood resource teams out of the central core into the suburban and rural areas, all of which is exactly as I laid out in my vision. That was the piece that would allow the Ottawa Police Service to play its role at the new legislated requirements of community safety wellbeing planning by having a neighborhood policing strategy with visible, accessible, significantly more visible, accessible police officers. We'd be able to form neighborhood level partnerships, ward level partnerships, geographical level partnerships, demographic level partnerships, as well as whole of city partnerships, specifically to support the city's community safety and wellbeing plan, which was only just approved, but 2 years before we were preparing this organization to be able to be in that position to support that table. Now that the plan is approved, I'll just finish off here. Part of that vision was, once we have a whole of city approach to addressing the underpinnings of crime, the social determinants of health through the community safety wellbeing plan, we could start that assessment of how we best serve people around those range of issues. That was always meant to be a transition towards a new and better state. The risk is, if you do that too fast without the right people at the table with the right information, you may create additional problems. You may actually worsen the problem. We're committed to doing it as fast as we possibly can, but I think we have to do it as safely as we possibly can. And there has to be a balance. I don't know exactly where that balance is. In fairness, it's actually not up to me to determine that balance. It's now up to the city and the implementation of its plan to determine that balance. We'll be there to support it as much as we possibly can, as much as we are allowed to do so. We'll be there to support it. But it should be a transition that doesn't create new problems. It solves the old problems, and one that we all have meaningful input into.
Thank you. And was it difficult for you when the board challenged you to come up and your team with a 0% increased budget? How arduous or how difficult was the process that got you to the point where you brought back the recommendation you did to your board?
Well, I think it's well documented, Councillor, but this was the most unprecedented level of budgeting the service has been through. Maybe others like yourself who were on previous boards would challenge that statement, but from what all of my team have told me and what we heard from the board, this was an unprecedented period of time. We did an unprecedented level of community consultation. We went to great lengths to bring in additional resources. You've heard about Strategy Corps. I will tell you without any hesitation, I spent the vast majority of my time as a chief of police on the budget process for all the right reasons, to support the board's directions and motions and to bring forward what we thought was the best possible budget on November 3rd, and then to support the board in its ultimate decision on November 23rd to come up with its finally approved plan. It has been a full 12-month journey that has dominated my time, the majority of the executive's time over the course of the year. And it will take that much and more effort to make sure that we get the best return on whatever comes in that envelope at the end of this process today.
Well, I thank you for that, all that effort in trying to respond. Did any of the motions that went through the budget debate at the board, or the motions that will be presented today, did the movers of any of those work with you personally, and perhaps Mr. Deputy Bell, or were you seeing them at the same time? Perhaps even maybe it was me that sent you a couple of motions this week to say, have you seen these before? To which you said, I'm just reading them now. So I'm asking, on any of the motions, did anyone ask? And I'm hoping the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Not,
no, the answer is yes. I was reached out to by Chair Deans, who presented earlier versions of the two draft motions, and I was able to provide feedback. I reached out yesterday to Councillors Cloutier and Eglai, and they graciously provided a half hour of time on a joint conference call to receive more feedback from me and to better explain some of the nuances that were written in the motion that I didn't fully appreciate, and allowed me to express some things. I don't know if any of those efforts of engagement, in one case by Councillor Deans, Chair Deans reaching out to me, and in the other case, me reaching out to the two councillors, I don't know if any of those changes have been reflected in the motions to be tabled later on. I haven't seen yet the full final motions that are to be presented later on today.
and the motions were already crafted or drafted when it was brought to you for comment. I just want to ask you about the diversity of our city. You know, I mean, we have an extremely large city geographically. The mayor has a map he carries around with him that shows how large we are. Does that have an impact on your ability? When I heard the vice chair of the Police Services Board says he never, ever, ever wants to see any of those charts come back again that compare. Maybe there should be a chart just on the size of the city. Does that add extra pressure to you? The geography, the sheer size?
Yeah, and I think in your question, you may be referring to two things. If I get it incorrect, please correct me. The size of the city is a massive challenge. It's the biggest municipality geographically in Canada. Therefore, it represents the biggest challenge for municipal police chief in Canada, in this case, me. An urban core, a green belt, a growing suburban area, and a massive rural area. It is a national capital region, which makes it even more complicated just from a jurisdictional standpoint between RCMP, OPP, Parliamentary Protection Services, and the many national security agencies that operate in this area and have vested interests in this area. Geographically, it's the largest municipality. From a complexity standpoint, I believe it is the most complex. Toronto might say with the provincial government there, it's as complex. I would suggest no, having worked in both jurisdictions now. And from what I understand, I don't have any expertise on this, but it is one of, if not the fastest growing areas in terms of population growth. I don't have the exact stats on that, so please, I can be corrected if others have more exact numbers. So you've got this massive geography, this very complex policing environment, and you have one of, if not the fastest growing municipalities in the country, if not at least in the province. That represents a huge challenge to any service provider: fire, paramedics, social services, healthcare, education, and yes, the police service. It is a huge challenge when you get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning in inclement weather when most of your officers are tied up and you've got to travel, in some cases, 45 minutes to an hour to get to a 911 call that requires a 3 to 5 minute response. That is a challenge on any given day, in any given circumstance, in a city like this. We are the second largest municipality in North America. I believe the largest is somewhere in the eastern seacoast in the Carolinas area. So this is a uniquely challenging policing environment for me and all of my predecessors.
And the diversity I was talking about was not the diversity that we have been reading about, hearing about, listening to, but really the diversity of the needs. And I would say that there's a group of counselors and their areas that soak up a lot of the police services, just not because of the geography, but certainly because of the issues. Is that true?
Well, I referenced earlier on the creation of the neighborhood resource teams, the expansion of that. In my first year here, we had 3 teams that were all in the downtown core. We expanded that in my second year to 6 teams. All of them, I would say, are in the downtown core. There may be elements that some might consider greenbelt suburban, but predominantly in the downtown core. And this year, we are implementing the suburban and rural NRTs. Statistically, yes, the vast majority of that 13.5, 14% redeployment to NRTs and prevention proactive areas have been to the downtown wards where we have the neighborhoods that were identified for the first 6 deployments.
I have a last question and then my wrap up. My question is, on January 1st, if we pass this budget as it is today, on January 1st, because it hasn't been changed, there isn't a change at the provincial level, the call comes in, there's a need for construction police with equipment, et cetera, on site. There's a need for a mental health emergency. Are you allowed to say no?
No, we have a legislative responsibility under the Police Services Act. We don't get to say no. What we can say under the same act, particularly in the area of community safety well-being, there's a plan, community safety well-being plan. It's been approved by the city. It's being implemented. And within the 6 priorities, as we have here in Ottawa, we have a series of options around which that particular issue can be resolved. So if it's a housing issue, there's a plan in place. People have accountabilities. Ideally, they have the capacity to deliver on those accountabilities. And whether or not the police are directly involved in a housing issue, a mental health issue, or any of the 6 areas, all of that would be well laid out, well implemented, well evaluated, with accountabilities across to all the players who are involved. On January 1st, that plan won't be in place. So the call will come in for whatever it comes in, and we'll respond as we have for all the previous days. At some point in the year, hopefully, with our commitment to support it as fast and as effective as we can, hopefully there'll be other options where we can say, actually, no, that wellness check that you want us to do out in Stittsville, that's going to go to service delivery organization X, and they have the accountability and the capacity to get out there, and we will just monitor the outcome. We won't actually send resources. On January 1st, we answer all the calls that we've been answering on December 31st.
No matter how much we want change.
Councillor,
Yes.
you'll have to get back on the list because you're out of time.
Okay.
So thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Brockington, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, I just want to say, Chief, thank you for your service to the people of Ottawa. I do want to thank all sworn members and civilian members for their service. To the people of Ottawa, the police do not have an easy job, and you are absolutely a key ingredient to community.
Shut up, Riley.
Sorry? Guess Councillor Harder doesn't believe this is important. But Chief, I do. And I want to start off by saying thank you to the people, to the police on behalf of the people that I serve. What frustrates me is that we have a discussion once a year at council. We have one opportunity as a city council to spend 90 minutes having this discussion with the police. And as I've raised before, particularly at the last budget meeting, the need for this dialogue to happen throughout the year. And I know Chair Deans agrees with this and has written to the mayor in the spring, but council really needs to have an opportunity to sit with you, Chief, whether you do it in groups of 8. We find a way to keep this dialogue going. If you can't meet with all of us at once, meet with us in groups of 8, but really the opportunity to have this discussion, to learn about how the service is evolving is critical, not just to have this once a year. So I want to plant that seed again. I do have an accounting question if I can ask Ms. Stevenson, and that is regarding how, with the motions that are coming up, how that's being funded, because what I'm trying to understand is we're talking about the 2022 levy that's going on the tax base. And if that levy is being reduced, then that money doesn't exist. So I'm just wondering how the two motions, which we'll get to in a few minutes, are being financed if that money is actually being cut from the Ottawa Police Service Board budget.
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. What that means is, I think your understanding is correct. The money is going to come back to the city. So the actual budget that is approved by council today will be less of the 2.65, as well as when we tabled the budget report, the 435,000. So that money is being returned to the city. With the two motions, if they pass today, then those funds will go into the areas of the city budget for that. So what you would see in terms of a tax bill is the tax levy for police services would go down slightly, right? Because we're reducing the police budget, and then the city portion would go up slightly as a result of it, and the reallocation. The overall tax increase for the city will remain the same. So we will still have met our budget directions by no more than 3%.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure of that, the accounting issue there. Okay, thank you. Just stay on if you can. So I think I heard Councillor El-Shantiri state that over 10 years, the police services was able to find efficiencies of $20 million. Is that correct?
I believe yes, and the police can also confirm that. That's the information I have.
Okay, and again, I've heard different numbers about what is being expected to be found as efficiencies in 2022. I've heard 7.1 million, I've heard 5 million, plus 2 million, just 2 million. How much inefficiencies are the police expected to realize in 2022?
So the chief can correct me if I'm wrong. If the budget passes as it is before you today, the total efficiencies for OPS are 7.1 million. When they tabled the budget, it was 5 and just a little bit over that. And today it's 7.1.
And the chief has said, Chief, I'll ask you just to confirm, you said this is doable. It will be challenging. You're going to have to look at every line item, but you believe it can be achieved.
We've never achieved this amount before. The 5 million was double our previous high. This is significantly more. It will produce significantly more risk. I can't say it's doable. I can say we're going to do everything we can to get to that level. Everything we can by looking at every line item from front office to back office.
Yeah, and I guess if you are true in your commitment to not fire people, if frontline services are going to be protected, as someone who has been following Finance and Audit Committee meetings for years, I don't know how $7.1 million will be realized. I don't know how you're going to achieve that. And at the end of the day, it will just come back to City of Ottawa to finance that deficit. So there is definitely a risk here. Did I hear also correctly that your initial plan in 2022 was to hire a net increase of 22 officers, and now all 22 net hires are off the table?
No, there's been some confusion around that. Okay. In our 2021 budget, which was approved in November of 2020, there was the 30 growth officers that were part of that budget. Over the course of this year, as we've gone through this long and unprecedented budget process, in discussions at the Financial Advisory Committee working group that was established by the board, and I won't speak for the board here, the chair will probably want to speak for this matter, but we were in discussions around the impact of completing those 30 growth hires prior to the work of developing the budget for 2022. For those reasons, we held off on completing those hires.
Okay.
Now that the budget has been approved by the board, we want to complete those hires. These are the hires that should have been done earlier in this year, and we're going to try and get those hires done as quickly as possible But because it takes time to do the recruitment, do the hiring, do the onboarding and the training, it probably won't get started until midway through next year. And those boots won't be on the ground until the end of the year 2022, likely the start of the year 2023. We have foregone the 30 growth hires for 2022. So our budget submission on November 3rd at 2.86% also said we will not ask for the 30 growth hires in 2022. But we still needed to hire those officers that we had been budgeted for in 2020-21. Does that make sense?
Yes. There's a lot of arrows pointing in different directions, but I appreciate that explanation. I've said it before at your committee meeting, one of the main chronic requests in my ward and across the city is traffic service, speed and traffic enforcement. You mentioned this today. I just want to reiterate that. The community policing, neighborhood response teams also critical to that ingredient, mix of ingredients within the community. Still a request from me to sit down with you and your team to better understand sort of those annual objectives. That's an outstanding request of mine. But I just want to sort of finish and articulate again what I'm hearing, similar to Councillor Dudas with the letter that she read. But there is an appetite to see an evolution of service delivery in this city. And we've talked about for a number of years, and we've heard from many community representatives the need for that. There is some fear in the community about impacting the police services to the point that they would not be able to respond and serve the community to the degree that they do now. And I think that fear is legitimate and the concern is out there. But also what City Council has to wrestle with, and what you have also, pardon me?
Sorry, your time is up. I didn't give you a 1 minute warning if you want to just wrap up or get back on the list. Sure.
I'll take 15 seconds at this point. But what we have to address is the chronic underfunding of community and social programs. And that's part of the ingredient mix that you've mentioned. And we're going to get to those motions a bit later. But these are the three key pillars of that in the community that we have to address. But I'll close off now. And thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege.
Sorry, Councillor
Point
Dean.
of privilege.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, when Councillor Brockington took the floor at the beginning of his comments, offering some accolades to the Ottawa Police Service, the men and women of the police service, Councillor Harder, whose mic was still on, asked Riley to shut up. I think this is very unparliamentary language. I think it's offensive to men and women of the police service. It's offensive to us as members of council. I don't think this lack of decorum should be allowed, especially on days like today when there's a lot of pressure on all of us around the budget. And I would kindly ask you to ask Councillor Harder to retract those comments and apologize to our colleagues.
Sorry, Councillor, it's not a point of personal privilege. I was out of the room, so I didn't hear what Councillor Harder said, but if there is no reference to an individual, then it's not a point of personal privilege. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there was a reference to an individual. She said, shut up, Riley.
Yeah, and I'm at a disadvantage because I was not in the room when that was said. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, well, I was here. I did not hear specifically what was said. Other members of council
Mr. Mayor,
I did
if you
not
weren't
hear
in
anything.
the chair, who was chairing the meeting?
Mr. Chair, I was asked to chair the meeting, but I didn't hear the comments, so I apologize.
Okay, so Councillor Eglai has the floor.
Sorry, point of order,
Mr. Mayor, if I said that, okay, it was a reaction. No, but I don't recall saying it.
Okay, so
And
that's the...
if I did, that's, if that's what you heard, then that's unfortunate. And I withdraw what I didn't hear me say.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I honestly didn't think we'd be having this kind of discussion here today. When the budget directions were tabled at 3%, I voted against the 3% increase for police. The next step along the road was a proposed 2.86 percent increase, which was very disappointing to see. And I remember the night of the Police Services Board meeting when the budget was being discussed, and I was getting ready for a community meeting of my own. And I got up to the point of where Councillor King's, Board Member King, I guess for those purposes, motion was proposed. And I left to go to my community event and thought to myself, well, that's not going to pass. During the event, one of my staff reported to me that in fact it had passed. And there was a reduction in the ask, not a cut to the existing budget, but a reduction in the ask of $2.65 million. And I have to say that gave me a level of hope that change indeed was starting to come. We heard the chief this morning, and the chief's quite correct. He and I and Councillor Cloutier had a discussion, and Councillor Cloutier and I and Councillor Liloff have been working very closely with the chair, getting feedback from the service and from the board. And in fact, changes were made to drafts of the motions that we'll deal with later this morning, or later this afternoon, I guess, at this point, based on feedback that we did receive. So, you know, the chief indicated that change is not going to happen overnight, and you know, I agree with him 100%. But it's got to start somewhere. And Councillor King's motion opened that door, I believe, to start us to have that discussion, and to stop just talking about change, but to use that $2.65 million to actually make some changes. And I'm not going to get into the motions at this point, except to say I believe that they will help do that. And so, is this a great budget for the police? Some people say no, for various reasons. They'll either say it's too much or too little. But we have an opportunity here. There is something on the table that we can utilize, I think, for the benefit of the community at large. And we have heard from the community at large. We've heard from individual residents. We've heard from advocacy groups. We've heard from academics, criminologists, economists, community groups, social service hubs within our city, all saying the same thing. In fact, the police saying the same thing, that we need to change how we deal in this city with social ills. We have to find a better way to do it. We have to find a kinder, a gentler, a more constructive way to deal with these situations. We have to stop looking at just at a person's actions, but we have to look at their situation. Their situation is a big part of why people do or don't do certain things. We have to address that. That's the root cause. And, you know, is the $2.65 million going to solve all of these problems? Absolutely not. Is Councillor Curry right at 50 or 100 million? I don't know. I know it's more than $2.65 million. But this is $2.65 million we can use. We can use to move forward, to start down that road, to make those changes. So I was going to vote against the police budget at 3%. I was going to vote against the police budget at 2.86. I will support this budget because I think the board is trying. I think the service is trying, and they're putting some money on the table. I think it's money we can use. And so I will support what the board has done. And I look for discussion around the motions that are tabled for later on, but I will support the budget. And I thank the chief and the board for the work they've done. And I help all the community, and I thank all the community members and groups and organizations and individuals that came out and explained why they had concerns and how they thought it could get fixed, because they brought us to this point. They brought us to the point where there is some money on the table, where we're moving from discussion to actual action. So I have to thank them. We would not be here without them.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor El-Shantiri.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I think I'm on round two. Some of my colleagues have not spoke yet.
Okay, if you want to just take your name off and put it back on, Councillor Derues, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that we've been listening to good conversation today and having good answers from the chief, and I know that The chair has been working very hard with the boards, of course, and we've heard delegation. We've been hearing lots of reports from the medias and from other groups. But I want to change a quick couple gear. I have a few questions to the chief. I don't want to really drill on already questions been asked and answered, and I'm not going to make you repeat yourself, chief. I just have a couple questions. I know that policing some of the event, we can't predict it, and there is some emergency event visits and protest and parades and all that stuff that policing sometimes require to be there for the safety of the public and of the residents of Ottawa. I know that some of the event will be able to recover from protocol and from federal government, and it depends on the events and through with COVID. And I know that we've seen more protests at Parliament Hill and anywhere at the city of Ottawa and things. Is that budget, you think, is sustainable for you? Are you happy with the budget if when you look at overall budget, that's going to be able to cover and protect the resident of the city of Ottawa if any of those major events, which is probably, I can't tell you what the event, and I'm sure you cannot know because you don't have the crystal ball. What is your reaction to that, Chief?
Councillor, I'll put it into two areas. Maybe the most obvious one. I love this city, my family does too, but you seem to get some really strong weather through here every now and then. So, I don't think it's beyond the pale to consider what's going on the East Coast and the West Coast of this country and climate generally around. We're going to have some severe weather in the next year or two. And in the past, it's presented itself as flooding, ice storms, tornadoes. I hope it doesn't happen for a whole bunch of reasons. The second piece of that will be, as you talked about, demonstrations that are planned or unplanned that relate to the city of Ottawa more frequently and more significantly, those that relate to the federal seat of power here in the nation's capital. While there is a reasonably good transfer payment method for things like Canada Day celebrations, I believe that it is a significantly underfunded demand on the police of jurisdiction, which is the Ottawa Police Service, for taking responsibility of the vast majority of the operation and intelligence threat assessment work around those demonstrations. So there is a transfer payment model that has been negotiated. I think that is an area that we're going to have to look at to meet those efficiencies of $7.1 million this year. We're going to have to negotiate with the minority government around something that has been very, very difficult to determine, but we'll put our best effort into it, as we will for every aspect of finding those $7.1 million in efficiencies. There is another aspect, though, that relates to that. The RCMP has been withdrawing its footprint here in the National Capital Region for a long period of time. Parliamentary Protection Services, which was originally envisioned as a full police service, is not. It only has jurisdiction on its particular footprint, and it has no ability to do any police services work, proactive or otherwise, outside of its area on Parliament Hill. So we have, by virtue of the national agencies withdrawing or significantly limiting their policing abilities, we have taken on a far greater amount of those policing responsibilities. Again, that is a drain on our resources. It's a push on our operating budget. And it's an area we're going to have to negotiate. We'll need help from the city to negotiate with the federal government for a proper amount of funding in that regards. I don't know what magnitude that is, but it's a significant amount.
Thank you, Chief. And that's where my concern is. That will be, we don't know what is the negotiations going to bring. And as much as I know and you know that if there is a deficit in the budget and then at the end of the year, the city council that they are on the table today, we have to come back and flip the bill for all the deficit that the police resources and the police board, where the police actually accumulate. But thank you for that. But my other question also, with that budget that presented to us today at the table, how are you going to manage, and are you going to deploy some resources from rural area? Because during COVID, I'll tell you, I've been bugging your team and I'm the police services from recreational vehicles on the road, dirt bikes on the road, speed on the board. And I'm sure me and every other word that you've been hearing from us, we need police presence to enforce policing, to enforce speeding. We have vandalism. People are bored and they're going out doing things. And then, of course, the police resources. Is it this budget? There is any implication or any cut? You can see with that budget that we are presented to us today, it's going to impact, it's going to affect our rural services. I'm sure Councillor Chantier is going to ask you the same, Councillor Kitt and the rural councillors. Can you please, through this budget, assure us and the public, make sure the public are aware if there is any cut or any significant decrease in services going to happen in the rural area? And that's very concerned for me, Mr. Chief.
Councillor, I can't make that prediction while we're in the early days of considering what that $7.1 million will look like across our full set of operations, from administration to finance to information technology, human resources, and yes, operations. I can't tell you at this point what the impact will be on those service demands. We are already not delivering full service areas in things like fraud investigations, cyber investigations, and intelligence operations. We are not meeting all the traffic requests that are coming in from councillors in the urban, suburban, and rural areas. We are not able to deploy crime prevention officers, community officers, or neighborhood resource teams to the level that councillors in various wards are looking for. We are not able to provide the dedicated beat patrol officers in the downtown market area that councillors and city officials are looking for. We are already not making the demands that are already on our plate. Finding $7.1 million will put some stretch, further strain, and potentially reductions on service delivery. I just can't detail them at this point. I can't tell you whether it would come from rural areas or urban areas. When it comes to those weather patterns, again, we've deployed resources out of the core to go out to the rural areas and the suburban areas for flooding and ice storms and tornadoes. So it depends on the nature of the crisis. Where it impacts geographically, we will have to redirect resources from other areas to supplement that for the days or the weeks that it takes. That's the challenge of being a police chief in Canada's largest municipality that spans urban, rural, and geographic areas and includes the National Capital Region.
Thank you, Chief. And I know the challenges, and I appreciate all the effort that has been put together right now to be able to achieve and be able to deliver a good budget. I personally would be happy to support the 3%. My community were very in support of not cutting the police budget and keeping the budget as is, because the budget reflects the boots on the ground for the men and women that they protect our communities every day. We're the furthest point in the city from the south end. And I know some members, they don't see the challenge that we have as rural councillor, and it's going to cut the resources that we're going to be able to help to keep our community safe. The people and some members that they have policing conveniently in their area, they don't see that challenge and they don't understand what it means for police officer and resources to come to rural area to be able to protect and serve the community. And I'm very disappointed with the whole budget. But I will be working with my colleague and with the mayor's office and with the police board to making sure we achieve something that we don't minimize. We don't minimize
1 minute
and cut the resources in rural area, Mr. Mayor. And that will be my statement. And I'm happy to see if we can. I know that we cannot send the budget back to the police board because they already made the decision. But I'm hoping that we can find some sources to help making sure we don't cut services in the rural area. Thank you, Chief, and thanks, Chair Deans.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeRose. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to address the issue of where we have police services, and yes, in the downtown ward, in my ward, we do get calls for service. We do have a neighborhood response team, but let me talk about the people at the other end of those calls. And let me, if you will, this past couple of weeks, I've been working with someone who lives in Somerset Ward, who has a woman living in her front yard. She set up a little shelter. She doesn't speak English, very little French, and she's she's frightened. And some neighbors have called police because they're worried about her. And the only place for her to go is a shelter, which she's afraid of, and she keeps coming back. So there's a call for police. In our parks, we have a raging opioid crisis. People are being poisoned by a toxic poison drugs in our community. And it causes disruption in our parks, on our streets, and police are called. I have a neighbor who I recently found out has been starving since COVID began. He's elderly, he doesn't have much money. And I only found out about this through a referral that he got to a local agency. And yes, petty thefts are up in this area. People are hungry. People are suffering from addictions. So while we do have calls to police, what we do need is help for people. And the notion that we have to wait until all of the right programs are in place and the frameworks are in place and we've struck some sort of committees really is telling these people who are sleeping outside, sleeping on benches, hungry, dying of drug overdoses, that they have to wait. But they don't have to wait. 613-819 Black Hub, an excellent report. Coalition Community Health Centers, another report that shows exactly where money can be diverted to. And while I'm going to gladly support the $2.65 million in extra funding, and thanks to my colleague, Councillor King, for providing that for us through his efforts, I have to ask, if we needed that, if we really care about these people who are suffering in our city, why wasn't that in this draft budget? Why did we not identify a need for $2.65 million of funding to meet the needs of people who are suffering, who we're sending police to? And it's not their job. It's actually unfair to them. We're sending police in to do the job that they are not equipped to do. And we cannot continue to just do the same things that we've always done and expect a different result, because it's not going to happen. And then we need to think about, why are we not demanding health dollars from the province? Why are we not demanding funding from the federal government? Because we aren't. We let them off the hook completely. Our MPs, our MPPs are nowhere to be seen when issues on our streets are happening because of policies that they've made at the federal and provincial level. So we don't have the hospital beds, we don't have housing, we don't have decent policy around decriminalization and safe supply of opioids. But what we also don't have, and what we need, is funding in our community services. And if anybody thinks that we cannot provide for people in our community with $2 million, $3 million, $14 million, it's only because that's not what you're prioritizing. If we really want to have safe communities for everyone, not just those of us who can go home, we need to start funding our community programming. And we are not doing that. We are splitting $27 million amongst 95 agencies, and it doesn't do enough. It doesn't come anywhere close to meeting the needs.
Sir, your time is up. Would you like to get back on the list?
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. Thanks. $27 million for community funding doesn't come anywhere meeting the needs of people in our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you, Your Worship. Number one, I don't support defunding the police. also recognize that, something Councillor McKenney said is actually very true, and that is that the issues you're talking about are not the responsibility of police. The responsibility of police primarily is to enforce the law and to fight crime. And I know in our ward, just a couple of nights ago, we had a shooting where a 16-year-old boy was killed. A 16-year-old boy. And that means there's no tomorrow for him. There are none of these other issues and problems that he even gets to deal with. And so what do we owe this 16-year-old boy? We owe it to him and to his family to find out who did it and to bring them to justice. And that is the role of the police. And I remember about 6 years ago, there was a shooting in Bell's Corners in our ward. We had a large community meeting, and the MPP was actually involved then. It was Lisa McLeod. And we had a large community meeting, and the police were there and explained to the public the plan they had to bolster the guns and gangs effort. And they explained that they had a hiring plan over the next 10 years, and that included for next year. And it was a combination of growth hiring and hiring for redeployments to send more people to guns and gangs. And at the end of that, we would have a much better way of dealing with this. When there's a shooting on Elmira, people don't want a van filled with social workers to show up. They want the police to show up and the police to get to the bottom of it and create a safer community to those who are afraid that the next knock at their door could be somebody who's got a gun. So these things are very serious. The community was promised this plan, which wasn't even completely outlined, would be implemented over the next 10 years. And now it seems to me like we're no longer going to be hiring according to that plan. And yes, there's a trend towards so-called defunding the police, but there will be other trends, and defunding the police, when it stops, will stop abruptly. The people responsible for the programs that Councillor McKenney and Councillor Menard speak about are not the police. They're in social services, they're in mental health, etc. It's their responsibility and councillors' responsibility to advocate for them to try to get those services increased. But for the police, enforcement and fighting crime is the prime responsibility. And we shouldn't be expecting them to do all of these other things. And we have to remember the 16-year-old boy that was murdered and all of the other similar cases that have happened. And we need to get to the bottom of them and do something to help solve it. So I think all of council should remember the enforcement responsibility is the primary one. It's the one that when I get calls from people demanding police presence to fight speeding and that kind of thing, it's almost always the same people who've at one point or another suggested defund the police. Well, they want to defund the police except for when they want the police. And I think the police are so basic to the community and to our protection that we have to recognize the enforcement and the crime fighting aspect of the police and value that very highly. So please keep that in mind.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a difficult decision. We're looking at somewhere in the middle. There's people who wanted zero. There's people that want the full. However, I think there's some collaboration that is needed, and I want to thank Councillor Deans and Councillor King for coming up with a 2% rather than the full amount, and to Councillors Cloutier and Eglai for your motions that will be coming up. And I want to thank members of the Police Board and Chief Sully for their work they've done on this transformation budget. I know this isn't easy, and that there needs to be significant change on the way policing is done in our, and I believe I've heard that loud and clear from the chief himself. The next step is about us as representatives of the city. We know we don't have enough for those things that we see as solutions, and we need to start putting resources to it. It's been stated that this isn't enough, but that is something that we have to work towards. And these things are not going to be overnight solutions. And I don't think anyone should expect in a year from now that we're going to see huge differences right away, but we can make changes and we have to continue on it. And I think that that is where we work. We've heard from individuals, community agencies, groups, that what's happening right now is not working and the improvements are needed. We have the power as a city council to work together. I was never prouder of our city than during the pandemic when we came up with the Human Needs Task Force, and we worked with agencies all across the city, and we worked together to come up with solutions because we knew during the pandemic people needed our help and we needed to reach out to them. And that was for the most vulnerable communities. That's the kind of cooperation we're going to need. And the police will be part of it. They have to be. They have been doing the job before, and it's a part of what we're going to do. So I see that as necessary. Right now, it's disadvantaged for vulnerable communities. When we hear about the things that are happening, they're often in vulnerable communities, the need. And that is why we have many concerns, particularly on mental health and addiction services. That should be one of the top priorities. We need to work together to provide resources that keep people from committing crimes. I think we're all in favor of prevention. We have an Ottawa Public Health Board. What is it about? Prevention. Prevention for the things that we're concerned about. They were the stars during the pandemic, but otherwise people don't even think about Ottawa Public Health. It's always been in the background before. We need to do that in so much other resources. So we need to work on this. I should also state that we also need partners in other levels of government, such as our federal partners, to help with us in dealing with decriminalization and possession of small quantities of drugs. That would help all of us, and the chief has said this as well. We also need our provincial partners. We need more funding for social services overall. This is still not enough, nowhere near. And that should be the direction that they're going. And we need that help as soon as possible, particularly in affordable housing, which could solve a lot of the issues, particularly on homelessness. Why should police be dealing with people that are homeless? This is wrong. The case that was presented earlier, that is typical of some of the heartbreaking situations that we see, and that is not a job for police. So we need more resources in that way. I believe the police have been trying to do what they can. However, they've been given an impossible task. So we need to work together. We need to have more resources for those things that belong in social services, that belong in prevention. And I'd like to make the top priority on mental health. I've seen it in my own community. People don't even know where to call when they see somebody in need. There's somebody that can harm. I know these situations can be complicated, but we need those resources 24/7. We need another place to call to help those people. So we need to work on that. It's not something that happens overnight if we do it right. We're going to take the time to make sure that that is the solution. There have been examples raised from across the globe. And I think that we have good examples to work through and use it as models. So we need to keep reflecting on this. We need the prevention. We have to use that word more and more. Crime prevention Ottawa doesn't get a lot of money, but maybe we should look at them as well. So I'll be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to begin first by saying thank you to Chief Slowly. Since you came on board in 2019, I have found that you have been a great communicator and have clearly advocated why you believe that the status quo of policing needs to change, and also the path forward to achieve that change. And as you've done today and continue to do, the challenges that come with the realizing that change. So thank you, Chief Slowly. I really appreciated hearing the discussion today. I hear a lot of issues that I think could be seen as governance issues with police in Ottawa and police in Ontario. You know, we have the community well-being and safety plan that lacks the proper provincial funding. That's a challenge. We have a police budget that is driven largely by salaries, and we have limitations and restrictions there, constraints from collective bargaining. We have a Police Services Act that sets the role of police and the oversight bodies, such as the Police Services Board, that I think leaves a lot of things to a lot of changes people would like to see there. You know, even on the way that a deficit situation might work. We're spending a couple hours here debating a police budget. The police could come back to us in 2022 and we might have to end up shoring up a deficit, which seems to be a strange way to have a debate about budgets. And then there's the fourth pillar of mental health response. And Chief Slowly had mentioned earlier, there is no one organization in charge. And yet the public looks to us as a council to make change here, whether it's for more investment into police or less investment into police. They're looking to council to do something. And I think there's a real sense of frustration around the table that we're limited in what we can actually do. And I'm worried that we're going to keep coming back to this conversation again and again in future budgets unless we really can find a way to address the governance issues, the structural issues that are putting roadblocks in place. So I wanted to ask you, Chief Slowly, do you have any advice for us as a council? What should we be doing as advocates? Where should we be asking for changes? Where should we be advocating with the province or any other level of government to achieve some of the governance changes that would help you and the police service and our city adapt more effectively to what the public is looking for in terms of community safety?
Councillor, thank you very much, first of all, for your earlier kind comments towards myself, but also the members of my organization. I appreciate that. I don't think there's any great advice I can give you in this area. I think the municipal government here will need to advocate to the province, not just the Solicitor General, for changes to the Police Act, for funding to support the implementation of the new act, specifically funding that directly supports the municipalities' responsibilities under community safety wellbeing planning and its implementation. I think that is probably, for this discussion, the most important piece of advocacy at the right level of government. I know from having conversations over the last several years, several months, several weeks, days, I won't say hours, that there are a number of efforts at City Hall amongst your colleagues and in civil society to do advocacy to other ministries, the Ministry of Health in particular, to get funding where we can do joint integration, expand our current integrated model of a police and a mental health practitioner in a car responding to low acuity, low risk calls. We currently have that 7 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day. We should be having that 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with sufficient capacity to serve the downtown core, the suburban and the rural areas. We do not have that capability now. I had requested $1 million in funding from the province last year to do that. That money got transitioned from the Solicitor General to the Ministry of Public Health into the Ottawa LHIN and was spent without a single dollar coming back into that expansion of the program. However we get new funding from the province or from the federal government, it needs to be very explicitly aligned to the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. It needs to be accounted for through the city and Donna Gray's department, and it should be then where we all come to the table, the police included, to look at how to develop the implementation of those resources in a material way. There are federal government grants that are available as well. And I think there should be a whole of city effort led by council, supported by leaders like myself, to access those funds. Last year, there was an effort to provide funding for guns and gangs and drugs from the federal government. Most of the money was to go to provincial interdiction for firearms coming across the border, but there was a youth amount of money to go to youth prevention programs, gang intervention, gang extradition, gang prevention programs. I'm not sure a single grant was submitted or a single dollar was received from the federal government. Most importantly, sir, quite frankly, support the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, support its implementation, support Donna Gray and her team, Steve Kay and his team. We will provide our full support. That's the only thing that we have full control over. That's the only thing we can provide directed funded to. That is the only thing I believe that will bring the city together around these very complex and vexing issues. And we are prepared to fully support Donna, her team, Steve and his team.
Thank you very much, Chief. I appreciate that. I think another thing you said earlier was this isn't an on-off switch. This is a dimmer switch. It's a gradual change. I think you've reminded us just now of the many different community organizations and many different initiatives we need to keep our focus on as a council in order to effectuate the change that people want to see in terms of community safety. So I'll be supporting this budget, but also realizing this goes far beyond just a police budget in terms of our need for council to focus on these issues. So thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Merci énormément, Monsieur le Maire, and thank you. And first, I want to acknowledge the work by the Ottawa Police Service Board in the last year, the delegations that were heard and the input and the thoughtfulness that was put into the debate. Thank you, Chair Deans, and thank you to your boards. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank Chief Slowly for your leadership. And I amplify the words by Councillor Gower a few moments away. Your work, the work of your leadership team, and the work of the members of the OPS, and your openness in dealing with what you called earlier one of the most complicated pieces of business that we need to deal with. And both the OPSB and the OPS have balanced difficult and sometimes competing perspectives in these changing times. And the changing times aren't easy, but it is that collaboration and that cooperation from all players. And I see that in the thoughtful comments from my colleagues today as we deal with the budget. And thanks to Councillor Eglai for your discussion on the motions that will be coming later on, but I appreciated your comments. Colleagues, all of us here have been reflecting on what we've been hearing from our communities over the past years, and I've had the privilege over the last year in particular to reflect and learn and unlearn from our community and from various members of our communities, and the personal stories we've heard told to us by our constituents, by other community leaders, and our own stories and our own personal experiences, and how all too often our current system requires an escalated emergency call for resources to attend to an individual or a family, Councillor McKenney said, or a household in crisis, the importance of providing the right service at the right time, the right skilled practitioner, and acknowledging the difficulty of navigating the service barriers, the financial barriers, the wait lists, the culturally appropriate services, and the greater need for upstream, proactive, early intervention. And also to acknowledge that prevention and crisis response work together towards a better goal. And I have no questions, but I would ask that I will support the OPSB recommended budget. It provides funding for the motions that we're going to deal with later, that we'll deal with in a few moments, that explores a different path forward, a new path forward, an alternative model through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. So thank you very much for for the opportunity to comment on the Police Service Board budget. And again, I would urge my colleagues to support the budget that's been presented. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci, Conseiller. Councillor Kitts, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. There's been a lot already said. I'll aim to be brief. This is a polarizing issue, but what we've heard over and over again in the course of this discussion is that there's broad recognition on all sides of this issue that there are calls that OPS is currently responding to, specifically with respect to mental health, which could be handled by other service providers that would produce better outcomes. So I will be supporting the board's recommendation. I'd like to acknowledge their work as well, but I do join some of my colleagues in their concern that if we don't move forward with intention and with collaboration, it will create gaps. And I think there's that fear in the community about what those gaps might mean in an emergency. And it's likely that those gaps could impact those that need support the most. Preventative takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, but doing nothing is not an option either. So I think and hope that the service will be able to find greater efficiencies given that we're driving further judiciousness. But in the motions that are going to come forward, I think there is very important direction included in each around creating evaluation criteria, performance indicators, and monitoring progress. Because in order for this transition to be a success, we need to create capacity for our officers to do the jobs that only they can do, and then redirect funding to the services that others can do more effectively. So, I think today we're faced with an important exercise to re-examine how our resources are used to address the safety needs in our city. And this is really about producing better outcomes, and we need to closely monitor if that's what we're achieving. As some of my colleagues have already shared, I believe that it is critical that we work together to enact that change. I think Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell, their senior leadership team are committed to looking inward, to seeing where improvements can be made. We have community groups that have come to the table with insight, with lived experience, with ideas. And I think this council has a role to play in building bridges on this issue and working together to rethink community safety for the betterment of everyone, for the BIPOC community, for our most vulnerable residents, for those delivering social services, and for members of our police service themselves. So I will join my colleagues in thanking the many men and women of our service, and you, Chief Slowly, for the difficult work that you do. I get a lot of emails asking for increased police enforcement in my community, and I do know that there are many across the city who are grateful for your service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay? I don't have my headset working today.
Yeah, we can
Great,
hear.
thank you. Terrific. Just a couple of quick questions, and to echo a lot of what I'm hearing, thank you to the work, everyone. I mean, whether it's Keith and Matt and everyone getting together trying to find solutions on this, I think is really critical. I do echo some of the points that have been made as a ward that's been heavily hit with some tragedy, with violent actions. Chief, your force has done a tremendous job reassuring the community, communicating with the community. I just want to ensure what is being proposed with this reduced budget. First of all, I never want to see another event again, but reality is we're in a very dangerous situation with a lot of gunplay. Will we be able to uphold exactly what we're doing now, or will we see a degradation when it comes to policing in a situation like violent crime within a community?
Yeah, Councillor, thank you for your question. I think it's similar to ones asked earlier. And I wish I could tell you at this point on December 8th exactly how the entire review of every part of our budget and our operating model will work out to find those $7.1 million in efficiency savings, while still knowing we're going to have something that's going to be quite asymmetric next year that we can't plan for but can reasonably anticipate. So my short answer is I don't know. Guns and gangs and drugs is one of those top priorities across all the wards, whether or not a councillor actually had an event in their area. I think it's a general sentiment that we received when we conducted 3 separate interviews with councillors over the course of the year, specifically on the budget. Traffic, guns and gangs, violence against women, youth were at the top of the list on almost every occasion. So that will not be an area that we're going to degrade significantly, if at all, over the course of the year. But I can't promise you it won't be touched in some way. Again, if we really do this important work of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, if we all start to work together in a way that, quite frankly, I haven't seen in my 2 years here, with the exception of the response to the pandemic, if we do that at that level, I think we'll actually, it'll be a great opportunity, as others have expressed, to recalibrate the city, its social safety net, and produce safety outcomes, including safety outcomes that will touch on high-end violent crimes like gang-related shootings. But right now, I'm simply not in a position to tell you that there will be nothing that relates to the investigation services, intelligence services, and frontline operational services, IT support services, training, and education efforts to make sure our guns and gangs teams have the latest information. I can't tell you that that won't be touched in any way over the course of the next year.
Yeah, that's obviously concerning for myself. I know other areas of the city are experiencing it more and more, even in the suburbs, because I'm inside the Greenbelt, so I'm urban. People keep forgetting that. That being said, I don't have the warm and fuzzies, so I'm just going to have to watch as this progresses. A couple other things that I've noticed. Looking at the end of the meetings, and wow, those are some long police board meetings that you guys have to sit through. But I watch it, and I appreciate the chair and the board members having to sit through a lot of delegations and listening quite attentively. At the end of the budget one with the board members, there seemed to be a little confusion, and you made mention there was the budget that did pass. And then there was an additional motion that Chair Deans was putting on the table and then quickly withdrew it. You had mentioned you weren't aware of it. Are you aware of it now? Is it kind of combined into what's happening now at City Council? I found it a little confusing, and I know some of the OPS board members were also a little bit confused. So maybe the chair wishes to speak to it, or the chief as well, just to give some clarity, because it seemed to kind of be dangling there and no one really knew what was going on.
I'd be happy to answer that question. Yes, after the police board unanimously passed the budget at 2%, what it did is free up $2.65 million that City Council had told us that we could take, but that's now returned to the City Treasury. But what we have been listening to from the community for a whole year, and what we've heard loud and clear, is that we need upstream programs and services in place. We need an alternative response to mental health, and we need to get on with doing that right now. So the motion that I put on the table was the logical extension of the 2%. That motion, I just assumed it would easily pass, because it's what we promised in the November in 2021 when we were doing the 2021 budget. It's what we've worked toward the entire year, and there were no surprises in that motion. But Chief Slowly was concerned that the words Ottawa Police Service were not embedded directly in it, as opposed to, I had referenced the Guiding Council, of which the police service is a member, but he wanted some he wanted the motion to be more reflective of a role for police. And instead of getting into a protracted debate about that after a very long police services board meeting, I recognize that as a member of council, working with my council colleagues, I can just as easily put it through City Council in that format than getting into a long debate about it at that point. So I withdraw.
And Councillor, I was not aware of the motion. I had several concerns, one of which is what Chair Deans has just articulated. But I will say, since then, the chair has proactively reached out to me and provided the opportunity, meaningful opportunity, to provide input. And I will wait to see what the final version is that's tabled today, but I've had meaningful input since then. Thank you for your question.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it did create a bit of confusion, and I know that some of the OPS board members were a little confused too. So good lesson on circulation prior to meetings.
Well, just to be clear about that, that motion would not have been tabled if the police budget at 2% had not passed. So it was only as a result of a former motion passing that motion was put forward, and that's why it was done in that format.
Right. And, not to debate, but, the chief did say he never saw it before either. And I'm hearing that as well, but I'm glad that's been clarified since, and we're dealing with it at council where it should have been dealt with. When I look at, I met with Sandy Smallwood and with Deputy Chief Bell to go over some of the numbers. We're really I made it very clear to Sandy, and I've been on the police board in the past, that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the board. We are completely separate from city council. We have a separate hat we have to wear. We even get a little magnetic badge that we get to wear. I made it extraordinarily clear. I'm concerned, and while I will be supporting what the board has put forward today, is the reason I'm doing it that way is because I told Sandy I believe the board is best at knowing what's happening with the internal workings on a regular basis. I've since heard from others that there's still some questions on numbers, and I don't think this is the last time we're going to see this come back to us. That being said, I will go ahead and support the budget that is coming forward today with a very big note. I have major concerns. I don't think there's enough money. And just one quick question to the chief. When you see the union boss coming forward with a pretty critical notification to members of council, essentially saying we'd like to see a new police services board next year. How does this square, Chief? Because this has got to be you have a pretty decent relationship with the membership. How do you see a letter like this of concern coming from the head of the union?
Thank you. I speak for Matt Scott. He's president of a different organization in the Ottawa Police Service, and he has a mandate and a membership that he needs to look after. And his communications to council or to the board will need to stand on their own. I can tell you that my membership, and I've responded to a question at a board meeting about this, my membership have been working every hour of every day, of every week, of every month of this pandemic. On top of all the demands that they have had on them, this has been an incredibly difficult period for them. The ambiguity around the budget, the length of the budget process, the contentious issues around it have only added to their stress and their strain, but they've never taken a step back in trying to serve and protect the community. We do not have a perfect police service. And not all of my members are worthy of their oath of office or their badge, but the vast majority are good, decent, hardworking people. The vast majority of them live and work and pay taxes in the city, and they love this organization, they love this city, and they want to be part of its future. A changed and different future. But they are stressed, they are strained, and they have concerns like I have expressed here today around the risks associated to this budget. Like me, they're excited around the opportunities associated to this budget. They just want to know that there is going to be a city hall and a city that will work with them, not against them, to get the most out of this budget and the best out of these circumstances.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Chief, for all the great work that you do in the city, and thank you to the board and the chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Next is Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't think I ever recall spend that much time on a police budget, but it was a good dialogue with the chief, with my colleague. I found it ironically we're all almost saying the same thing and bear some of the responsibility, because Chief, you and I, we attended the back then under the federal government, the 2,500 officer for community safety after the shooting in Toronto. And from then, we're talking about community safety plan and well-being. It was initiated in 2016 with the previous government, but implemented toward the end of that government. And today, we still haven't done nothing about it. And And it is frustrating, and it's not on your part, or I think we all share some of that responsibility, because without the funding from the provincial government who promised us will fund the community safety plan and well-being, we feel ourselves scrambling now. And it's all really comes down to trust issue. Some of us, we want to see the change. I think we all want to see the changes. Even yourself, you don't want to go to a call you mentioned earlier. I don't want to repeat everything you said. So we all want the changes, but we cannot all trust that change is going to happen. And if it doesn't happen, so that means in September of next year, this council, this taxpayer of Ottawa will be on the hook to pay what we under budget today. And that's a concern. So I know we cannot direct the police board, but I will be requesting a police board give the city council quarterly report on the budget and how they are moving forward with the budget. I have the most trust and respect for you, Steve Kay, Donna Gray, who will do the good job with the guiding council. And here's the dilemma. None of us, or many of us, not happy with the budget. Some fear it's not enough in it to provide the service we have seen in the last couple of years. Some they want to defund the police altogether. If we send that budget back to you, not to you, sorry, the budget is the board budget, not to you, to the board, we saw the result. It's going to be either 4-3 at best, or it's going to come back with more vote or less vote. That's not going to change anything. It's not going to change anything. And I don't want to miss that opportunity to say, well, we should have given the guiding council working together with the police and all other community agencies the opportunity to work together. So I will be supporting the budget came to us from the board. I will be keeping an eye on. We will be requesting an update from the police service board on their budget to the city council. We'll keep an eye on this one. And we want to continue working with you and your colleague in the city or guiding council or other agency to make sure we succeed with that. It is time for us to take that step. I always said, police hate two things equally. The status quo they're in, because they do call they're not supposed to be doing, and they don't like changes. And I think that applies on most people. A lot of us don't want to see the changes as well, or at least they are afraid of the changes. Said all this, one of my colleagues call it, this is not a great budget. Well, I want to call it, it's a failed budget. It failed to address the concern that the service have, the community have, and also failed for those people who wants to defund the police, also failed them because we're not defunding the police. The police still receiving, let's be honest, you're still getting the 2% plus 1.8% of a growth assessment. So you still have a 3.8% growth assessment in the budget. Again, I want to applaud my colleague who took on, and with the next step, which is the motion they put forward on Community Protection Service and direct that funding so it doesn't go willy-nilly, that money goes to a body with a good governance and transparency. But the board and the city and all of us, we miss a great opportunity with the community safety plan and well-being and not delivering on it. Crime Prevention Ottawa should have been jumping on this long ago and dealing with federal government and provincial for funding. Because let me tell you, and that's not my statement, across the province, the City of Ottawa Community Safety Plan and Wellbeing shine as one of the best in the province. Unfortunately, we didn't see that other day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, just a question. I'm trying to ascertain if what Councillor El-Shantiri is a direction to the board to report quarterly to council, because as you know, Mr. Mayor, I offered to do that last May in an exchange of correspondence, and you said no. So I'd just like to understand, is this now a direction from council that we should report quarterly or not?
Well, just Councillor Dean, if I may, with the permission of the mayor, we, as a council, we can't direct the board, but we should be asking the board, because I was going to put a motion asking the board on the budget, because my fear is this $7.1 million in saving is not going to happen. And we're going to end up paying for it in September or October. And I want to see it quarterly where we are at. Thank you.
I'd be happy to release the exchange of correspondence between the mayor and myself on that topic. And then, you know, if the mayor would like to change his mind, I'd be happy to do that.
I apologize, but I have a question to Councillor El-Shantiri. My understanding is, Councillor El-Shantiri, you'd like a written quarterly report specifically on the deficit. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I am working with the city solicitor and on that motion, yes.
Okay, so...
that doesn't have to be today, Mr. Mayor, anyway.
Yeah, so are people agreeable generally to have the quarterly written report on the deficit projections? Agreed? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that I agreed. I think that we need to go back to what Councillor Deans originally proposed. So maybe that can be a conversation for a time when we can actually have that conversation and decide as a council.
Yeah, we already agreed to Councillor El-Shantiri's.
No, I don't remember agreeing to that.
I said agreed.
You may have.
If you'd like to dissent, that's fine.
Is there a motion on the table? Is something written we look at, Mayor? Nothing has been written out.
Yeah, it's a direction Councillor El-Shantiri has asked that we be given a quarterly update in writing on the deficit surplus.
Okay, but we have this direction and we're not having a conversation on it. So I'd like to see the direction. We'll have a conversation on it and then we can vote or make an amendment, perhaps.
Right, well, we can put it up in writing, Councillor El-Shantiri, or I'll get the clerk to put it up in writing. And then,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to have an opportunity to share with members of council the exchange of correspondence between you and myself on this topic, because I think it's very germane to this issue. And what you said in that correspondence is because the Police Services Board operates under the Police Services Act and is an independent board, that it would be inappropriate. So I think the council needs to see that and understand it and think about that before there's just a direction given in this manner. So I'd be happy to have those letters sent to all members of council now, and maybe we could have this discussion at the end of the agenda.
Yeah, there's a difference, Councillor Deans. You wanted to have an in-person briefing on a quarterly basis, and Councillor El-Shantiri is suggesting we ask the police board, because we can't direct them, for a quarterly written financial update. So we'll get that written out. And in the meantime, Councillor Kavanaugh has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would have supported the quarterly meetings with the police. I think that would have been helpful. I think that one of the things that I'm hearing is that we need more dialogue and that we need more back and forth. And I wanted to ask the chief if he's willing to work with other community partners on this transfer of resources on mental health and social services beyond the city. If we can include community health centers who have, of course, been very vocal and have had some good suggestions in their document that they put forward. And if we can hear back about these, and should they be regular scheduled meetings, I think we need some kind of communications going forward. And I think that's what, if I'm not mistaken, that's what the chief is trying to say. If he wants to be at the table, we need to hear about it as well. So can I ask what his thoughts are on that?
Sorry, Councillor, that question was directed to me on as to who should be at the table. Councillor, again, this is, I know there's probably levels of understanding around the community safety well-being plan and this process, but that is a decision that will be made by the city and through council to Steve Kanalakis, his team, Donna Gray. They will convene the tables they think they need to convene. There is legislation that requires certain entities to be there, police being one of them. But other than that, I can't determine which healthcare providers, social service agencies will be there. That will be up to the city to design those tables to address those priorities and to deliver on whatever plans, develop and deliver on whatever plans. So I see Steve Kay is on the thing. It's really a question to him and his staff.
Mr. Kanellakis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Slowly, for the question, Councillor Kavanaugh. Yeah, there's a couple things I just feel I need to clarify in terms of community safety well-being. I realized it came several months ago, and maybe not everybody was, involved at Community and Protective Services Committee when they saw it. But the Community Safety Well-being Plan is legislation under the Police Services Act. The city has the role to basically prepare and adopt a community safety well-being plan by resolution of council. And after that, our role is really to encourage and assist other entities to take as the plan requires. The city doesn't own everything in the community safety well-being plan. In fact, the mental health portion of it, the city does not deliver mental health services. We are not a mental health service provider. We don't get funding for mental health. Public health has a role, but not the city in terms of even our social services, we don't. And so the role of the city is to convene and create a governance structure, which in the report, we said we'd be bringing back a governance structure in the first quarter of 2022 that would outline how we would involve the community and any other key stakeholders that have to be involved to move forward in the community safety well-being plan. In fact, in this base budget, council, if they approve this budget, will have committed $34 million to the community safety well-being plan, the 6 priorities that are there, in addition to the $760,000 that was approved by the CPS committee for $500,000 for staffing to oversee and create a coordinating body for the community safety well-being plan, and $250,000 to provide supportive expenses to be able to manage that. We've also are supporting the Guiding Council with Ottawa Police in partnership, where we're trying to fund a secretariat. They're in the process of hiring. They've done the job descriptions so that they can have staff from the community and a leader to guide the Guiding Council. So the notion that police won't be involved or other community groups will be involved is false. The fact is that, and I spoke to Chief Slowly about today, we cannot move forward, for instance, the mental health initiative and the alternate response without the city being at the table, and the key community organizations downstream, as the Chief Slowly said, who will be responding to those calls. Dual proposition. I mean, I'm on a large city executive forum of large cities in North America, everywhere from Miami to Texas to Detroit, LA, talking to the city managers, and many of those cities have implemented alternate response for mental health calls, and they've used different processes. Some have used 311. Some have set up community safety bureaus and divisions where they've staffed and they've done that. Some use a triage through 911. Some bring together another community agencies like 211 to do it, and they're downstream. They've all used different models. There are models there that we can look at. The plan is that the funding that police have been provided to Guiding Council in support of the city with what council hopefully will pass, will allow us to develop that plan through the Guiding Council, because it's their responsibility to do that. We have on that Guiding Council key community organizations, not only service delivery agencies, but other community organizations that represent all the sectors involved in mental health. And that plan is going to come back with a funding plan, with an operational plan, and all the other things that are required to be able to safely divert calls away from police and into other community agencies. But we also have to be realistic about our expectations. My discussions with Chief Slowly, and I think we both agree, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're looking at probably a 5% diversion rate, maybe in the first year, and to grow that. It's hard to get that diversion rate to get sorted out. You're not going to go from zero to all calls moving away from police because of the complexity of the calls and how the information comes in. We amalgamated, and I was leading that. I was part of the executive command leading the amalgamation of 3 police services here in Ottawa, Carleton, 1995. I also led the amalgamation of fire, bylaw, and paramedics in this city. And I amalgamated dispatches for all those areas and call and tiered response, including 911. I'm very familiar with what the challenges are to downstream calls and triage calls. I get that on a tiered response. We can do this, but we can, as Chief Slowly says, we have to do this together. There are no, I know Chief Solly referenced senior city officials don't want police at the table. I hope he wasn't referring to his colleagues here at the city. He's shaking his head no, because we are invested to work with them to ensure that Ottawa Police and the city are working with the community and engage the organizations required so that we can start moving forward on this. I've also had a meeting with Cam Love, the CEO of the Ottawa Hospital, and Cam Love runs, quite frankly, it's even bigger than the Royal Ottawa Hospital, the largest mental health programming and services in the entire city. And he is going to join us. And I've talked to Chief Solly about this, and he referenced it earlier. And I've talked to Donna Gray about it. Donna Gray is going to connect with them, where we believe we can get funding from the Ministry of Health and the Ottawa Health teams to ensure that we can start growing the program that's already in existence. It's running only 8 hours a day, and expand that and get some quick wins as we proceed into the new year. But the reality is you won't have a complete plan till later in 2022, because it's complicated to figure out how do you divert calls away from police. So I understand Chief Slowly's pain in terms of struggling to do this with reduced budget, but we can do this. And I can assure you that we will involve anybody in the community, the key people in the community, in all of the community safety wellbeing plan. But our focus right now is that guiding council on mental health. That's a #1 priority. We identified that in the community safety wellbeing plan. We know we can develop that plan, and we know we can implement that plan, and we will get people together. I have full confidence in Donna Gray's shop and Donna for leading this. She's been doing an outstanding job bringing together people in her department to ensure that we have proper oversight of the community safety wellbeing plan. And she's working hard now to bring a governance structure that aligns with what the community is expecting and what police is expecting. So I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, I thank the city manager for these comments, and I think we're saying the same thing, but I think what we're asking for is how do we get information on how things are going? Do we have to wait a whole year to the next budget? I think it's important that we have updates, and I think that it more than just a written update quarterly. I think that we need to hear and be able to ask questions on how things are going. This is very crucial to go in the right direction, and I want to know if there can be a commitment to do that.
Mr. Mayor, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, regardless of what the governance structure, will report through CPS committee and the council. So there'll be regular reports coming back. Ms. Gray, Donna has committed to that, back to CPS and council on the progress of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, starting with the proposed governance structure, which council has to approve, and updates on how we're doing with the guiding council. I made a commitment that I would bring back updates in the guiding council as Councillor Deans moved that motion and moved over the responsibility to me and our organization to lead this or to coordinate it. And that is our role. So we will be updating council on a regular basis to ensure the council is informed in our progress, not only in mental health, but the community safety wellbeing plan overall.
Okay, so just to go back, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
We're talking about the money that we're looking at that is being diverted. I mean, that's what residents want. They want to see how this money that is being diverted and how it's working, specifically over and above the plan that we had in place. This is new. We want to see how it's working, and I think that we need to hear from that. If it goes through the committee, that's so be it. I'm okay with that, but it has to be in conjunction with the Ottawa Police Services. But I think that's really important that we know where that money is going and how it's being used. Even some kind of update. We can't wait a full year to find out. We need that information ahead of time.
Mr. Mayor, I just
maybe go back to Mr. Kanalakis. We can deal with two issues. One, the point that Councillor Luloff or Councillor Kavanaugh has made with respect to you're committing to a quarterly report through committee, I guess CPS, and then you'll also get the information from the police on how they're spending their resources, which would negate Councillor El-Shantiri's direction. So, Mr. Kanalakis, can you confirm that you can do those two things for us?
Well, I can do the first one. I committed to doing it. The second one is the board would have to receive the quarterly reports, and council can receive them. They're public documents. So if the request is that the board produces a quarterly financial update, which they do anyways, I believe, then council, that can be shared with council. The first one for sure, we would bring regular reports through our governance structure, which is council, because that's where the community safety wellbeing plan belongs, and council is responsible for it.
Okay, so we'll deal with that after everyone else has spoken. So we have Councillor.
I just want to make sure that it's stated that it's specifically on the funding that has been diverted.
Yes, that will
That
be
we
a
will see that.
That's a direction from you, and I believe there's consensus on the part of council. Agreed?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor.
Thanks. I just want to begin by thanking you, Chief Slowly, and the OPS for their hard work in my community. I've been on ride-alongs and I speak regularly with our community police officer, Mark LaRue, who I'm sure will be a little roasted by his colleagues for being mentioned specifically by me today, but I can't say enough good about the thoughtful and caring work that he does here in Orleans. I often hear from my community about wanting increased police investment, and things I regularly get complaints about are speeding, noisy exhaust systems, and the fact that you can't do much more than report a collision at 10th Line Station, and only if your vehicle is drivable. You can't even get a criminal records check or a vulnerable sector check, meaning that all the volunteers that we've needed during the pandemic had to drive to the West End or take a bus to the West End if that office was even open. And this severely stunted community response to COVID-19 because people couldn't get those checks. So I recognize the need for continued investment, and I recognize that the police service and all of us have a lot more work to do. And I think that work has started, which is why I'm more open than I was at budget directions. And I also recognize that the police board sets the budget, and that is their discretion. But today we can only accept or reject the recommendation. And I think the recommendation is aspirational, because if it doesn't work, as Eli pointed out, we'll be paying for the overruns this time next year, maybe earlier. So today I'm willing to support the recommendation with the caveat that the Delta be used to bolster services that will reduce reliance on police. And I don't come to this decision easily. I'd like to thank Keith, Jean, Rawlson, and Diane, as well as Donna and her incredible team, Krista Krelling especially, for working with us based on Jean Rawlson and my directions at committee to develop a plan to use those funds responsibly and in a manner that reduces reliance on the police force. And I know that the guiding council, upon which the OPS is an active, engaged member, will work to achieve those aims. Make no mistake, this is a lot more work for Donna and her overburdened team, but we can't turn down an opportunity to get some work started on the community safety and well-being plan. And I think we all recognize that. I believe that we found a moderate path, which my colleagues will introduce once we get to the CDS budget. But I do worry about continued reductions without legislative reform and a clear transfer of responsibility of services enshrined and recognized in law. That's not the only thing the province is on the hook for, though. They need to fund our community safety and well-being plan. It's a solid plan developed by a solid team, and it's required of us by the province. We've done our work on our side, one of the first large municipalities to do it, but now it's time for them to do their work. This has been a really thoughtful discussion today, but again, make no mistake, it's only the beginning, and we have a lot more work to do involving other levels of governments, our senior leadership team, the guiding council, the chief of police, and our police association. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to make some comments on this today. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and colleagues. I'll be supporting the amended police budget because it seeks to reimagine public safety by seeking a delicate balance to ensure the maintenance of policing in our city while concurrently seeking savings the Police Services Board committed to finding over the past year. Under the Police Services Act, we all know that the Ottawa Police Services Board is responsible for providing adequate and effective policing services in our city. Such responsibility involves ensuring the police service has the funds for crime prevention, law enforcement, victims assistance, public order maintenance, and emergency response. The police budget, passed unanimously by the board, which is now before us as council, ensures that we maintain an adequate level of service. It ensures that the service maintains its legislative and contractual obligations with its sworn officers through collective agreements, which have been determined through bargaining. Further, the police board continues to support the initiatives that board members have been driving in terms of reform over the past year, which include approval of a mediated consultation process to address building trust with Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities with the Police Services Board, approval of the development of partnerships to work with Black, Indigenous, and racialized organizations who are engaged in alternative models of public safety, and very importantly, development of ties with the city's new anti-racism secretariat and the police service. And I do commend Chief Slowly for the work that he's done on EDI and bringing that to the service to share best practices concerning the enhancement of equity and human rights, and to address institutional racism at the police service, along with monitoring and implementation of the police service's equity, diversity, and inclusion plan. The current budget continues to work in that vein towards transformative culture change, which includes engagement with the Indigenous and Inuit communities and service member health and wellness. The budget most importantly addresses community concerns surrounding the increased cost of police services. After last year's budget process, the board committed to looking for ways to reduce or freeze the Ottawa police budget after hearing from hundreds of public delegations, including community advocacy groups, social service organizations, and residents through an extended consultation process. What we heard was clear. Community expectations are for changes that seek efficiencies. The board collectively reviewed the draft budget with a view of moderating the police tax rate increase without impacting frontline services to residents or substantively impacting the base staffing complement of the Ottawa Police Service. To rethink how the Ottawa Police Service does its job in keeping the community safe, the board hired consultants to examine and evaluate approaches to reduce this budget. Their analysis demonstrated that there is the capacity to find cost savings in the budget to reduce the police tax levy by 1% to 2%, allowing us to open up new avenues concerning reimagining public safety in our communities, while at the same time maintaining the adequate levels of service and delivering new proposed services, which the chief outlined. Ultimately, this budget finds more management efficiencies with a view of reducing costs so that we can respond to enhanced community and social service participation in shaping what public safety looks like in our city. A vision that must include non-enforcement interventions through community-based mental health crisis response and programming to improve the quality of life and prospects of racialized youth in our city. I believe our collective goal must be reimagining public safety, focused on the provision of vital social services to communities that need them. We know that the responsibility for public safety needs to be shared with the community and cannot be the sole responsibility of the police service.
1 minute.
For that reason, I'm supportive of this budget and will be voting in favor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I always dislike following Councillor King. He's so eloquent and well-spoken, and I could just say what he said.
Councillor, I think you're on mute.
I actually unmuted, so I'm not sure why that happened, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to say it would be easier for me to just say whatever Councillor King said. He's always right on point, and he hit all the most pertinent points in this draft budget for the Ottawa Police Service. Let me just say that, change is difficult. We all recognize it. But we are ripe for change in this city, particularly when it comes to policing. We hired a police chief who is, that's his mission, to change many things about the police service, to restore our public confidence in the police, to address many of the systemic issues within the police force. And the greatest one, I feel, is what we're doing here today, and that is changing the service delivery model, even slightly. Change needs to start somewhere. We have the police chief who we have the confidence in, who's going to lead us on this. And we've had the chair of the Police Services Board who has recognized that we are at a pivotal point in our history. We need to do things differently. Our police service, our members of our police service are demanding that we do things differently. And let me just put aside what the police association is saying, because everybody knows, it's no secret, we've had an adversarial relationship with the Ottawa Police Service, the Ottawa Police Association. So put that aside. We recognize that changing the way that we do our frontline service is essential today. I've heard some of my council colleagues over the last little while say, I wouldn't have put up with what you at the Police Services Board have been putting up with all year long. I wouldn't listen to all those dissenting voices. It's just, it's a lot of noise, and it has nothing to do with us. Wrong. It has everything to do with us. And I want to take my hat off to Councillor Deans as chair of the Police Services Board, who decided that we have to listen. We all live together in this city, and we have to recognize the needs of our city are changing. And our police service members want to do what they are trained to do, and that is crime prevention, solving crimes, keeping us safe. But if they're doing a lot of social service calls, and I have them in my ward, and I have a very growing ward that wants more police presence, but by doing the social service calls, they're not on the streets doing what they really need to do, what we need them to do. One thing you should remember here today is only 1% of the calls to Ottawa Police are priority calls. Okay, 1%. So that leaves an awful lot of other calls that are, that could be handled by other services, our social services. So when we look back in history, there's always one thing that's a catalyst for change, and we know it's difficult. So what we're asking you here today is to take that difficult step and say, yes, this may be only a small change, but it's a change that we need to get our foot in the door and open that door. We may only divert 5% of the calls, but that's going to show us that what we are doing is possible. Free up our officers to do what they're doing. I know Chief Slowly
1 minute.
Going to do what he said he's doing, and is going to work with all our community partners in order to deliver a different service model. But we've got to start. And this Police Services Board has taken the tough decision to make sure that we do start. And I know that Donna Gray, when she gets those funds, and she's already working on it, is going to do the job that we've entrusted her to do. We're going to get more of the people who are dedicated and are trained to deal with our social service issues on the ground, and police will be involved. They're part of the guiding council. Don't worry about that. And I am confident, even if we get this wrong, we've got to take the step, okay? I take my hat off to everybody here today who had such informed opinions on what we're doing. And please, keep supporting us, because we need this change today.
You wrap up, Councillor?
Yeah, I will. Oh my goodness, I'm the only one speaking. Anyway, I'm the last one to speak. I appreciate everybody's commitment to supporting this budget today. And I'll just say thank you.
Thank you. Chief Slowly.
Thank you. I'll just take a second. Maybe a misunderstanding of the stats by Member Meehan. We have priority 1, 2, and 3 calls, all of which involve some level of immediate harm and risk to the public that we send our officers to through the 911 system. What I believe Councillor Meehan was referring to is actual priority 1 calls, which is the top level of all of our calls, is 1%, but it's a much greater percentage when you take in the 1, 2, and 3 priority levels. I wouldn't want that to be understated. Our priority 1, 2, or 3 are 25% of our calls. That is a substantially large demand on us, but there still creates an opportunity for the lower priority calls to have an alternate response or an integrated response. Thank you, Mayor.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the item before we vote? Just a couple of points. One, thank you, Chief Slowly, and your officers, both sworn and civilian, for the work that you do. I think you heard from all members of council the appreciation that we have for those women and men who put their lives on the line every single day they come to work, and that we do appreciate their work. one of the things we talk a little bit about some of the reforms that are needed. Some of the reforms we need provincial approval for have been long outstanding grievances on the part of many police service boards and municipal councils over the years. And that's things like amending the Highway Traffic Act to allow someone other than a first-class sworn officer to block traffic at the Santa Parade, for instance. You know, I cringed when Councillor Fleury and I were going down on the float at the Santa Parade, and you have a police car and a police officer barricading, you know, Bank and Second. Not a good use of that individual's time, but we've never been able to convince the province to make those kinds of changes. The same with construction duty. You know, even though it's paid for by the contractor, that's factored in, of course, to the price when they bid on projects. A lot of these projects are city projects. The same with those individuals who've been charged under the criminal code, for instance. They're still on the payroll, sitting at home or doing whatever, but being paid for by the taxpayers, and yet we're scrambling to try to maintain a decent level of service. So I think we all collectively, when we're talking to our local MPPs, urge them to take this as an initiative that can really help to allow the police to do their work, real police work, as opposed to, you know, babysitting a construction site or blockading the Santa Parade in one part of the city or the other. We know that the last 4 or 5 years, I think 4 to 5 years, the police service has not met their budget, their balanced budget, and we've had to, as you know, take up the slack on that. So that does continue to be a concern. But I have confidence that you slowly will work with our staff, and with the board, and with others to ensure that we do our very best not to take advantage of the fact that the city carry the burden of deficits. There are some on council and some that have appeared many, many times before committees and the police board that are demanding a defund the police or a freeze the budget. A freeze would result in about 140 mostly officers that would have to be laid off. These are the new officers that just arrived in, because of course seniority means last in, first out. So I appreciate the chief's assurance that frontline officers will not be affected. So I thank all who've been involved in this. I know we have some very innovative motions that are coming up afterwards, that if the police budget passes, that we can then deal with. And in advance, I thank Councillor Deans, King, Cloutier, Egli, and Councillor Luloff, who was also part of that working group for the last couple of days that came up with these two suggestions on where those extra surplus dollars will go in order to benefit the community. Alors, merci beaucoup, Chef Slowly, et votre équipe. On va continuer.
Thank you very much, Chief Slowly, for your team, and thank you so much for helping to protect our beautiful city. Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Councillor Cloutier, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes. Councillor Menard. Councillor Meehan. Yes. Councillor Egli.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor DeRose.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Uloff.
Yep.
Councillor Hart. Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Conseiller Fleury.
Yes.
19 yeas and 5 nays.
Item D is could take twice as long as the last item, very controversial library budget. I know there'll be many questions on this. Item D is the amended 2022 Ottawa Public Library Board draft operating and capital budget as recommended by the OPLB. Ms. Councillor Luloff is chair. Do you have any opening comments, or our CEO, Danielle McDonald?
No, Mr. Mayor. I've been engaging with my colleagues over the course of the last couple of weeks since the OPL board passed our budget. This is an excellent budget. I'd like to thank our senior leadership team at the OPL. I suppose yes, then, Mayor. Sorry. I'd like to thank our board trustees as well, our public trustees, and all of our ad hoc committee members, and our council colleagues that sit with me on the board. Councillor King, Councillor Meehan, Councillor Brockington, who have all contributed over the course of this last term. Most recently, Councillor King joining some of our ad hoc committees. Your contribution is incredibly valued. This is a very good budget, one that will see us continue to expand our online offerings. And as you supported last year, continuing fares free. I'll turn it over to Danielle if you'd like to make a couple of remarks, Danielle, but I'm quite proud of the work that this team and this board has done on this budget.
Ms. McDonald, please.
Thank you, through the mayor. Just a few comments to point out that the budget as drafted did have one motion brought forward by Trustee Brockington, and that is to create taking 40,000 from reserves to put them into an area to develop our community outreach and development area for one time or for 1 year. And that has been carried by the board and is now before you for consideration as part of the revision to this draft budget. And other than that, everything else has remained the same. Thank you.
Okay, so questions and comments on the library board proposed budget, capital and operating? So carried. Adopt A.
Carried.
Thank you, everyone, for your
Item
support.
E is the 2022 Ottawa Board of Health draft operating budget as recommended by the City of Ottawa's Board of Health as follows. 1, Ministry of Health Programs and Standards, 100% city programs, page 5. 2, Ministry of Health Programs and Standards, cost share core programs, page 5. And 3, remaining 2022 Ottawa Public Health draft operating budget. So we have a conflict of interest in 1E1 by Councillor Eglai, 1E2 by Councillor McKenney, and 1E by Councillor Curry. So Councillor Eglai, you just have the one item. Did you want to, as chair, raise any opening or give any opening remarks?
Yeah, I'm cognizant of how much time we've spent so far on budget discussion, so I'll keep it brief. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank staff, thank Dr. Etches and her team for putting together a budget in very uncertain times, as we still deal with COVID in the community. The budget passed unanimously at board, and it reflects that the organization will continue to respond to COVID and the various challenges it puts in front of us. But in addition to doing that, it will also provide resources to allow public health to get back to building up the basic services that we provide, and we should be providing, and are mandated to provide, but that COVID in some places and in some ways is sidetracked. We've kept our presence alive in those areas, but we need to bolster some of those areas again. And this budget allows us to, again, to respond to COVID, but also to get back to some of those public health basics. I think it was Councillor Kavanaugh said earlier today, public health is best when you don't see them or hear them. And, you know, that in some ways, that's the case, right? We come to the forefront when there's a crisis, when there's a problem, and otherwise we're working on prevention, education, to avoid those sorts of things happening. And as I say, I think this budget is a good combination of both of those roles. Forefront in dealing with COVID, and then in the background, building back up, as I say, those basic services and resources that we make available to the people in our city. I don't know, but I'd like to give the opportunity to Dr. Etches if she'd like to say a few words, Mr. Mayor, before we put it to questions and a vote.
Is that it, Councillor? I think you just got cut off. Councillor, is Dr. Etches want to offer any comments?
I'd like to give her the opportunity to do so if she wants to, yes.
Dr. Etches, welcome.
I think Professor Etches might have been dropped from the call, so I don't see her in the meeting at the moment.
Okay, so in the interim, we'll just wait for her and we can see if anyone has any comments or questions to Chair Eglai. Okay, so I'll ask Councillor Eglai to remove himself from 1.E1, Councillor McKinney 1.E2, and Councillor Curry 1.E. And so we have item E, 1 carried.
Carried.
Item E2.
Carried.
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 E3. Carried.
Carried.
Okay, and we'll ask the other members to come back from their virtual removing from the table. Item 2 is Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee portion of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Carried.
Carried.
Item 3 is the Audit Committee portion of the 2022 operating budget as amended by the following: that Council approve the reclassification additional FTE in the Office of the Auditor General as recommended by the Audit Committee. 3 and 3A carried.
Carried.
Next is Community and Protective Service Committee portion of the 2022 draft operating capital budget. We'll remind everyone there are a number of declarations of interest, but we'll deal with them as we come to them. We'll deal with motions now. Councillor Deans, if you'd like to introduce your motion, seconded by Councillor King, with respect to the call referral program.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just give me a second to get it here. Yeah, okay. Every person in Ottawa has the right to culturally appropriate, trauma-informed mental health service, and whereas the City of Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing has established the mandate of the Guiding Council to create a strategy to support an enhanced or new mental health and addiction crisis response system that will improve the outcomes for those experiencing crisis related to mental health and substance use, which is to be achieved through relationship building and engagement with key stakeholders, including Ottawa Police, coordination strategy development, specific actions such as pilot projects. And whereas the Community and Protective Services Committee directed the General Manager of Community and Social Services at its meeting of November 18, 2021, to work with the Guiding Council to identify immediate service gaps and priority actions to develop a safer alternative for mental health crisis response, and to report back to Council in Q 2022 with a detailed implementation plan to achieve that outcome, including short-term pilot projects, timelines, and objectives, as well as a status update on the availability of one-time and sustainable funding sources. And whereas the 2022 draft operating capital budgets for the Ottawa Police Service includes $400,000 for a call referral program to develop and implement an alternative call referral program for low risk, low acuity 911 calls or calls to police. And whereas there remains a funding gap to develop the appropriate social services infrastructure to handle these calls for service, and whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board approved and referred to Council a draft 2022 budget estimate based on a 2% police tax levy increase, resulting in $2.65 million in unallocated funds. Therefore, be it resolved that up to $550,000 of the $2.65 million in unallocated funds be directed to the Community and Social Services Department to work with the Guiding Council on the development of a culturally appropriate, trauma-informed, enhanced or new mental health and addiction crisis response system, and specifically on the development of an alternative call referral program identifying how and to whom low-risk, low-acuity 911 911 calls should be redirected, including a feasibility study, business case, and a monitoring and evaluation plan. And be it further resolved that the Community and Social Services Department and Guiding Council work with the Ottawa Police Services to coordinate the development of an alternative call referral program, which will also include a review of call classification to determine the appropriate response and resource deployment. Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak to this. As the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, I can tell you that the board has heard from countless members of the public over the last year who have presented research, shared their personal accounts, and generally spoken about the flaws in police-led responses to mental health calls. As members of council, I know you have heard similar messages from people who have taken the time to delegate at various committees and from your own constituents. We all know that police have become the first responders to mental health calls, largely because they are the only service provider available to respond to calls on a 24/7 basis. We also know that this isn't working. Police often do not have the training needed to respond to these calls. And in responding to these calls, police resources are being used to address social issues that could be better responded to by someone else. In the spring of 2021, I brought a motion to City Council requesting that the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services, under the umbrella of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, take the lead to develop a community mental health strategy. This transition has been completed, and Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan has established the mandate of the Council to create a strategy to support an enhanced or new mental health and addiction crisis response system to improve outcomes for those experiencing mental health crises. Now the city needs to fund the new Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, including the work that will be done under the mental wellbeing pillar. The 2022 Ottawa Police Services budget approved by the board asks for a 2% police tax levy, resulting in $2.6 million in unallocated funds. The motion I'm moving today directs that up to $550,000 of the unallocated funds be directed to the Community and Social Services Department to work with the Guiding Council on the development of a culturally appropriate, trauma-informed, enhanced or new alternative mental health and addiction crisis response system, and specifically on the development of an alternative call referral program, identify how and to who low-risk, low-acuity 911 calls should be directed. As part of the 2022 budget, the Ottawa Police Service has committed to investing in developing a call referral program. Up to $550,000 referred to in this motion will be used to address the funding gap that currently exists to develop the appropriate social services infrastructure to handle the calls for service that will ultimately be redirected away from police. At the end of the day, every person living in Ottawa has the right to culturally appropriate, trauma-informed mental health service. Building on the commitments made by the OPS, this motion supports the development of an alternative mental health and addictions crisis response system that, when implemented, will help ensure the right people respond to the right
time, and you can get back on the list. So thank you. Councillor Leeper has the floor for his 5 minutes. We'll put you back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm out of breath for Diane. I was speaking really quickly. So just a quick comment and a question of all the ways in which we could reallocate funding. This strikes me as the most important. I think that I would have liked to have seen it to have a bigger proportion of the reallocated funds, but I recognize that in a budget this small, 2.65 million, we're going to struggle to find the right mix one way or the other. But I do want to thank Councillor Deans for bringing this forward as one of the ways in which we can use these resources. A quick question for the treasurer. There are $2.6 million that are no longer in the police budget, thus not on the levy. That will be added on to, if this passes, the city property tax bill. I'm just wondering, in percentage terms, do you have a rough notion of what the percent tax increase on the citywide portion will be as a result of using these funds on this side rather than the other?
It's a great question, Councillor. Let me do a calculation and I'll bring it back to you in a few minutes. Yeah,
I'd love to hear that because obviously Council has capped the total property tax at 3% increase, but I'm interested to see what this means for the city.
Yeah, just to reiterate my point to Councillor Rockington, the overall tax increase will be no more than 3% for everything, so we will remain within that. It's just a question of the citywide, which will move up.
I'm curious to see if we had not used funds that are reallocated from the police levy and simply tack this onto the city budget, what that impact would be. So I am looking forward to that number. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. And I didn't ask the city question in relation to the police chief's engagement, but I will use this opportunity because the motion's in front of us in relations to the fourth pillar. So I'd like to, and I'm going to continue to make reference to the fourth pillar because I believe that that is the reference point that residents are looking for, is when you make a 911 call, there's a fourth option to respond to mental health and addictions crisis. So I'd love to hear how this motion sets the bar for that, and does it structure our ability to bring in place an organization that can respond 365 days, 24/7. So I don't know if it's Steve K, Donna Gray.
I'd like if Donna could take this question, I could answer it, but Donna's been engaged in setting this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So really what this does is it actually does the work to figure that out. So this money will help us work with police, in concert with police, to figure out what the model is, what the call referral system is, and then who would be the organization who would be delivering that service 24/7, and who would have that authority and then governance over those programs and services.
And with the funding that is proposed here, what is the outcome? Would we have a system in place, or we have the governance in place? Like what is the expected? If we look at this time next year, what would we have achieved with that money?
The intent, and by the other direction that's already been given, is you would have in the first quarter of 2022 a plan with kind of objectives, goals, and what would be first pilots that they would be developing. But the intent after year one would be that we would start to move towards the implementation, that you would have the model, and then you would have the required needs, whether that be, funding, governance, what are all the considerations and things that you would need to consider in that, as well as a business case that would support the value of that investment.
Okay. And as we've heard, and I assume, Donna, that you or your team were able to follow some of the delegations at the Police Services Board, but there was the Health and Resource Centers, which made very clear recommendations on an approach to a mental health and addictions response. And I'm wondering, do you feel that the amount we're providing here aligns with the objectives that the coalition had identified?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had the opportunity, based on the direction from Councillor Eglai around should there be available funds, how would we spend that funds, to go to the Guiding Council and request their guidance around what they would need in year one to be able to do the work that they needed to do. And their sense was this amount of money would be, or an allocation that they wanted to for these activities was what they wanted for year one.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's my computer. You cut off for me at your last sentence.
Oh, sorry. So the request from them was that this amount, or these activities to be funded in year one, would be what would meet what they believe that they could accomplish in year one. The Community Health and Resource Centers will be around that table of the Guiding Council. So as we're looking at pilots, the intent would be that all members of the Guiding Council would be bringing forward ideas and suggestions, and they would determine what are the most appropriate pilots or demonstration projects to put forward in 2022 to advance them towards what they're seeing as an end vision or model, whatever that might look like, that the group develops collectively together.
Okay, and my last question on this motion, which, by the way, I'm supportive, but I want to make sure that we're all aligned on in the outcome, is is the intent that we would come back in 2023 with a full costing and model to implement a fourth pillar, or for future councils to look at the implementation of that fourth pillar? Is that the spirit of the work that would happen over the next year to bring something very tangible for those emergency calls?
Mr. Chair, I think that definitely the guiding council has prioritized the work of the alternate response and call referral system as the #1 item that they want to work to try to achieve, not the entire scope of the mental health pillar. They believe that there is a fair degree of complexity of just figuring out the alternate response. I believe in advance of 2023 that you would have the financial requirements that you identified that you would need to implement a full alternate response identified for the 2023 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd really like to commend my colleague, Councillor Deans, for bringing this motion. I'm supportive of the motion, and I was happy and gratified to second the motion because I believe we do need to work to establish a system for a non-police response to non-emergency mental health calls. Over the past year, we've heard the ask of the community and social service agencies for the need to develop an appropriate, effective, compassionate, and dignified response for people who are in the midst of a mental health crisis. This objective can be achieved if we work to add a behavioral health response, as Councillor Fleury was talking about, a fourth category, a fourth pillar, a fourth option, along with law enforcement, fire, and emergency medical services. This motion works towards integrating behavioral health services as part of emergency response. Councillor Dean's motions directs the creation of a feasibility study, business case, and monitoring and evaluation plan for the establishment of an alternative call referral program. Such a program would be intended to provide the community with an immediate referral option to social service agencies in order to facilitate the most appropriate response to people who are dealing with low-risk mental health or addiction concerns. The proposed study, business case, and evaluation plan will ultimately facilitate the transfer of low acuity 911 calls that should be directed to a new mental health and addictions crisis response system, specifically designed with the broad intention to connect people with a broad range of crisis service supports, which include mental and behavioral health crisis response, along with family and potentially peer support services. The proposed system change should also primarily serve as a mechanism for the dispatch of future independent mental health crisis response teams as an alternative to police response. I'm fully supportive of this motion because the proposed call referral initiative could also ultimately, if we're thinking into the long-term future, accommodate the creation of a proposed mental health crisis response hotline, as suggested in a successful motion brought to Council this spring by Councillor Brockington. Such an option could enable the technical and logistical capacity for 988, if that's ever approved by the CRTC, in terms of a hotline to quickly connect people facing a mental health crisis with trained counselors who could assist without the need for law enforcement intervention. I believe if we are serious about seeking new innovative approaches to public safety, we need to facilitate community-based public health interventions rather than enforcement interventions. This proposed investment before us to develop and implement an alternative call referral program is a necessary first step to achieving this goal. And as a consequence, I'm pleased to second and to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Aglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick things to Councillor Leeper's comment around the 550 spending on this particular piece, and wish there were more. Councillor Leeper, there's an additional $400,000 that's coming from OPS, which is going to be dedicated around the same issue and the same idea to address it. So there's $950,000, not just $550,000 dedicated to that. So I thought I would clarify that. again, as one of the group that was working on this motion and the next one, I'm obviously supportive of this. And I want to thank my colleagues who worked on this and Donna's team for getting us to this point. I think it's critical that the two be thought of together. They're one goes with the other sort of thing. And for true success today, I think we need to look at passing both of them. But certainly the motion from Councillor Deans and Councillor King is integral to us moving forward towards a better way of dealing with social issues and ills in our community. And I think Councillor King said it well, dealing with it in a compassionate way going forward. So I would ask you to please support the motion, and more to say when we get to motion number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. I will be supporting the motion. My question is in terms of mental health hotline or service. The comments earlier from that we don't do mental health services. So are we reliant on the province to? So are we looking at doing it as a pilot project, but we're ultimately looking for the province for funding for a permanent solution? I just want to clarify about that.
Mr. Mayor, so the city has a role to play in mental health, and there is a component of our community funding that goes to mental health early crisis intervention. But we don't, the city manager is correct, we don't do clinical mental health service delivery. So that's really where this guiding council will have the scope and mandate that will beyond just what the city role is to really look at the broader needs in the community for the full mental health. So the hospitals, obviously, and Ontario Health Teams and other community organizations will have an important role in playing in that as well.
Okay, so it could be that we could come up with something, but we may have to get resources from the province for a permanent program. I just want to clarify that.
Yes, absolutely. If it, the anticipation is that we will need to look for funding from the levels of government who have responsibility to do that, but also look for who is the organization and the agency that would actually take responsibility for that and the governance of that. So those would all be pieces that the guiding council would be working on and figuring out as a collective over the next year.
And do we have any ideas of that right now that we're looking towards of who would run it most likely?
I think, Councillor, that will be the work of the guiding council that you task them to do. I think it would be premature at this point. They're just in the early stages of getting set up to really speak to what that would look like.
Okay, I think that's important to have that clarification to that this is still, we would need funding from other levels. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for this motion. I'm supportive of it. I appreciate it coming forward. There's been calls for this for some time now in our city, and there's been a lot of people community, and it's about time we get it started. In fact, service members they're dealing to our homeless, have mental health challenges that with drugs. And they're not prepared for that sort of thing. They need this support. So, I personally have been calling for this for years now. I know other councillors have as well. So I appreciate that it's here. That said, it's a start. It is a very early start. So I wanted to make sure there's a couple of things that I can hopefully get clarification on and urge staff to undertake as part of this motion. So the first is, in terms of who you've got around the table, that guiding council, I would just reiterate the importance of having community at that table. And by that, I mean the people that have been coming to police board and other communities and advocating for this. So Vivek Research, 613-819 Black Hub, Ottawa, members of the communities that are currently over-policed. So can staff just respond, how are you working in those folks from the community that have been pushing for this, that really, those are the people that have got this change in front of us today? How are you incorporating those views into this discussion going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the guiding set up, recognizing all the breadth of all the community organizations and voices that need to be around the table, took the approach of looking at all of representing all of the needs by networks, sectors, groupings together. So they've compiled a guiding council group, just to start the work to move forward, with the idea that there will be evolution in the membership. But there also has been, just to your point, a really important conversation about ensuring that the voice of those individuals in our community who have been wanting an alternate police response, that there is a really robust engagement, involvement, co-design process that council will work with the community to ensure that voice is around the table. And they've ensured that the representation of the membership around that table has the representation in their networks and their sector of all of those voices around the table. So they feel at this point in time that it is representative. As they move forward, there will be the opportunity to evolve if in fact they, as they're evolving their model, there's a need for different voices around the table. But definitely a real focus on culturally appropriate, trauma-informed, respecting the diverse needs of the community is a big principle of the work that they're doing.
Okay, I'll just underscore it, because I think this is critical to this work. This will not work if we have a top-down approach. It's not going to work out. So I would urge you as soon as possible to bring in those groups that I mentioned and others that have been advocating to the police board at that level. Bring them in as equals. They may be critical of work, but they are our best champions for getting this started and how it's going to work. If you perform this work top down, and when I say that, I mean things like uniforms or not, and how uniforms work, whether there's a police accompaniment or not. There are better and worse ways to do this. I know Councillor Kitts and I have sat in through some sessions around this, and they've talked through this Coots model and other models that are out there. But I'm really urging you to bring in those groups right away to that guiding council. Do not make this top down, because we will not be successful if that is the case. I'm looking to Toronto as well, the pilots that they're setting up in Toronto, and what has been occurring there. The earliest that you think we could get a pilot for this on the street would be what? What is the potential for that, Ms. Gray?
Mr. Mayor, as I said, the guiding council is in the early stages of development. I think it would be premature for me to, state when a pilot would be set up. They know that there's an urgency for people to see action, but there also is, as a collective, a real feeling of responsibility that they do the right pilots, and a desire to make sure that they've done enough background work to make sure that whatever they're, testing or piloting in the community really does move us towards an end state model. So they cautioned, to want to move to directly a pilot right away, but allow them to do the first work to build what they see as an end state model, and then appropriately find activities that help move us in that direction.
Okay, thanks very much. Mayor, the last comment I'll just make is that this is important for all of council, obviously. It does make sense that we can be able to implement our input on this as it moves ahead, and make sure we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves without having those types of check-ins. So I've talked to the city manager about outlets to do that. They're not apparent to me at this point, besides just sending an email or setting up a call and saying, here's what's important to me. If there's something built into the process, that would be helpful. And as I say, those community groups that have been coming and advocating, you need to involve them, Ms. Gray, right away, because that's who's going to be our greatest champion in this. So I hope you'll take that direction. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Right. Ms. Stephenson, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to answer Councillor Leeper's question. He was asking what the change in the increase would be on the citywide taxes. And so in the budget directions report, we set that at 2.6. It would move up to 2.85 with the funds flowing back from the police budget to citywide.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans, would you like to wrap up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to say thank you to everyone who has worked collaboratively on this motion. I think that regardless of how you voted on the Police Services Board budget, I think you all recognize that times are changing and we need to build the infrastructure to make that change possible. And this motion is providing the funds necessary to do that important work. So I would just ask all of you for your support.
Thank you. On the motion, carried. Adopted.
Carried.
Next motion is by Councillor Cloutier and seconded by Councillor Egli. And I did mention Councillor Luloff was also part of the group that worked over the last several days. So Councillor Egli, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Well, it's actually Councillor Cloutier is the mover and the seconder, Mr. Mayor, so I think it'd be more appropriate if he introduced the motion.
We'll get to Councillor Cloutier, please.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Thank you very much. And a previous iteration was circulated earlier this week and by email, and the final version was in the procedural memo. But let me just highlight a couple of the whereases and then get to the therefores. Council approved the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan in October of this year, and the third whereas, Council has heard that there is a need for a new approach to the provision of support services at risk groups. Further on the first page, whereas to date, while the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is a requirement under the Police Service Act, the provincial government is not committed to providing any funding relating to this project. The next whereas refers to the motion that I brought at FEDCO, and that was referred to this 2022 draft budget review process that dealt with the delta between 3% and a different number that would be brought by OPSB. And whereas, as a result of the Ottawa Police Service Board's deliberations, they have referred to Council a draft 2022 budget based on a 2% tax levy. Therefore, be it resolved that 2.1 million of the 2.65 in unallocated funds from the 2022 budget be directed to the Community Social Services Department in support of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and in consultation with the Guiding Council as follows. 1, that $2.1 million in project funding be allocated to community organizations to A, support racialized youth program solutions across the city that are community-based, culturally appropriate, and that assess risk and promote protective factors such as increasing employment, mentorship, and skills development for youth. And B, support community-based, culturally appropriate 24/7 mental health prevention, addiction, and crisis outreach services across the city. And C, enhance access to culturally safe mental health programs, services, and crisis and social supports for the Indigenous community in Ottawa and prevent violence against Indigenous women and girls. And number 2, that funding be allocated as soon as practical in 2022 for initiatives that can be implemented in 2022 in accordance with the Council-approved community funding framework mandate, and that community and social service staff report back to Council via memo on funding allocations by the end of the first quarter of 2022, and that the performance indicators be established for these investments, and that the performance outcomes be reported as part of the Council-approved community funding framework. Be it further resolved that the Mayor write to the Ontario Solicitor General and Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions with an overview of work undertaken by the City of Ottawa. And be it further resolved that the Mayor write to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to seek federal funding opportunities for the mental well-being strategic objectives of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. And let me say at the outset how much I appreciate the work that Councillor Deans as chair and Councillor Luloff, and especially Councillor Egli in crafting this motion. Given their roles as chair of the Police Service Board, Community Protective Services, and the Public Health Board, it was critical that we work together to see through the intent of the motion that I had first introduced in July of 2021 at FEDCO, and that was referred to this date by Councillor Hubley. And certainly to Donna Gray, thank you very much for the long hours this weekend and in previous times on crafting this motion, and everyone's commitment and knowledge in overcoming the challenges, we've arrived at a compromise. And it has to do with the OPS portion of the budget that was designed to ensure that we prepared to address some of the concerns. And given the fact that OPSB was approved and confirmed by committee the whole a few minutes ago, it identifies the unused part of the budget and seeks to allocate it as I've indicated. And we all recognize for the need for better mental health responses in our city. And so I look forward to our discussion today about this, and I would appreciate your support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Merci beaucoup, conseiller, pour votre bon travail. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to thank my colleagues for the motion before us. As I said earlier, investments in community and social programming still is grossly underfunded in this city. And while 2.1 million is appreciated, as Councillor Curry indicated earlier, the investment probably is much greater than that. My question is for the General Manager, Ms. Gray, if I may. Ms. Gray, can you provide us with some details about how you will allocate these funds? Are you going to go through a public process for interested parties to submit some sort of application? You've recently gone through a very lengthy process, community funding process that helped feed into our budget. So you're probably aware of community partners that exist, but how are you going to decide how to disperse the 2.1 million?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, we're in the early stages with this money becoming available, but you're right, Councillor. We have done a fairly extensive review of the needs in the community through the funding framework. So we've looked at that geographically, and we've looked at it on the council mandated areas that you want us to focus on. And we are now looking at it in the context of the community safety and well-being plan, and how do we advance the outcomes of that plan. So what we are anticipating to do is to take a look at both those areas and really take a look at, are there gaps in existing services and organizations that we need to fund in order to achieve this mandate? And would we do a combination of potentially a call out where we don't have specific organizations or agencies and might need to do more targeted interventions? Knowing that I'm hearing from Councillor and seeing from the conversations that people want this to be evidence-based, they want clear indicators of progress and movement towards results. So any funding that we would actually do, we want to ensure that it achieves council's mandates and moving us in the direction of the intent of this motion moving forward. So it would be a combination, I'm anticipating, of both.
Okay. Like many other wards in River Ward, we have community health centers serving population, community service centers. We have family houses, which are rooted in OCH communities. We have the Boys and Girls Club serving. When I meet with their senior team, it's the constant theme of our needs far outweigh our resources. And they don't come to me for frills. They don't come to me for leather couches and things that have absolutely nothing to do with serving the immediate community. Proactive investment in that community. And so one thing that I've raised with your staff leading up to the budget are the family houses in River Ward, 10 family houses across the city that belong to the network. Their funding has been stagnant. They do great work. Do you see additional funding potentially going to family houses?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't had a chance to actually, detail that, but those types of community-based, focusing on the needs of community, trauma-informed, culturally appropriate, those would be all the areas that we would be looking to allocate these funds, particularly around the youth. So yes, the organizations that you've spoken to me would be the types of organizations that if we were to do a program, they would be open to that, or if we were looking for resources to allocate directly, it would be those types of organizations in those communities that we'd also be looking at.
If you provide local agencies an opportunity to tailor an application based on this motion, indicate to us how you can fulfill this mandate, I think that would be appreciated. But I'll just close by saying that the family houses in particular in my ward and across the city are run on shoestring budgets. They do fantastic work, Herculean work in communities. They get pennies to do what they're doing. We're talking about after-school programming, homework clubs, courses for new Canadians that come into the community. A lot of these are not provided in the community by any other agency. They are scraping by to provide basic services to their community, including food banks, and they have to beg and borrow to get funding. Their impact is huge, and we finance them drops in a bucket. And we really have to focus on organizations that have such significant impact, like the family houses, because when we don't, when we look at teen pregnancy, when we look at people who turn to a life of crime, the impacts on society are far greater. We have small investment now, or the impacts are far greater. All the social and community costs that come down the road that we just want to not deal with are far more expensive. And I know that, but it's an ongoing theme that they are grossly underfunded. And that has to be something that we address as well. So I'm glad to see this money, as we've all said, but certainly greater investment sooner rather than later needs to continue. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I just wanted to follow up on the exchange that Wendy Stevenson and I had with respect to the delta on the property tax levy. So it's 0.25% more on the citywide tax levy, offset, of course, by the reduction in the police levy. If my math isn't far off, and I don't think it is, that's somewhere around $18 more per year. It is really frustrating to me that we have had to have this discussion around the police budget that probably lasted, I'm sorry, I lost track, but 3-4 hours to find the funds to do something like alternative response to police for something that would cost taxpayers, if we didn't reduce the police budget, $18 a year. On an average value home. These are funds that we should be putting in regardless of whether we're able to find an offset or not out of the police budget. It is the right budget, as I said before, to try to find those savings, but I just want to make sure that people understand that this is not a lot of money that we're talking about. And if we're able to shift some significant portion of calls or prevent calls from being made to begin with to the police, we have the opportunity to save millions and millions of dollars. So I think that we are being penny wise, pound foolish when every year we cap the budget at 3% and don't take advantage of opportunities to make the longer term investments that will save our kids a lot of taxes down the road. I do want to say I appreciate the inclusion in the motion that's for us of writing to the federal and provincial governments. It really has become, over the course of the pandemic, more obvious to me the role, the failure of particularly the provincial government to fund appropriate psychiatric care for residents of Ontario has had on community well-being and community safety. And I hope that Council's emphasis on renewed mental health care funding from the level of government that is supposed to be providing it is successful, and that it will save us money in future by preventing calls from having to be made in the first place. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who really work on this motion. And I'm glad to see the chair of the audit committee, which is a great committee, by the way. Jan asked me to say that. Because after the last week and what we heard from the Auditor General's report, it is a concern to some of us on that committee. And I'm glad to see my colleague have picked up on that. Also, I have to confess that first when Councillor Eglai approached me, I wasn't too comfortable with it because I was more focused on the police budget than it is on those motions. But now we know the police budget passed and this money become available. It's the best thing ever can happen. It's for all of us to support motion moved by Councillor Cloutier and seconded by Councillor Eglai, and making sure that funding go to and help the community safety plan and well-being. Folks, believe me, we are behind when it comes to the community safety plan and well-being. And we know that 2 million is not going to be enough, and maybe 10 wouldn't be enough, but that's a good start. And I have the most confidence in the ability of the general manager, Donna Gray, her team, Steve Kay and his team, Chief Slowly and his team, to be able to work together and report back to our committee on a good result. So I encourage my colleague to support that motion. I believe we're going in the right direction. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for taking on reaching out to other level of government, because this is overdue, and it's not just Ottawa. We heard from the chief, no one have received any funding for the community safety plan and well-being. Thank you, Councillor Cloutier, Eglai, Lulov, Chair Dean, who worked on this motion. This is a great direction to go forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you. I won't take up a lot of time. I've heard from our local community house, and they very much support this motion, and they appreciate it. They're doing frontline work, as has already been described by Councillor Brockington, exactly the same work. We're watching them in the community. We see the results. When I used to be able to hang out there and watch up close, it was amazing to see people coming in and out and being served. And it's a pleasure to know that that is there for that community. And we do need to support them the best we can. So I strongly support funding for the community houses and the programs that they operate, which can be done even broader. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd really also like to thank my colleagues, Councillor Cloutier, Councillor Eglai, and also Chair Deans for their work on this motion. And I'm pleased to support this motion because we've heard quite clearly that the community is not satisfied with the status quo. We've heard from numerous residents and social service agencies that we must construct an alternative response framework that addresses systemic challenges and ultimately the root causes of crime. Once frameworks are established, we can strategically detask police services to other agencies that are better equipped to handle mental health crises, as an example, or addictions, issues of poverty, and homelessness. And this motion is the first step to assign such responsibilities to individuals that are trained and equipped to deal with mental health and social issues, because the reality is that the police are being asked to do too many tasks that they're not suited and equipped to handle. If our goal is to reimagine public safety, which entails the provision of effective vital services, then it is important for us to support this motion, which is designed to develop a safer, culturally appropriate alternative, which is driven by non-enforcement interventions based upon community-centric mental health crisis response. The City of Ottawa needs appropriate resources to address emergency mental health crises. And that's why I'm happy that this motion does entail an element where we ask for that from the province. Our city needs to support mental health crisis intervention programs so that we do not need to solely rely upon the police service to respond to people in crisis. Ottawa should emulate cities in the United States and Europe that have developed mental health crisis assistant models that work independently with the police. Under such an approach, medical professionals and crisis worker teams provide first aid in cases of urgent psychological crisis. They assess, provide information, they do referrals, they advocate for people, and even bring them to another or other nonprofit crisis outreach supports, where they can get additional supports in terms of mental health prevention, addictions, and crisis outreach. This approach serves to reduce the role of police when they encounter people who suffer from mental health problems and thereby de-escalate scenarios which could result in police violence. In addition, this motion also seeks to enhance access to culturally safe mental health programs, services, and crisis and social supports specifically for the Indigenous community, along with preventing violence against Indigenous women and girls. But also, interestingly, this motion also supports allocating funding to community organizations to support racialized youth programs across the city. We know that a lack of opportunities, a lack of programming in critical hours, and a lack of employment leads to increased social disorder. Youth in low-income communities face significant barriers that impact their chances of success. This motion, if approved, will allocate some dollars, not enough, but it's a start, to community organizations to support youth programming that are community-based, trauma-informed, culturally appropriate, and that assess risk and promote protective factors, including increasing employment, mentorship, and skill development for youth. Research demonstrates that 3 hours alone each day puts children at risk, and 1 in 5 children and youth have a mental health problem. As a consequence, we really do need to commit greater investments into youth programs. This motion represents a historic first step towards a community-centric approach to public safety. And as a result, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to repeat everything everyone else has said, but I will say from my experience on our community boards that I'm glad to hear, as Councillor Kitts made the comment, that there will be a look at quality program indicators. There are a lot of great organizations, but there are a lot of organizations out there that do not have the capacity, which I think people are saying in different ways. It's critical that they actually do have the capacity, because some of them are heads down fighting fires, just handing out food because that's all that they can do. So one of the things I would just highlight is that at the Ottawa Community Foundation, we put out our application. If any of this involves an application for funding, the concept of wraparound services is I guess understood differently by school boards, by hospitals, and by community organizations. So when a community organization says they have wraparound services, what needs to be looked at, and I guess I'm really saying this to Donna and her crew, is what qualifications do they have of the people on staff when they say they're offering wraparound services? Is there anybody there that operates under an ethical standard that has a qualification to do some of this work? I mean, that's what needs to be looked at. We at Ottawa Community Foundation, we asked the question, are you going to be serving equity-seeking groups? And the answer is, oh, absolutely we are. Of course, what else are they going to answer? But yet you look at their boards have no one on them that would fall under the category of nothing about us without us. So they don't have members on their board from any equity-seeking groups, and yet they say, oh yes, we're all about that. So there has to be a real look at these community organizations. Don't hear me saying that I don't think they do good work. They do amazing work, just exactly what everyone else said. But that analysis has to be done, find out what organizations are actually capable, because many of them don't have some of this work in their vision or their mission statements. They've never done some of this work, but yet they will say things like, oh, we offer wraparound services. So I would just say that exactly what Councillor Kitts said, that the quality program indicators, the qualifications with people in these organizations has to be looked at carefully, because that's, we don't want to waste any time or money, but mostly time. Anyway, that's my general comment. I don't know where else I could possibly say it, but that's my advice, having read many an application and having served on some of these boards.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. Eli said some of what I wanted to say in that we've had the police budget vote. We had differing views on it, but that's done. It's over, and the decision's been made. So this really gives us an opportunity to move on from that and to focus on the future. We showed that in the last vote, unanimously supporting Councillor Dean's motion. And as I said earlier, these are really companion pieces, and the four of us put them together as that. To succeed, one really needs the other. So I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity, though, to thank my colleagues. who worked collegially and collaboratively on this, and we had some long days and going through it. And collectively, we have to thank Donna Gray and her team. Through the weekend, as Councillor Cloutier said, helping with rewrites, providing information to us, just an amazing effort, and just indicative, I think, of what Donna and her team are going to be able to do if we give her the authority to do it and we give her some funds to do it. So I needed to say that publicly. As for the other levels of government, what I say to them is we want change in Ottawa, and you should want it too. And we're going to be reaching out to you through the mayor with a mandate from council, asking you to come to the table with your wallets open to help us do what needs to be done in Ottawa to address the needs of all of our citizens. You know, some people are like to say there's one taxpayer. Well, there's one citizen. So there's citizens of Ottawa, of Ontario, and of Canada. And we all need to get together, get to that table together and work this out. And as Councillor El-Shanchiri has said on several occasions, we're mandated to do the community and safety well-being plan. Now we need the funding to do it. You've asked us to do it. We're prepared to do it. We have a strong team to move forward, but we need the dollars. We're putting some money in. We need you to put some money in as well to get the job done. So I would urge all of you to support this motion as you did the last one. I think it sends a powerful message to the province, to the feds, that we're all on the same page on this council, and it sends a powerful message to the citizens of Ottawa saying we are all supportive of change and moving forward in a more constructive, collaborative, and compassionate way in dealing with some of the most vulnerable populations in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fleur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too will be supporting the motion, but I do have questions for allocation process, and I wonder, Donna, if you or your team are able to answer. We've just gone through the community funding framework announcement. So your team had received, I believe, 95 different project submissions. I don't remember the amount, but it was way more than what we could provide. I believe something in 60 million or so. I wonder if the motion today, it gives you opportunities to use that process in groups that should have been funded and flow the money in that regards, or if it's an entirely new process. Wonder if you could clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this motion gives the flexibility to look at both those options. And I think that's in my response to Councillor Brockington. It gives us the flexibility to augment where we might have seen areas now that we would want to invest more in, but it also allows us to specifically target results, outcome oriented activities to move us towards the objectives of the community safety and wellbeing plan. So it does both.
Do we have to go back out for requests for proposal, or can we use that structure to directly fund what are emerging priorities?
At this point, I think it's premature to say, but we do recognize doing a call out, when we've just done that work, puts pressure on community organizations. So we'll be diligent in understanding the needs of community, but also the process, impact on community organizations as well.
Okay. And do you have authority to do that, or do we need to clarify the motion to say, as there was a recent process for community funding to look at those submissions and identify best funding opportunities through that? Like, are you caught in the procurement and process relating to that, or you have the ability to do this?
I have the delegated authority within the community funding framework to use all the tools, which has a combination of, project funding allocation processes, direct funding, or going back to the sustainability fund as well. So it really does give me the ultimate flexibility to meet what the intent of the motion is.
Thank you very much.
Apologize. Thank you. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres personnes? No. Councillor Cloutier, do you want to wrap up, or did you say it all?
Just 1 minute, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. Colleagues, we all want to alleviate the pressure from our emergency services in situations where they're not the most appropriate and effective response. And we've recognized the need for better health responses and to seriously look at innovative approaches for ongoing mental health. And this motion does that. It decouples emergency calls where appropriate, and it complements the motion by Councillor Deans and Councillor King that we've just approved. And equally important, and we heard this from other councillors, deliver resources for our community that are doing this work, and our mental health and addiction and crisis needs don't always present themselves at 9 to 5 business days. And this funding will facilitate a greater collective coverage all across the city and greater hours of operations, if that's what Ms. Gray and her team decide. So the geographic reach. We need that service 24/7, and prevention and crisis response work in tandem. So I appreciate your support of this motion, and I appreciate the discussion we've had today. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, carried. Adopté.
Carried.
Next is a direction by Councillor McKenney to staff. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if staff could just put it up on the screen. Just a bit of background. I worked with staff on this. About a year ago, there was a change in how rent supplements were administered from former program to the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. And what that meant was people who are precariously housed, most of those live in rooming houses, and most of those are in Ward 14, meant that if they were receiving a shelter allowance, they no longer would be eligible to be Housing First clients. So that effectively meant that they fell off of the outreach for the Salvation Army ban and other outreach services. And it really, within months, there was a clear change in the ward in terms of how people were responding to their housing situations. So I still don't see it up. There we go. It's coming. Sorry, I don't have it memorized, but. So this is a pilot project. Worked with staff on it, with Donna's team on this, and it essentially just directs staff that the Director of Housing Services be directed to initiate a pilot project in Somerset Ward in partnership with the Salvation Army van that aims to stabilize precariously housed rooming house residents by providing them monthly portable housing benefits. The Director of Housing Services shall provide members of council with a status update on this pilot project in Q1 2022. So it's not more funding. There's no budget pressure, but it just means that some of the women and men and others in rooming houses who actually don't hold the lease in that rooming house, they bunk often. 5, 6, even more people to one room. So they are essentially homeless. It just means that they don't fall off of the outreach that's done to get them housed. Happy to answer any questions on that.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Councillor. I think it's a very good, noble idea. I'm just wondering, when you say there's no cost, where does the money come from if there's no cost? Just shifting from different budgets and maintaining the same envelope, or maybe it's to Ms. Gray to answer that.
Yeah, I'll let Donna.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, those are existing benefits that exist that are supported by the Salvation Army. It really is just an operational way that we would be administering the exact same benefit.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you. Councillor Luloff.
I just wanted to thank Councillor McKinney for bringing this forward. I've had the opportunity to visit some rooming houses in their ward, and I think that this is an excellent step in the right direction. And I just wanted to thank them for their work on this. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Great.
Thank
on
you.
the direction? Carried, agreed?
Carried.
Yes. Okay, so CPS is the declarations of conflict of interest have been stated publicly, so those members should refer from voting. So we have item number 4, A to I. Carried? Carried. Okay, next is the Transportation Committee portion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to dissent on page 85, block funding for shelter, which I believe is an H.
Okay, the clerk has that.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I thought you were going through it point by point, so I said a collective. I thought you were doing the first point, so I did say carried, but I did mean to step away from the particular declaration.
I referenced that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Excluded everyone who had a conflict, so. Okay, thank you. Item 5, Transportation Committee. Item A is Transportation Committee operating budget. Item B, Committee capital budget. Councillor Fleury, you have a motion, I believe, and so does Councillor McKinney. So Councillor Fleury and Kavanaugh, you want to introduce your motion? Councillor Fleury?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is on the climate one?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So.
Those motions are on environment, not transportation.
Yes, they're on item 6.
I apologize.
We are on transportation.
Yeah, I apologize. Item 5, A. Carried?
Carried.
I dissent on the active transportation piece there.
Okay.
I dissent on 5, Mr. Mayor.
On all of 5?
Yeah.
5A. Okay, and item 5B, capital budget.
Dissent.
Dissent by Fleury, Leeper, and McKinney.
And King.
Rawls and King. Okay. Sorry, this is now Councillor Fleury's time. Signed by Councillor Kavanaugh, climate incentives. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if the clerk could put it on the screen. Okay, whereas the city of Ottawa joined the United Nations Race to Zero campaign to enact climate action, whereas this race aims to take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to zero by 2050, includes short, medium, and long-term targets for the city of Ottawa, whereas these commitments include councils declaring a climate emergency in 2019, and whereas I introduced motion number PLC ARAC 2021-525 at the Joint Planning Committee and ARAC meeting on October 18, 2021 concerning the acceleration of the construction of new, greener buildings. It's referred to the report, whereas this motion has been referred to Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management for their consideration to direct staff to study and develop additional mitigation measures which offer incentives for new and existing buildings. Whereas in order to meet and achieve climate action goals must be realigned with the current emergency, whereas the need to accelerate the shift to lower carbon economy is agreed, and an opportunity to accelerate is to take the plan for a study of the high performance design standards incentives expected for 2023 and fast track this to a more focused action oriented program feasibility and design report by mid 2022. And whereas the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management is recommending that council direct staff to allocate $1 million in one-time funding through the annual capital close review, should the Chief Financial Officer Treasurer determine there are sufficient funds to fund the climate change master plan to catalyze emissions reductions, support ongoing climate adaptation work, leverage federal funding, and therefore be resolved that council, 1, allocate 100,000 of the 1 million to a one-time funding through annual capital close review to accelerate the program feasibility and design work for municipal incentive programs for the high performance development standards for new and existing buildings to initiate the incentive study in Q2 of 2022 should the financial officer treasurer determine there are sufficient funds, and to direct staff that the high performance development standard incentive program feasibility and program design work include a scan of municipal incentive programs, B, review of the regulatory barriers and enabling legislation, C, review the funding sources, including consideration of how funding for affordable housing can be stacked with funding in energy efficiency, conservation, and GHG emission reduction, D, proposed eligibility programs and foundational elements, E, proposed business process, F, consult with Energy Evolution sounding board stakeholders, including industry and community, and G, program evaluation metrics and key performance indicators, and H, within the revision, that priority incentive levels be given to properties that advance greener buildings within the TOD areas, as well as those who include affordable housing. And 3, direct staff to report back to FEDCO Q4 of 2022 with recommendations on implementation options, including identifications of co-financing and funding sources included from senior levels of government to successfully launch a climate incentive program by Q2 2023.
Want to speak to it, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, it's simply to build on. We hear of the urgency of climate change. We see it, we feel it, we've talked about it, we've gone through the OP, and I appreciate that Council took an important step during the OP to really advance the incentive package for greener buildings. It's in the work plan, but we want to make sure that it sustains an incentive package sooner rather than later. The sooner we can have a package, the sooner we'll see an increase in green buildings built in our city. So that's the intent of the motion in front of us. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat.
It's just two parts of it. I mean, the funding piece, the funding source actually comes from a motion that has not yet been approved, but it's also open-ended funding that wasn't tied to anything in particular. It was actually directing staff to come back to Environment Committee with a plan for that funding. That came from Councillor Menard. I'm not entirely keen on poaching from that $1 million before Environment Committee had a chance to discuss how it will be allocated. Secondly, I'm going to ask Steve Willis just to comment. I'm not entirely certain that we aren't actually already doing this stuff as a part of the high performance development standards.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, Mr. Mayor, we are bringing forward the high performance development standards to committee in spring of 2022. Many of the items on the agenda are actually part of that report, although albeit not all of them. Staff don't support the recommended motion. We think it's premature. We think council should receive and adopt the high performance development standards before we make any decisions on incentive packages. And I also want to caution council, one point before that, the timelines in the motion are not achievable. Additional resources would not allow us the time to accomplish it. We think the trajectory the project's already on is reasonable. And finally, I want to caution council, we're also going to be bringing forward recommendations on inclusionary zoning, which also might need incentives. And if council can't do both, council may have to choose between those two programs. And in terms of efficacy, early indications are council's effort would be better directed in the inclusionary zoning. And then finally, if as the motion that Councillor Menard pushed through at standing committee, as the chair mentioned, are you asking staff for our priorities? This would not be the top of our priority list. There were other matters raised by the delegations, but other matters if we wanted to accelerate, such as the work on the resiliency piece on asset management. I actually happened, after having done some reflection and consulting with staff after the delegations made their comments, I think they are actually right. That would be our top priority. So, Mr. Mayor, with great respect to the good intentions of the motion, we think it's premature.
All right, thanks for that, Mr. Willis. I appreciate that. I think that was kind of the point I wanted to try to get across, is that I think that it's the intent of the motion is in question. I commend Councillor Fleury for his interest in this and wanting to push this stuff forward. I think there is a time for this to come back, and just the timing of the motion is just out of place at this moment in time, and the source of funding. Thanks.
So do you want to refer it anywhere, Councillor Moffat?
I don't think it's necessary to refer it, to be fair, because it would just be repetitive to what we're doing at Environment Committee. So, I mean, the conversation can happen when the time comes in 2022.
Well, we should go in.
So Councillor Fleury is the mover of the motion. Is Mr. Willis's intervention and the chair's intervention of any interest to you at this point to perhaps withdraw and work with staff?
I do have a question to Mr. Willis, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Willis, I recognize the item in the work plan does bring the high performance standard design review, but the ensuing element is creating an environment for the incentives to be brought forward. Do you have, within the work plan, do you have that mandate currently?
Mr. Mayor, as part of the energy evolution implementation and the high performance standards, we will be reporting on what options council has to create incentives. And we do expect we'll have people talking about that at committee when the matter is brought forward. But like a lot of building standards, we're not sure yet that incentives would accelerate the implementation because people renew their buildings at the end of life cycle of equipment. And it's not clear that there's efficacy in incentives in this particular area. Baseline standards, level playing field for everybody applying, that makes a big difference, and that's the intent of the standards, but we have yet to see evidence of the efficacy of the incentives in this area, although we're more than happy to do additional research and have that as a matter to be discussed when the report comes to committee in the spring. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, with the confirmation of the additional study, I can pull the motion. I'll be looking for those through the reporting in the work plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Councillor McKenney and Moffat, Gas Tax to Energy and Emissions Fund. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just wait for it to come up on the screen. Moved by myself and seconded, as you point out, by Councillor Moffat. Whereas the City of Ottawa officially declared a climate change emergency in April of 2019 for the purposes of naming, framing, and deepening our commitment to protecting our economy, our ecosystems, and our community from climate change. Whereas the declaration recognized climate change as a strategic priority in the city's strategic plan and accompanying budget directions for the remaining term of council. And whereas the urgency of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and implementing climate risk mitigating measures is well understood scientifically and documented by the 2021 International Panel on Climate Change Code Red report, and delay is understood as the new denial and having dire consequences. And whereas Energy Evolution outlines that the city needs to make the most significant financial investments over the next 9 years to realize greenhouse gas reductions and energy cost savings for residents, businesses, and the municipal corporation. And whereas the funding for implementing the measures identified in Energy Evolution, Ottawa's community energy transition strategy decreased by 69% from $0.6 million in 2020 to $0.8 million in 2021 due to the drop in the Hydro Ottawa dividend surplus, which Council designated as a funding source in 2019, but the climate plan calls for $621 million per year capitalization, all levels of government combined. And whereas, as a result, the city will not keep pace with actions identified in the Climate Change Master Plan and Energy Evolution to achieve Council's greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. And whereas a motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management at its November 16th, 2021 budget meeting calls for the establishment of an energy emissions fund with an allocation of $1 million seed funding, and whereas the one-time increase in federal gas tax revenue of $57 million received in 2021 has not been allocated, Therefore, be it resolved that $9 million be allocated from the federal gas tax revenue to the Energy and Emissions Fund, in addition to the $1 million from capital close, to establish a GHG reduction plan with future savings directed back into the revolving fund, and therefore be it further resolved that staff bring forward projects to the appropriate committee that would meet these objectives, and therefore be it further resolved that staff work with Hydro Ottawa to seek opportunities to leverage the city's investments by finding matching or alternative funding or financing strategies and opportunities to accelerate implementation of projects. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Still have about 2 minutes, Councillor.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll wrap up after. I think the motion pretty much is self-explanatory. It's really, we have our climate change master plan. There were two parts of it: adaptation, mitigation, and under mitigation, to reduce our GHG emissions. We have a plan. It's a good plan. But there's no energy evolution, but there's just no long-term financial plan. So this would allocate another $9 million to our climate change priorities. It would be directed to the new Energy Emission Fund that was established by committee. And it creates a revolving fund. I think that's the most important part, is that it creates that a revolving fund so that energy investments can be reinvested into the fund. So you get energy efficiency, you get a reduction in greenhouse gases, and you have that revolving fund. So where savings are redirected back into the fund. So it's a win-win-win, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lulaw.
Thank you very much. My question is to Wendy Stephenson. Wendy, in this year's budget, we talk about some funding for a study, and then the initial construction of a pedestrian bridge at Trim Road and the 174, something that my community desperately needs, and the community of Cardinal Creek Village as well, in Councillor Kitz's current ward. Does this motion make it more difficult to fund that project and projects like that?
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor. One of the things that we drew out in the budget tabling report was the fact that we had not done an allocation of the federal gas tax money. We knew that it was one time, and really there's some work that we need to do in finance in terms of developing that next long-range financial plan. That work is underway now. It's going to come to FEDCO in Q1 and Q2 of 2022. So at this point, it's very preliminary. It's very difficult for us to provide advice in terms of what this might mean in terms of the impact on some of the projects and that overall transit affordability model that we have.
Okay, I'm not quite sure if that answers specifically my question, but
Councillor, we simply don't know. Because we need to do that work. We need to look at the overall transit affordability. Council has directed us in the past to use gas tax money typically towards transit, right? All of our LRFPs, the past 3 have done that. And so what we need to understand is if the full allocation isn't there, what that does to transit in the future and the projects that you mentioned, right? So is it going to make transit less affordable? Does it mean the tax levy needs to go up? Does it mean fares need to go up? That's a piece of work that is just very preliminary for us to actually talk about and conclude on today.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm hoping that somebody after me refers this back to staff, because I don't think Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question for Wendy. It's just in regards to the federal gas tax revenue. I know that there's stipulations on how we spend it. Is this something that it can be used for? I'm directly speaking about the allocation referred to in the motion.
That's a great question, Councillor. There's a number of uses that we can use gas tax money on. Specifically in terms of climate change, it appears to me to be quite directed. So there's two buckets from what I can see, and it's around a community energy system, and sort of what they call around that is retrofits to municipal buildings. That's one of the pieces. The definition around that community energy system isn't fully spelled out, so that's a piece of work that we need to do. And then secondly, around disaster mitigation.
So just for my clarity, can this money be used in this fashion as approached to in this motion?
The piece that I don't know, and I think my colleague Mr. Willis can talk about, is sort of what that use is meant to be in terms of that revolving fund.
So, Mr. Mayor, is my understanding of the intention of the fund is that it could be ultimately the fund definition we brought forward back to the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Wastewater Management. It would be defined in that committee. We would set the eligibility criteria, and I believe the councillor's intent, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would bring proposals forward with business cases to apply to the fund, to apply to city projects. As the treasurer said, there are candidate projects within the federal funding framework in building retrofits for the city, which we know we could do numerous projects in, and then in disaster mitigation and the resiliency side of the projects, such as improvements to our major water systems that would contribute to resiliency. Those things look to be eligible under the program criteria.
Thank you. I also was curious, and you kind of mentioned that in your response to Councillor Luloff, but in terms of the 57 million, the motion specifically says it hasn't been allocated, but just for my clarity, for clarity of understanding for those listening, it's just that it's being worked into the long-term financial plan. Is that like, where is that money at? Because I don't like leaving money not allocated, right? Like, I'm curious, is this money available?
So what our recommendation is we complete that review in terms of the long-range financial plan for transit. We're going to bring that to FedCo in Q1, Q2 of next year. And what council has directed us to do in the past is to basically leverage all the gas tax to be able to support transit. So in that report, we'll be letting you know what the affordability model looks like and what it's going to look like as it carries out for the next 10 years. So, when you worry about availability of money, or you say that money is unallocated, we will bring that piece back to you in terms of how that fits into the overall plan. We just need some time to do that. And that's why we talked about that in our budget tabling report. We wanted to be very open, upfront, and transparent in terms of where we're at with this.
Okay. I would support giving you more time. I'll look to if colleagues does move. Everyone, I think that this is a valid time. This is a valid time for conversation about this, and I don't want to shut down that discussion. But I think that staff need more time to think about this. Although I think that the motion itself is very worthwhile. So I'll pass it to my next colleague, and if somebody needs to remove referral, I can do it at the end.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Moffat.
Thanks. Just briefly want to explain my support of this and working with my colleagues on Environment Committee, as we have done so on many occasions this term of council, to advance the climate file as we have done with the unanimous support for Climate Change Master Plan, unanimous support for energy evolution, but no funding, right? No funding over the course of this term of council for energy evolution, except for surplus funding, which is kind of ad hoc funding that maybe come, maybe doesn't. So there's no baseline funding in the budget for climate initiatives within energy evolution. Of course, we have baseline funding for social services, baseline funding for housing, baseline funding for a lot of things, but nothing for energy evolution. So coupled with Councillor Menard's motion that's before us today as part of the Environment Committee budget for the revolving fund, which would allow money, that savings from projects, to go back into that fund to reinvest into other things at the city to create more savings. Return on investment, as is evidenced quite clearly in the energy evolution document. And that's the intent here, is to put some money into something. At some point, council, this term or next, is going to have to start funding energy evolution. We have a plan. We've committed to it. We all supported the targets. So if we're just going to put targets and not actually get there, then just say it. Admit that. But if you want to actually do something and get us to a point where we're actually funding this stuff, the opportunity is before us today with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hubely, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion along with Vice Chair Cloutier on this, and I'd like to, I'll read it, it's brief. Be it resolved that the McKenney-Moffat motion proposing to allocate $9 million from the federal gas tax revenue to the Energy and Emissions Fund be referred to staff to be analyzed, and in turn, staff report back to council in Q2 of 2022 in the context of the long-range financial plan for transit. Mr. Mayor, the reason we have to put that into the bucket, this is a big chunk of money that would go to transit, so something will have to be cut from the transit plans, whether it's buying new buses or route changes or layoffs, whatever. But if we're going to take the money out of transit, we need to do a rethink on our long-term financial plan for transit. So I ask my colleagues' support to refer to that discussion. It's not far away. Staff are already starting to work on this. So we should have answers early in the next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on referral, referral takes precedence. So if you'd like to speak on referral, Councillor Menard, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks very much, Mayor. I think it's really important that colleagues understand a few pieces of this. This money was not expected. It was campaign promise. It was extra funding. Just as the year before that, the gas tax fund was also doubled one time. This was another one-time doubling. I used to work on the gas tax fund federally. I know the categories inside and out. In this one, under community energy systems, the specific bilateral agreements that are signed with the municipalities speaks to infrastructure that generates or increases the efficient usage of energy. There are many projects that our staff have identified that do exactly that. This fits with the allocations within that. Yes, within that. I'm guess, Mayor, I'm speaking to. We should not be deferring this at this time because of the points that were being made in the motion and previously by other colleagues. The first is around the gas tax fund definition. The second point that I think is important to make is that the last time the federal gas tax revenue was doubled, all of it went to infrastructure renewal gap for roads. So of the 58 million, 20 million was allocated in 2020, 19 million in 2021, and the remaining 19 million is included in this 2022 draft capital budget. So the fact of the matter is that it's not all going to transit. The other piece around this is that it gives us the potential to leverage for fund, as Councillor Moffat said, the savings that come from it. And people are watching us today. It's important to look at an innovative way to find this funding without raising municipal taxes in this case. And, you know, as my colleague and friend, Ms. Keller-Herzog has been saying, delay is the new denial. Let's not delay this. This is a priority for our city. This is something that we should and can be doing. This is 9 of the 57 million. And if this isn't a priority now, given the climate change effects that we're seeing in our city and around the world, and in our city, it's flooding is the major issue. But you've seen other issues that come up as well. If we can't do this now, and instead of deferring this, then I'm not sure we really believe in the fact that there's a climate change emergency. So if you believe there's a climate change emergency, don't delay this further. Put our money where our mouth is and start investing so that we can get the savings on the other side and begin to reduce those emissions. So I strongly urge my colleagues not to refer this further. Let's get this motion passed here today at the budget where it should be passed. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Councillor Brockington on deferral.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize to the city treasurer if she answered this, but the 57 million in unallocated funds, how does the plan get determined to spend those monies, and what are the timelines associated?
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor, for the question and the opportunity to clarify that. We do need some time, and that's what we're asking for today, is to do that work. We're not saying that this might not be the answer, but we want to look at the transit long-range financial plan. I appreciate the fact that this is being referred to as one-time money, but there are a number of projects that are coming, that are known, and those that I'm going to say we haven't been able to do for future. You look at some of the BRTs, we look at stage 3 and the commitments that we might have with respect to that, because as much as we are seeking funding 50% from each senior level of government, there are costs that are ineligible for the city. So we have to look at that bigger picture, understand what that 10-year range looks like in terms of our financial commitments, and this time will give us the opportunity to do that and report back, and that will come in Q2 of 2022.
Okay, so if I've heard you correctly, you're concerned with the McKenney motion because it takes 9 million out of the 57 now, leaves us with 48, but you're saying we need a broader opportunity to review how to allocate those 57 million. If I just argue the other side, I think it's quite clear that the need to invest in GHG initiatives is now. I'm not going to go through all that now, but is there a number that you would be satisfied with or support? If the McKenney motion was amended to a number less than 9 million, is there a number that you could support today, recognizing we've got to get on in pursuing these initiatives sooner rather than delaying? So other than 9, is there a number you would be satisfied with?
I appreciate your question very, very much. And I'm going to reiterate what I had just said. We haven't done the work. I don't know the answer to that. So I'm not comfortable giving a number today to state that and move forward.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockman. And Councillor McKenney on referral, please.
Thank you. Q2 really means that we're putting this off for over a year. Don't anybody kid yourself. Q2 is when things shut down. We're going into an election, and we know that nothing comes out from June until it's over, and then we go back into a new term of council, and then we set our strategic priorities and we move forward. So we are denying climate change if we defer this. We are denying that today we have climate emergency. The city of Ottawa, we have no funding going into our energy evolution plan. So, I can appreciate that, plans need to be considered for this one-time gas tax. But I think it's a bit disingenuous to suggest that, as Councillor Hubley did, that we need to make sure it all stays for possibly transit, mentioned operations. It can't go into operations. It can only go to capital. And last time we had the one-time fund, it all went into roads. So, I think at this point, if we delay, we are actually denying a climate emergency. We are telling our kids, and we're telling people out there that we don't believe there's a climate emergency because we're going to wait at least a year. There's no way that this is, come back in Q2, nothing happens until after the end of the election. And we all know that. So we are denying the emergency that we have in front of us, and we have to go out there and we have to explain to residents why we didn't think that taking 9 million out of 58 to address an emergency that we are faced with today wasn't worth it, that we really had to think it through and come back. We still will have, nobody asked for the full 57 million. We will still have 48 million left in that bucket, 49 million rather left in that bucket. We do not need to defer this. I beg you, please, at the very least, say yes or no to this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking for clarification from the mover of the referral motion, because there's a specific referral to a commission, and I wonder if I try to understand the purpose, because I think Councillor Minard had asked specifically if the funds were required to be held within transit? And I believe the answer to be no. So could I ask the mover to just clarify the intent of a referral back to transit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Councilor Hubert, it's not to transit, it's the long-range financial plan, which is FEDCO, the transit portion of that.
I'm apologizing, Mr. Mayor. I didn't fully understand it. There was a few unmuted colleagues. Would you mind repeating what you said? I heard FEDCO, but I didn't hear the full.
The motion has the word transit in it, but it's the long-range financial plan transit portion of the LRFP that goes to FEDCO.
Okay, question to staff on the motion in front of us. So I understand we have an amount of money that came from senior levels of government, and council has not necessarily set its full policy environment. But in the spirit of the climate emergency and the climate master plan that was approved, do we not have fleet, transportation, and building projects that are already identified?
Mr. Mayor, I thought we were still on referral. My apologies. But should staff be some direction answering this question or not?
Well, to me, it's on referral. I want to understand if the amount that are identified, I want to understand if the amount that's presented in the motion has a set of projects in the climate master plan. That will inform how I vote on the referral.
Wendy or Steve?
I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Willis, actually to speak to the spend.
Mr. Mayor, just where we're at in the process right now, council has previously directed that the gas tax money does go towards transit projects, as I understand. So council would have to change direction at this, and this is why the treasurer has asked for additional time to do the analysis of this so that we can respond to council about what it means. Staff will take council's direction, will bring forward a spending plan regardless of the amount that council set. The previously adopted Menard motion at standing committee would cause us to bring a report forward on a proposed spending plan regardless. We're in council's hands on this. It's a question of council has given previous direction and staff are trying to implement what council has already told us to do.
Okay. On that answer, I believe it is important to advance energy evolution projects and climate resiliency. So I will not support referral. Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This feels like a bit of a Kafkaesque debate, and I suppose that's inevitable. We've been going for well over 6 hours now without any kind of breaks. So any lack of clarity on my may just be on my part. But what I am hearing, everything that I'm hearing, the referral motion and the comments by the treasurer would indicate that staff consider that this money is earmarked for transit. They want to study it in the context of the transit long-range financial plan. And I cannot help but believe that if we don't go on a separate path today, a different path today, that we are going to wind up in the context of the long-range financial plan with a series of projects that are transit-related, and that we will have lost the opportunity to allocate this funding differently. I think we would be doing a favor to staff if we vote on a motion on allocating the funds, as Councillor McKenney has suggested, so they know the amount that they have to work with when they're doing their planning. Because otherwise, I am virtually certain that when we get to the long-range financial plan, it will not be $9 million that's available for projects. It will be some much smaller sum that is available for anything other than transit. So no, I don't refer this. Let's vote on this. And if it's council's intention that a certain amount of money would be available for transit, they should know how much that is. Because if we get to a vote on the long-range financial plan for transit and the money is all allocated to transit projects, there is virtually no chance that we will then be able to vote on or change recommendations to do something different.
this is a great suggestion that Councillor McKenney has put forward, and I would suggest that we vote on it today and not refer it.
Okay, anyone else on referral? Councillor Gower, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm hearing from staff in the most polite, diplomatic way possible. Please give us time to analyze this and bring it back to you. I support the referral motion. Also remind colleagues, investments in BRT, in buses and light rail are one of the most significant environmental initiatives that we can make here. So I'm happy with the referral motion.
Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm hearing staff saying they need time to look at this. I only saw the motion last night. I'm not sure about others. But I also think Councillor McKenney's point about going into an election year is also well taken. So I'm wondering if staff could comment whether Q1 2022 could be accommodated, and if yes, whether the mover would consider that as a friendly amendment to his referral motion.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with some of my buttons here, Councillor. My apologies, a little bit slow. Our preference is to keep it at Q2, but I can make a commitment to you that we will bring this back in Q2, and that would be the latest.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right. Councillor Menard on deferral.
Yes, thanks very much. There's a couple of points I think that are important to make again, because we're hearing different things. We have staff that support this motion, that support the original McKenney motion. And so not all staff want this deferred. So it's important that we don't say staff want it deferred. That's not true. Some staff may have some opinions and other staff may have others. But to Mr. Willis, I just want to ask you, do we have projects around mitigation and adaptation, as I understand it, that this could be used for, that could bring savings back to the city, energy savings back to the city. Can you just confirm that point?
Mr. Mayor, whatever envelope council sets for us, and whether it's a one-time envelope or a revolving fund, we will find projects, but we are at council's direction on this.
Okay, thanks so much for that. I encourage again my colleagues to not defer this. That is essentially pushing this off to a time when we don't know when it'll come back and what it'll be allocated for. But as a priority, we've set this as a priority in our strategic goals and within the Environment Committee and as a council when we all declared collectively that climate emergency. So let's do what we said we were going to do and set the direction here. That's our job. It's not staff's job to set direction. You are councillors elected by residents in your area. It's your job to set direction. It's all of our jobs to be leaders in this community, to show where we're going to be heading as a city. It's not staff's or one staff person's. So we know some staff support this, and we know there's projects for it, and we know it'll bring savings to the city. Let's support this here today and make sure it's not being deferred. And let's be the leaders that we're elected to be around this table. And support climate change initiatives. Thank you.
Anyone else on deferral? So I'm going to ask colleagues to support a reference to staff on this. We need to get a better understanding from staff the impact this motion will have on the city's transit planning. For those who claim that we're not doing anything for climate change, our biggest tool in our toolbox to fight climate change is transit. Buses, electric buses in particular, as well as LRT. And we've heard pleas from our staff, particularly our treasurer and general manager of planning and infrastructure, that we need to secure those dollars because if we're going to move forward with phase 3, which will benefit Barrhaven and Stittsville and Canada, we're going to need some of the dollars that would normally not be eligible for federal or provincial funding. In other words, planning issues and the like. So I do want to hear from staff. They've indicated they're not saying no to this, but we can't in isolation pull $9 million out of a fund, notwithstanding that it's new money. That's great. That gives us much more flexibility in terms of moving forward transit projects at a faster pace. And staff have already been asked by council as a policy to direct all gas tax contributions to transit and give them time to get the facts in front of council. So this notion that everything shuts down because of an election next year, well, Q2 starts in April. April, May, and June is Q2. So I don't subscribe to the view that we're at a stand still elected to serve the people and make decisions throughout all of next year until election day. So we can make an informed decision based on the benefit of using the gas tax for its usual purpose or a new proposed purpose. And we're talking about that work is already getting underway in early 2022 in Wendy Stephenson's team, so this should come back to council soon. Maybe this motion is a really good idea. We just don't know. I think we have to listen to our staff. I don't subscribe to the view, well, staff doesn't make decisions. Staff are there to give us the best advice, and they've been very, very clear. You've heard it, I think, in the tone of their voices, the frustration level, that they really do need time to properly think this through. Not at the last minute of a budget process are we going to make the best decision. So I strongly urge you to vote and support Councillor Hubley and Cloutier's motion of referral. Yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Moffat?
You.
Conseiller Cloutier?
Oui.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor DeRose?
Yes.
Councillor
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh?
No.
Councillor El Shantiri?
Councillor El Shantiri, I think your mic is on mute.
I have a problem. Yes, sorry, mute button.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Shirley?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor McKenney?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Conseiller Fleury?
No.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
14 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. Next is going through item number 6. Items A, B, C, D, E, and F. Carried? Adopté?
Carried.
Carried.
Next is a planning budget, the Fleury-McKenney motion on affordable housing. Councillor Fleury, if you'd like to introduce your motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll just ask the clerk to put it on the. Okay, whereas Ottawa City Council declared a housing and homelessness crisis and emergency on January 29, 2020, whereas in 2019, almost 9,000 people stayed in emergency shelters, an increase of almost 300 people from 2018. Whereas in 2020, the annual average length of stay in emergency shelters was 120 days, an increase of over 20 days since 2019. Whereas in 2020, there were more than 1,100 family households who stayed at least one night in temporary emergency accommodations for families. Whereas these 1,100 family households, the annual average length of stay is 178 days. Whereas in 2021, the city is estimated to spend $34 million on emergency shelters, hotels, motels, increasing over 10 million since 2016. And whereas the city's capital investment in affordable housing are currently capped at 15 million as per page 52 of the Planning Committee draft 2022 budget. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the inability to adapt from an outdated shelter model, whereas this failure in the current model has placed an additional strain on individuals experiencing homelessness and or chronic homelessness. Whereas in January 2021, the Provincial Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing stated on Twitter, the days of the old shelter systems have come and gone. And whereas a shift in mindset is needed and can be achieved through increased investment in supportive and affordable housing in all neighborhoods in the city of Ottawa, and whereas it is well documented from notable researchers such as Tim Aubrey and Kevin Page, have shown the economics and social benefits of building a spectrum of affordable housing. Whereas with more targeted housing investments to meet local objectives, Ottawa can move the yardstick and ensure permanent and affordable homes are available for all. And whereas the need to match spending and investment of affordable housing and in investments in emergency shelters yearly would remove the need for the outdated shelter model funding. Therefore, be it resolved that Council increase its the city's commitment to the construction of affordable housing by matching city operational financial expenses for emergency shelters, totaling $34 million in 2021 for new affordable housing in the 2022 budget, and be it further resolved that the additional $19 million needed to reach this $34 million goal be funded through the city's reserve funds as per the 2022 draft capital summaries document 2, redirecting funds from the citywide capital reserve account.
So, Council, you still have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will give you, Councillor and colleagues, an analogy. If you're walking into McDonald's today and you're ordering a fry, they have it in the freezer and they're putting in the fryer to give you that access to the product, to what you need. They're not calling a farmer and PEI. That product is there. We need to make sure that housing is available, and it's very expensive to build housing. It's not getting cheaper, as we know, as we've heard, and yet the pressures in the shelter and motels continue to grow. So I think we need to be aggressive. I know that Council has approved the long-range financial plan. I think we need, based on the pandemic realities, to be even more aggressive. So I'm presenting this motion, which is constant with what I've done the past years. Whatever we spend in previous years' shelter and motel funds, that we match in capital fund the following year.
Okay, so Ms. Stephenson, question to you. This would be coming out of our capital reserves. What kind of projects would we have to defer if we're taking additional funds, 34 million out of the reserves, and where would that leave us with reserve balances?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We have about, I'm going to say, $50 million earmarked in the reserve in terms of capital. Some of that has to do with the deferred projects that we had deferred in 2020 as one of our COVID mitigations. So we want to get those ones back on the books. Another piece of that has to do with our contractual obligations for some of the facilities that we have across the city. So thinking of the Sensplexes, where we have to do life cycle renewal on those. And some of the work tied to that too also ties to the OAG's recommendations in the recent facility audit, where we are, she pointed out some of the work and investments that we need to make across the city. So definitely $50 million is earmarked for those services. And then what we had also set aside was some money for our COVID mitigations in the instance that we didn't receive funding from senior levels of government. So we know that's still a question that we have as we move into 2022, that we don't have all of our COVID pressures funded at this point. So we've earmarked some dollars from that fund to be able to fund our shortfalls if that happens.
So places like Bell, Sensplex, Richcraft, Centerpoint, I believe is on that list, Schenkman.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And we also, from a prudent point of view, we just don't have a commitment from the other orders of government at this point. So those funds may have to be dipped into to pay for a shortage of funds from the provincial and federal government. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. This is one of our financial mitigations that we have. So we talked about those various plans behind the budget that we've tabled, and we need to make sure that we maintain those mitigations as we move into 2022.
Okay, Councillor Gower, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask the treasurer some similar questions. So thank you, Wendy, for providing that information. I don't think the capital reserve funds are an appropriate place to take money from for this. I also just wanted to remind colleagues about the significant investments that we are making in this term of council and proposed for 2022. There is 15 million proposed for next year in city contributions, plus an additional 2 million from development charge credits. And on top of that, there are odds and ends from other Section 37 and other negotiated benefits from builders. So it's not an insignificant amount. We have secured 54.4 million from the federal government through the Rapid Housing Initiative. And over the 4 years of this term of council, our city budget investments in affordable housing and capital is $68 million, which is more than any other term of council at any point in our city's history, which is significant. And last year alone, we invested $44 million in projects in the city. So our investments in affordable housing are significant. Yes, we need to continue to push for more, but in terms of pulling that from capital reserve funds, it's not an appropriate budget to be taking that from at this time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And just a comment from Donna Gray with respect to this, because it falls under your jurisdiction, or Syed, with respect to your comments on taking the funds out of this reserve fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as Councillor Gower says, there is a significant amount of investment that's actually been made. You know, the city was able to invest more than 65 million in 2021 and 130 million over the last 3 years. A large bulk of that money has not yet been expensed because we are waiting for capital milestones. So although, you know, I can understand the desire to, you know, put additional money in, it really is our ability to have construction ready projects at this point in time to be able to execute. We do have the ability to have debt authority should there be construction ready projects on top that we would have available that we would be able to do, and the treasurer I think could speak to that. But when we also look at OCH, you know, in addition to the money that they've received over 60 million in funding from provincial, federal governments, and the cities contribute 30 million, they have 241 million in financing from CMHC, which is available for them. And they're they do half of our investments in build. So there still is a lot of money out there. I think our biggest issue is construction delays and the operating supports that need to go into some of these affordable housing as we build them. That's the areas that we would be looking for more support.
Good points. Thank you. Councillor Aguilar.
Just two quick questions. One for Wendy. Wendy, you sort of set out what's already earmarked out of the reserves. So taking that money you've earmarked, what does that leave us in the reserves?
I believe it's just over about 40 million, Councillor. And then when we look at sort of, you know, maintaining that reserve year over year, we need to keep money in that in accordance with our reserve policy. The other piece that I didn't speak to earlier was the whole construction inflation issue that we're facing. So that's a bit of an unknown as we move into the future as well that we have to take into consideration.
Thank you for that. Donna, I have a quick question for you. If this motion did pass and you suddenly had these additional dollars, are there any programs out there right now, provincially or federally, that could turn those dollars into more dollars? Or is it kind of quiet on that front right now?
At this point, you know, from my understanding of this, we do not have any confirmation of any other programs at this point in time. We do know the federal government is looking at an accelerator program, but they're in the early stages of the development of that program. And we have no confirmation of any other programs at this point in time.
So final question, I think, if the rumors of an accelerator program became reality within the next, say, 12 months, and we don't have this money, what do we do? How do we take advantage of that potential accelerator program?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we still have flexibility in the 2021, the 15 million that we actually have available to us to leverage that in 2022. And we would be looking at that to be able to leverage programs, but we would still have to have construction ready or have partners that would be able to build or to have projects that are really ready to be expensed. And at this point in time, we have some that are in pre-development, but we don't have any construction ready projects. So we'd really have to be building that inventory for us to be able to move forward on that, which we're doing right now. But that will take us a bit of time.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Aguilar. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Donna, just a question to you. You said you're waiting for capital milestones. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, I'm going to ask the Director of Housing, Saeed Sayed, to explain to you how the capital money is expended as it moves from capital authority into payments.
And how much?
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Donna. Basically, when council allocates funding, for example, $15 million for 2019, 2020, and now going into 2022, the funds often are not spent immediately. We allocate those to projects, and then we don't spend the funding. They're allocated, but we don't actually hand the funds out until milestones are met. So that could be something like a building permit has been issued, the foundation has been completed, structures complete, building envelope, etc. As those milestones are issued, we issue our funding. It just makes sense for us, of course, because we wouldn't want to hand out millions of dollars when no work has been done.
And are we sitting on the $15 million that we allocated this year? Was not spent so far?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't say we're sitting on it. It is, spearheading a lot of work, but a lot of those funds have not yet been spent. So, project teams are working very hard, agency, including OCH, they're spending a lot of money, going through their soft costs to, with architecture and engineering fees, legal fees to get their site plan control and building permits and line up contractors and things like that. So it does take time, and the funds sort of start off being spent slowly, and as time goes on, it ramps up and they're spent much more quickly.
Is there anything that we can do at the city to speed up some of those permits or to get partners? Because, the longer it goes, those funds are not going to go quite as far.
This is a really complicated sort of question and answer. We can, we work very closely with planning. I think we have a good relationship with development approvals to move those things along. We have a specialized unit, albeit fairly small, the Affordable Housing Branch, but it is equipped with planners and to help the agencies and the professionals in those agencies to have their plans done up quickly, efficiently, and obtain their approvals efficiently. We have a pre-development fund that council's been funding for the last 2 years. We have, I think, almost 400 units in undergoing pre-development work, so that when funding becomes available, they will be construction ready. I think council has made a lot of progress adding funding to the Affordable Housing Branch and the housing activities. We are scaling up. OCH is scaling up, and the sector is scaling up. I think if you ask anyone in the sector, they're working at full capacity, and often we're relying on the private sector, just like other builders are, for construction, for professional services, and other, types of building activities.
When was the last affordable housing unit constructed and built and ready to move in the city?
We have units being constructed and completed all the time. Currently, OCH is completing 811 Gladstone. That's a 140-unit development in Rochester Heights. Shepherds of Good Hope is, I think they've actually completed it already, 8 units in Canada. They've got units under construction and well underway on Merivale Road, approximately 50 there. We've got, there's about, I think, 11 projects underway, and we'll probably have, more than 15 under construction as, once we get into the new year.
Okay, so the pipeline is full. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Mayor. So can staff just tell me how much money is in the account today for 2022 for shelters and motels? What are we going to spend on shelters and motels?
So, Councillor, I think we tried to answer this question for Councillor Fleury not that long ago. On average, we're spending, approximately 35 million a year on that. That's on all shelters, shelters and motels.
Mm-hmm. And if we're in a deficit, where do we get that money?
So that's a complicated question answer as well. Wendy may want to assist me here. It probably falls back on the city reserve. So this year we are projecting a $7.8 million deficit, although we think now it may be less with other assistance and provincial money that we're receiving. However, I'll let Wendy jump in here.
Thanks very much, Said. Historically, Councillor, the deficit has been funded within the department's budget, so they've been able to absorb it year over year. We've had the benefit of the Social Services Relief Fund over COVID, so that's helped us significantly in terms of dealing with those pressures. But if there is a deficit, then it typically falls to the bottom line, and if the city has a surplus, then the city just deals with that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Said, on average, there's about 2,000 households a day on any day in shelter or motel in the city. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor, I think you're referring to individuals, Councillor. It's about 300 to 400 households are homeless any day. That's households, plus we're looking at about 900 800 to 900 singles are homeless per day.
But how many? Okay.
Yep.
It kind of comes to the same, but okay.
Yeah.
So we spend $35 million a year to shelter 300 to 400 households and about 800 to 900 individuals on top of that, correct?
I think when we look at this is the average nightly occupancy. When we talk about those kinds of numbers, it's more like 7,000 or 8,000 individuals are served each year. But in terms of rooms and space, you're looking at 1,100-1,200.
Okay, that's what I thought. So what we're asking for here today is to match what we spend on shelter with housing dollars, and until we do that, shelters are filling a need, but until we do that, we're not going to bring that down. We can't. If we're shelter funding is so expensive and inefficient and kills people, really. Like, people die in shelters, they die outside, and so I guess I would appeal to my colleagues today just to consider, we could talk about record amounts and what we spent before and what we won't spend the next time and what the feds are doing. But other cities are doing things that are different. And I'm not saying that they're ending homelessness, because they're not, because the federal government is not doing anything right now to help us even make a dent in that. But little things like conversions and being able to acquire already existing housing, just the types of things that we need to be nimble on. Even a land transfer, to have a land trust established, to have enough funding that we can purchase rooming houses before they get sold off to and then have people run evicted. We can purchase already existing housing that will get rent evicted, because we know that is the most efficient way of providing housing, is just to acquire already existing housing. So it allows us for a year just to really be flexible, to work with our community. And we do have partners who are willing to build. The capacity is there. And if we can't spend it all, oh well, it's not going to go to waste. We've got to start thinking well outside of the box that we've put ourselves in, where things are not changing and more people are falling into homelessness and staying there for much longer. So I hope that you'll support the motion. I won't, but I hope you do.
Thank you. Ms. Ms. Stephenson, so the capital reserve is at about 50 million, and this would take 35 million out, leaving 15 million. And if we continue to do that the next year, we would drop back basically to zero if we don't replenish the reserve fund. Is that correct?
Just a little, I'll update those numbers for you, Mr. Mayor. So it's just over $90 million.
Right.
50 million is earmarked for spend. So we would be taking out, the suggestion today is 19 million. And then if that continued, it would go down to zero.
Right. And Donna, if we had a funding opportunity, if a provincial or federal program appears, which we hope it will, and we continue to lobby the other two orders of government, would part of your role would be to come back and tell council there's this great opportunity, we need matching funds, and then we can make that decision to go to appropriate reserve fund at that time?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we know that we're not leaving any federal or provincial dollars. I have a list here, I'm happy to circulate it. We're going to set a record this year of affordable housing units on Maryvale, Mountain Crescent, Uplands, Cambridge, Riverside, Colonial, Jeanne d'Arc, Devine, Mickinac, Montreal Road, Gladstone, Castlefranc, and units to be completed in 2022, Old Richmond Road, Carling Avenue, Wenatchee Road, Jockville, Lisgar, Maryvale, Florence, Murray, Eccles, and the list goes on. So I would encourage members, this is not the time to be raiding our reserve funds when in fact we have significant expenditures already that we have to fulfill according to the Auditor General. So I would urge members not to support this. There are programs, if they do come our way, we can invest in them. But as we've heard from our own staff, they don't support this particular initiative. And I would encourage you to please follow their sage advice. They've been working in the housing industry for a long, long time. People like Syed, who we're so blessed to have as one of our lead housing individuals. Obviously, they have concerns about this particular motion. Again, no really matching funds except going to the reserve funds. That's really the easy way of trying to get something done during budget is to just go and you raid to the reserves. And quite frankly, we just do not, we have too many variables in our budget to be spending money that we may not have simply because we may not get reimbursed for all our COVID costs at OPH through the paramedic service and rentals and so on. So I'd encourage members not to support this motion. We are spending record amount on housing. I know it's not enough, but if new programs come, and that's part of my job to lobby the Premier and the Prime Minister and their respective ministers, and then when those opportunities come, we bring them before Council. So, Councillor Fleury, I thought you had spoken.
On wrap up, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, it's usually after me, but go ahead this time.
I was patient. I apologize. You were asking questions. I didn't want to interrupt. Monsieur Maire, merci de vos questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all of your questions. You're right. We have a choice in front of us. Yes, we've been spending much more than in the past. But right now we have funds in an account. Dear colleagues, you know about that. Cindy and her team knows that when they have the appropriate funds, the projects can move. More funds we have, more projects ongoing. Right now, we have people living in a motel, in a shelter, and if we don't build another option, we're stuck. So right now, we're ready to spend on a daily basis for temporary lodging instead of tackling the core issue. Investing today, we know that this will be a unit tomorrow. It needs about 1 year for all of the approval for zoning, construction, and all the rest. Everything that we're doing today, we will see the results in 2023, 2024. So we know that we'll have interest cost, inflation, construction costs keep on going up. And if we delay too much, it will be more expensive at the end of the day. I do understand, Mr. Mayor, what you're saying when you're using our reserved fund. What I would like to ask you is to allocate 40 million that hasn't been touched. I invite council member to improve the 15 million that we already have. I think we can do more with the 35 million that we're investing in shelters.
From the capital reserves, yeas and nays.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Cloutier.
Councillor Moffat there.
No. Councillor Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
No.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor McKinney.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
Mayor Watson.
No.
8 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, I'm going to call a recess for till 5:30. I'll allow people to get up and perhaps get something to eat for a late lunch or early dinner. And then we have a motion by Councillor Dudas and Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Dudas.
I don't have it before me, but I'll move that there we go. Be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c). You know, everybody can see it.
On the motion, carried. Adopté. Okay, we'll reconvene at 5:30. Thank you very much, colleagues. Merci beaucoup.
During the recess, we will be testing the live YouTube stream. There may be brief disturbances during that time. Thank you.
morning or good afternoon, colleagues. We'll begin the meeting in 1 minute. On va recommencer la réunion dans 1 minute. Merci. We'll continue our meeting with item number 7, the Planning Committee portion of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Carried. Adopté. Next is transit. We have a number of motions.
Mr. Mayor, I'll dissent on that.
Sorry, what are we on here? We just came back.
Item number 7, Planning Committee portion of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Are you wishing to
dissent?
McKenney? Okay. Thank you. So next is Councillor McKenney and Leaper motion funding budget increase from transit levy, from transit tax levy. I don't know what that O means, but anyways, Councillor, the floor is yours.
Whereas a strong public transit system is essential to a successful, livable city, resulting in less congestion, faster commutes, more convenience, higher productivity, and lower emissions. And whereas Council has previously directed through the fair funding model that revenue cost ratio, the portion paid by transit riders, make up 55% of its annual funding. And whereas this will result in a 2.5% increase to transit users in 2022, and whereas continually raising the price of fares will increasingly make transit unaffordable for many residents, which will inversely lower ridership and lead to lost revenue, and whereas the risk of increased private vehicle use due to less available public transit includes downstream costs, including congestion, land use for parking and roads, health impacts from pollution, the cost of greenhouse gas emissions, and increased injuries, deaths, and property damage from collisions. And whereas the City of Ottawa's climate change goals can only be met through the decreased use of private vehicles and increased use of public transit and active transportation modes, therefore be it resolved that the proposed transit fare increase of 2.5% in the 2022 budget, which equates to $5.12 million in revenues, be transferred to the transit tax levy, increasing the levy from 4.5% to 5.97% and recovered from the property tax base. So this motion essentially is asking that we freeze the fare increase for 2022, that we not increase a pass for an adult fare by $3, and that instead we put that over to the transit levy, which rather than $3 for every transit user, and most of our transit users today are lower income people, frontline workers who have no other way of getting around the city, rather than impose $3 per month on transit users, we actually transfer that to the transit levy, which equates to the average homeowner, so the whole home could be two people, 1, 3, 5, an average of, $11 a year. So this is our 92 cents a month. So 92 cents a month versus $3 a month for every transit user. And if we believe that that the people in this city deserve equity, that if we actually believe that our transit users who we need to get back into our system, we just said no to a climate action motion. And we said, you know what? I think it was the mayor said, you know what? The best way is through transit. Well, if we actually believe that, we need to keep people on transit. And at the rate that we're raising it to $125 a month, that means that a family, 2 adults and 2 children, would be paying $400 a month now for transit. So nobody does that unless they absolutely have to. We live in a family of 3. We actually take transit. We take it all the time. Like the rest of you, I get a free transit pass, so I don't pay for it. My daughter goes to high school far enough away, and she gets a free transit pass, and my wife gets a Presto kind of auto load pass. Would we, and we love transit, we take it everywhere, would we really pay $375 a month for our transit? I don't know that we would. And we can afford it more than most families. Certainly more than most families who are stuck on transit.
30 seconds.
So if we really are serious in this city about bringing people back to transit, building an equitable society, and ensuring that, the heroes we talked about for a year, those frontline workers, can get to work and can afford to get to work, I would encourage you to support this motion to freeze fares, $3 per rider, as opposed to, pennies really per household
You could wrap up,
per month. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, I want to commend Councillor McKenney for bringing forward this motion. I think we have all been so focused on making sure that we actually have a train system that works and is safe, that maybe we haven't focused quite as much as we could have or should have on the affordability question. But there is no doubt that even pre-pandemic, we were bleeding riders on our transit system. And through the pandemic, it has gotten worse. And if one looks at a simple microeconomic supply and demand equation, what you know for sure is if your supply outstrips your demand, you have to decrease prices. And you don't increase prices because that will just result in fewer riders. That doesn't make any sense. And the counter is increasing prices will actually decrease demand. So we have to think about that. We have to think about how we actually encourage ridership. And we hear a lot about the long-range financial plan, how it's carved in stone. Well, the world shifted under our feet. Things have all changed. People are working from home. They're not all going downtown the way they once were. And to have built a new transit system that the taxpayers in our city have invested billions of dollars in, and then to make decisions that are counterintuitive and are actually pushing riders away from the system as opposed to attracting them back is just, it's just wrong-headed. It's the wrong way to go. We have to recognize that the world has changed, the city has changed, transit ridership practices have changed, and we need to be making decisions in real time that attract people back to our transit system. And, free ridership in December was a nice gesture. It was a bit of a gimmick, but it doesn't address the long term. And that's what we really need to be thinking about. We need to be thinking about an actual strategy that encourages people to get out of the cars and onto a public transit system that we've invested in. And so I would say to all of us, we need to take the advice from our colleague, Councillor McKenney. We need to recognize that this is an opportunity to attract people by not increasing fares. You increase fares, you're just pushing them away. You're just saying that, we have our head in the sand when it comes to what we need to do to get people back on the transit system. So I would ask you to think about this long and hard and to support the motion put forward by Councillor McKenney. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deans. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question is germane to a number of motions we're going to deal with tonight. So I just want to get it out at the beginning. And that's for our city treasurer. Given the changing environment due to COVID, due to a number of desire to see free transit or transit for certain age groups, fare freeze, but most importantly, the impacts that COVID has had on public transit in this city and the unknowns that we have for a number of years going forward. Is there a plan to bring back, we heard reference today with the long-term financial plan in Q2, but I just want to understand the context. Is there a concrete plan to review a long-term plan for transit funding, given all of the variables that have changed over recent years?
Thanks, Councillor, for your question. I think two pieces to that. So yeah, I agree with you. You definitely heard about our long-range financial plan that's coming next year. And in that plan, we will be looking at our assumptions, and that will come back to committee and council. And then the other piece to it is a bit of that longer term lookout, which will happen in the next term of council. So the work around the TMP will also inform our next version of the long-range financial plan, which we expect to bring back to council in 2024.
When was the last long-term financial plan developed for transit? I thought it was within recent memory.
2019.
And then what is the frequency, let's say there was no COVID, what's the frequency of reviewing and then revising the plan?
Our commitment is to bring our long-range financial plans back one time per term of council.
Okay, so COVID didn't initiate the return of this plan? It was going to happen anyway? Or is COVID the main impetus behind bringing this back?
No, I think we need to bring this one back. There are some changes obviously that are happening, and we want to get that in front of council.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, if this motion passes, it says the 2.5%, the revenues associated with a 2.5% fare increase would be covered off by the transit levy on the property tax bill. So that means in 2023, there would not be a requirement to increase fares by 5% because in 2022, you're actually generating that revenue, that 2.5% revenue.
Yeah, that's correct. So what this motion is suggesting is basically shifting that fare increase. So instead of happening at the fare box, it's happening on the tax bill.
Okay. The presentations that you and your staff made in the wards and to others was strictly on a transit levy increase of 4.5%. Is that correct?
We spoke about the tax increase, yes, of 4.5% being the budget directions that was approved in July.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you. Thank you.
I think Councillor Brockington, Wendy meant the transit levy of 4.5, not the tax increase. Is that correct, Ms. Stephenson?
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. Assumption is we're talking about transit, but you are correct.
Great, thank you. Sorry, and just I think Councillor Brockington indicated there'd be no increase in 2023. Did I get that right, Councillor? I think this is just a one-time. It would go up, would it not, Ms. Stephenson, if it's only 1 year funding? Because the long-range financial plan calls for steady increases to pay for the service, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So what this is suggesting is the increase is not going to happen at the fare box. right? If this motion passes today, it would happen on the tax bill through the transit levy. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also had some questions that are general and probably interesting in the context of a budget discussion in transit. One of the first things I wanted to ask about is the fare box and how much we collect and what that translates to in terms of the levy that we pay. So if I understand properly, if we wanted to have absolutely free transit for normal times transit, I think we would need to, under our current funding formula, get about $218 million to replace the fare box.
Fairly close. I believe the number is 212.
Okay. If we were today to increase taxes wildly by, I think, roughly 12.5%, we could raise that additional revenue.
That's right. The transit levy would go up, I believe, by 12.78%.
And the transit levy would go up by 12.78, which would cost each household roughly $500 a year.
I believe that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and I'm not going down that path today. If you have 3 bus passes in a household, a $500 increase to your property taxes sounds like a mighty good deal. You would save a lot of money in your household if we did that, but clearly that's going to be polarizing since some households are not transit using households. One of the considerations I have around the fare freeze today as a one-time is that the effect of that over time compounds. I'm not a statistician, but 10 years from now, the cost of a bus pass will have about $35 of the cost of a bus pass 10 years from now, if we increase the fares today by 2.5%, will be the result of the 2.5% fare increase that we have. The bus passes 10 years from now will be $34 cheaper per month if we freeze fares right now. And I think there's a lot of really interesting reasons to freeze fares right now, and I'm grateful to Councillor Deans's intervention in talking about the world has changed. The future of transit in this city is looking kind of precarious. Riders have been turned off by the expense of transit for many years now. And the headlines that have been generated by the performance of our transit are turning yet more potential riders off. We can't afford to put barriers in the way of increasing transit ridership. And it's not just for the transit, for the sake of transit, that we have to ensure that it succeeds. As the mayor pointed out, it is one of our critical climate change responses. We have to have transit succeed. We have to have it grow in order to meet our official plan goals of half of trips being made by sustainable transportation 25 years from now. We're not close to that today. And putting barriers by way of compounding fare increases is counterproductive to trying to achieve that goal. It means more private automobiles on the road, more congestion, more wear and tear on our roads, more roads that have to be built as our city sprawls and have to be maintained. We have to get people on transit. The time to start working on that is today. We can't afford to wait for a new long-range financial plan we can't afford to wait for a new long-range financial plan that rejigs the balance between the fare box and the transit levy. Today, the choice that we make to freeze the fare will have a significant financial impact on what a pass costs 10 years from now. We can't delay those difficult decisions. And I hope that you'll support the motion that Councillor McKenney has put forward. I was very pleased to support it. One of the best ways to address transit affordability is through fare freezes that go on the property tax bill. The best way to deal with free transit is to let inflation bring the cost of transit go down every year But that's not going to happen if we continually increase our fares. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Gower.
I don't think freezing our fares for an entire year in 2022 is going to bring any new people on board. I don't think anyone will look at the motion in front of us if council approves this and says, I'm going to take transit now because council did not approve a 2.5 increase in fares. I don't know. I don't think any of us know what the link is of fares and small increases in fares actually has to ridership. I think things like reliability and frequency of service and coverage of bus routes has a far greater impact on the decisions that people make to take the bus. We are holding fares for a number of important groups, Equipass holders, community pass holders, and so on. There are free transit days continuing for seniors. We are targeting some of these fare freezes and other initiatives towards people who need that the most. I do think as we go and as we review the long-term plan, I hope that we end up, that we look for a way to shift more of the burden onto property tax and less on the fare box. But I think we need to do that in a way that actually gets buy-in from residents, because I know when I talk to residents and they see a number like 4.5% increase in tax levy, even if the dollar amount is small, that kind of increase is a little bit scary to some property tax owners. So to go back and say we're looking now for 6%, I think we need to get buy-in from people and do a better job at engaging with the public and explaining to them what the benefits could be of shifting that burden more towards property tax. I think just doing it on an ad hoc basis here outside of a more considered look at the policy around transit fares and other sources of funding is not the right way to go. So reluctantly, I'm not going to support this, but I do appreciate the motion that we're going to consider later on from Councillor Dudas that I think is a more constructive way of having this conversation around fares and property taxes and how we pay for transit. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking Councillor McKenney. Because this motion, and when they indicated that they were going to be bringing it forward at the Transit Commission, which I was listening to, it really sparked my my desire to find some sort of solution. And I think that the issue as it stands right now is that throughout this budget process, and I'm speaking from myself as a councillor, I've been meeting with residents. I've met with countless residents. I've held public meetings. I've done online. And every time I've spoken to a person, I've been committing to the 3%. I have not been saying that I'm going to put added burden on the property tax levy. And I've been very, very, very committed to that because that's what I'm hearing that my residents want. Now, I know that that might be very different across the city. And I know that once again, that is a conversation that we've been having. It is something I even campaigned on, and I'm committed to upholding that. But the conversation as it stands today is very worthwhile to have. And I will speak to my motion that I am so glad that Councillor McKenney was able to support me on by seconding it, that is coming up later, that really speaks to the need of us having that frank conversation with our residents about how are we actually going to fund transit fares for perpetuity. We can't keep raising it every year. We can't have these conversations every single budget about raising it 2.5 or further, but we still need to fund the infrastructure investments in our transit system. Because to have a transit system that is affordable but unreliable and inconvenient is not going to do the trick. It's just going to turn people off. To have a transit system that is convenient but completely out of the means of affordability for the majority of residents, that's also not going to work. So we need to find a better medium, and I'll speak to that more when my motion comes up. But I have to say, you know, I held wonderful conversations with the new GM, Mrs. Stephenson and Councillor McKenney about this particular motion. I would deeply love to support it, but it would be disingenuous for me to support it for this particular year. However, I am committing to finding a long-term solution that actually means that we won't have to have this conversation going forward. So that's what my motion will speak to coming forward. But I did want to thank Councillor McKenney for all the work that they have done to not only spark this conversation, but try to find solutions.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me, Councillor Shirelli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's important for members of council to know, especially ones who weren't elected in the 80s and 90s, that the decision about how we set fare increases was set very strategically, because in order to get support for a transit system and for big spending on major projects in a transit system, you needed buy-in from two groups of people, the transit users and the property taxpayers who were not transit users. You needed buy-in from both in order for the system to succeed. So there was a ratio established in the cost of a trip, how much came from the fare box and how much came from property tax. So that ratio back then was 50-50. And you run into a danger if
I think Councillor.
Yes?
Sorry, I think you just froze there. Just go back 30 seconds to what you said.
Okay. Okay, so I think you run into a danger if you put too much on the property tax and reduce the payment from farebox, and that danger is that the non-transit users will stop supporting the system. And by supporting, I mean giving the political will to have it continue and to have major spending continue and major projects advanced. So part of this whole thing was an agreement or a saw-off between the two groups. And you still need both groups to support the transit system if this is going to make any sense in the long run to both groups. So part of this is making sure the fare box continues to pay its share of a cut in price or a freeze might seem to make sense to bring as many people back as we used to have. Number one, I don't know that we're ever going to have that many people again. But secondly, you need more than just covering that amount of money. You also need the buy-in from the whole group of people who don't currently use transit to support it anyway. And you get that buy-in by having a fair split in the cost. And I think you're veering away from that if you start to avoid the fair share increase.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. And my comments here, I think, maybe apply to every budget amendment that we're going to see. The risk of sounding like a teacher, I just want to share a little thing that we do in schools with students whenever we're talking about systems and system dynamics. One of the things we do is we give them the simile that a system is like a child's mobile that hangs over a crib. And once you touch one part of that mobile, the rest of the mobile moves. So in a system, anytime you touch one part of the system, you don't know where the rest of it might go and what impact there might be. And it's a good visual to think about. And when I hear amendments like this, I think, you know, and just so many of the other ones too, the one on the environment, all of the amendments today were great ideas. And I thought, gee, I really agree with that. I think that's a fabulous idea. It's just that when they're done now, and you hear staff saying, we don't really have a plan, we're not sure what that would look like, we need more time, we don't know what the impact of this would be. I think that's that tap where we don't know what the impact will be on the rest of the mobile. So I agree with Councillor Shirelli, I agree with Councillor Dudas, that I agree with Councillor McKenney. I think these are great ideas that if they're well thought out at the beginning of the budget cycle's ending today, maybe, hopefully, and starting tomorrow, where the thinking is, what can we do next time and what will that look like? And how does this impact so many of the other plans we already have in place? That's where I think, I find it difficult to support amendments like this where they are not attached to a long range plan that was well thought out. So I just make that comment now because I won't be supporting this, but I don't want to have the message out there that I don't think that this is a worthy conversation to have. And the other motions that I didn't support either were not also excellent. I just want to make that comment to apply to all the motions here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to staff, if that's okay. I understand when Wendy Stevenson said that the amount of money that we raise at the fare box is about $212 million. Is that accurate, Ms. Stevenson?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, this is a question, I guess, to LRT management or OC Transfer Management. How many fare inspectors do we have currently on the system?
Mr. Kanalakis, who will answer for OC.
Mr. Mayor, I believe Pat Scrimger is on the line. I know Renee's here. Pat, are you there? There he is.
I am here, but I don't know that number. I imagine.
Sorry, we can barely hear you, Pat. If you can just
Oh,
speak.
sorry. Is that any better? I'll just move the microphone. I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question. Mr. Greer, if he's on the line, would know. Mr. Charter may know.
Mr. Charter, how many fare inspectors? Are there that many? We don't know how many.
I think we'll have to get an answer for you. Because, sorry.
Hello, Mayor. I
Can
could
we
answer
come back
that
in
question.
a few minutes, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, I could answer that question. We have three fare inspectors across the system right now. However, they've been prioritized on the COVID protocols and working with the COVID. So we have not been doing fare inspections and doing any fare evasion protocols. We've been focusing everything with these resources on COVID.
So, Mr. Greer, so how long has this been going on where we haven't had fare inspections?
The fare inspections themselves have been since the start of COVID.
So 2 years we haven't had. Okay.
But we also do our regular monitoring with our operators, and if there's any issues at all, if they suspect any issues at all, then the operators would call it into the control room, and our special constables would.
And how many special constables do we have now?
Right now, we're up in the approximately 48.
And are they enforcing the pay, like fares? Are they enforcing?
They will address the situation. They'll have to obviously go and get the details from the operator when they're called upon.
So do we have any data on how often this happens?
I would have to pull that from our chief of special constables. So
okay. What if I told you that the bus drivers that I am speaking to, and I've been speaking to quite a few of them on Lexington, are telling me that half the people then on the buses are not paying fares, and they have been told not to enforce it for fear that there's reprisals against the drivers.
And you are correct. We do tell our operators, do not get into a fare dispute. Call it into control and notify the special constables and the mobile supervisors.
But at that point, it's too late, right? Someone's already been on the bus and got off wherever they wanted to get off.
There is that potential.
So is there a way to estimate how much we are losing if in fact we're telling our bus operators not to enforce fares? That message actually just permeates right through the system. So I'm not surprised that half the people getting on our buses are not paying. Is there a way to, if right now, if we've got a figure of $212 million that we're collecting at the fare box, would it be a stretch to say maybe $200 million is being lost when we're not enforcing our fares?
I could not comment on that. What I can say is the technology of the new fare gate system and the fare paid zones have reduced that risk considerably.
Well, we don't have the data, do we?
No. So that goes both ways, though. We can't say it is and we can't say it isn't.
Okay, so if we're not enforcing the fares, I'd say that we are hemorrhaging a lot of money. Number two, the STO has a fairly strict policy on enforcing fares, and it has not seemed to deter their ridership. Why can't we do a better job of enforcing fares. And I can recall years ago discussing this with Mr. Manconi at a transit meeting or at council, and we had just a handful of fare inspectors, and it did not seem to be a priority. And here we are going into 2022, and we still don't make this a priority. And there's nothing to encourage people, to persuade them to pay a fare. So the good people, the honest people, are paying more for a lack of policy on the city side. This is not fair. So, you know, we want to raise more money for the transit system, yet, and we want, and you know, we're talking about free fares. There are a lot of people who are enjoying free fares in this city, and it's costing the city and it's costing, you know, taxpayers a lot of money. I want to know why, and maybe this is a question inquiry to staff. Why can't we enforce our fare payment when the STO in Gatineau can without repercussions? I guess I'll make this a direction, but I'm saying if we're looking for sources of revenue, there's one sitting here right in front of our faces. We can have cost recovery, we can hire fare inspectors, change the whole climate, the culture in Ottawa that our system, we value our system. You're going to pay a fare, but we're going to provide good service. But we're going to take this seriously. I'm appalled that we're allowing this much money to just fritter out the windows of our buses. It's time that we woke up and enforce the system that we are all paying for. So can I make that an inquiry to staff, Mr. Mayor? Just why I'd like to see us do a better job of enforcing fares. You know, other than having free transit, like if we're going to give it away, let's just give it away.
So why don't you, if you can type out that inquiry and send it to Caitlin, we'll make sure it gets to staff.
Okay, but I'm just saying we want to find more money for the system, and we're going to force the honest people and the taxpayers to pay more when we're allowing people just to ride the bus for free. Yep, wrong. That's wrong in the city.
Very valid point.
And Mayor, may I make a comment? I would like to just ask that we have the time to take a look at the data and take a look and see, because it's fine to say that the people are getting on and riding for free. I don't believe that's as large a case as what is said, but I don't have the data here, nor does anybody, until I can sit with Pat and compare that data with our ridership and our fare boxes and do the comparison. So
talk to some of your drivers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and a very good discussion today, I believe. First of all, there's been a lot of really good points raised, even by Councillor Meehan. You know, if we can look at opportunities on saving money where there is that opportunity, that's something I would certainly support. And I look forward to the inquiry that goes in on that. I think the big question is related to anyone that opens their tax bill recognizes very quickly. We've already talked about one of the biggest items, policing. That's at the top of the deck. Moves down to fire. And then, of course, we shift down to transit. Now, if you live in Greeley, it might be different because you're not paying that. But at the same time, people that live within the city that actually have transit on their tax bill have a massive concern. We dodged a bullet this year with the MPAC assessment not coming up. It looks like it's got a push, and thanks to AMO and Riley and the great people that are working on that. But there is going to be a reality and a bit of a come to Jesus moment. Yes, certain parts of the cities will go up, and yes, certain parts of the cities will go down. If you live near transit, you're going to be considered a very desirable community to live within. And that means while you might be paying 3% on your tax bill, that 3% of the market rate of your home, if you don't understand the MPAC assessments, could spike significantly. And a lot of the areas in our neighborhoods, in Riley's neighborhood, Rick's neighborhood, Jeff's neighborhood, and Teresa's neighborhood, around those transit nodes are going to see market values of their homes going up, up, and up. And I have a lot of seniors right now that are very concerned about what their market assessment of their house is going to be. Originally it was going to be 2022, it's going to be 2023. That is a major concern. Part of me is happy that it got bumped, so we have more time to evaluate that. But a big part of it I wish it would have been here because the reality would have been with us before the municipal election. People have to understand there's going to be areas in this city where costs will be higher. We're already seeing it at the fuel pumps, and even if you don't drive, it translates into your grocery store. Seniors are stretched extraordinarily thin. We've gone with a bit of a blind vote today when it comes to policing. I'm still not totally sold. It's going to land the way it should. I hope it does. We all hope and pray. I'm not willing to sacrifice a second blind vote today where we don't have the numbers. We need the data, we need the numbers to see what this would translate into if we had to foot the tax bill. And I'm not willing to say, yeah, we're approving something budget-wise today, but it could change tomorrow. I don't think that is prudent, and it's not responsible as someone that is concerned about the tax base. So unfortunately, today I won't support this. I do also want to point out the fact our federal partners have made us whole last year. And when FCM was in town a couple of weeks ago for board meetings, we had great discussions. I'm feeling very positive that our federal government's going to assist us next year, but we don't know. Until we know something, it's very difficult to go making these decisions. And I have a great problem putting all on the municipal tax base. So anyway, Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving me time today. I will not be supporting this motion. I look forward to debate and discussion on Councillor Dudas's motion coming forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion. I think that price point is important. And when we talk about costs, we forget that there is an effect if we get more people on transit, that there's less costs on wear and tear and other things on roads. So that we need this for climate change. We need this to have have a system that's being used. And of course, people want it reliable. It's not just a price point. They want reliability. I agree with that. Absolutely. But I think price point is important, and we want to keep those people using the system. And that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kitts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I can really appreciate why, after the year we've had in transit, perhaps now more than ever, a freeze would be merited. However, I think just as transit riders feel it's adding insult to injury to increase fares, I mean, taxpayers, especially rural taxpayers, would also be frustrated by an increase to the transit levy following the issues we've had recently. And similar to Councillor Dudas, when I was knocking on doors, you know, just last year, I heard very loudly from my constituency about not wanting to see an increase in property taxes. So I did have a conversation with Wendy about whether we could use municipal parking revenues to fund a freeze instead, and was told that the province, through the Municipal Act, does not allow that. And then I learned that Councillor Kavanaugh had passed a motion before I was elected requesting AMO's assistance in petitioning the province on this. So I'm just wondering if staff are aware if AMO did move forward with that request and whether there's been a response from the province.
It might be Councillor Brockington, our rep on AMO. Councillor, are you aware of any movement on that at the board level of AMO?
Thank you, Mayor. I cannot speak off the top of my head. Any resolution that came from this council definitely went to AMO. I cannot recall what the outcome was. I'm sorry.
It was
okay. No.
It was federal.
Oh, it was federal. Apologies. Well, in any event, I think we really need to continue to push other levels of government, whether it's provincial or federal, on this, because I think in order to affect that significant shift from cars to transit that we're looking for, we need to make it more desirable to take transit and more difficult to travel by car. And I think, you know, increasing perhaps parking fares and using that revenue in transit could be a way to do that. So I think it's a better cause and effect way to provide that incentive, and it's disappointing that we don't have that tool available to us today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, thank you, Councillor Kitts. Conseiller Cloutier, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Just a quick question for Wendy, just so that we have.
Mr. Mayor.
Wendy, what's the current operating costs to operate the system? What is the current split between the fare box and the property tax?
Councillor, I think you're referencing the ratio. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah, so pre-pandemic, it was 47 to 53%, which is fare to taxes. And currently it's trending around 45 of fares to 55% taxes.
So 55% of the operating costs are borne by the taxpayers currently.
That is the revenues, Councillor. So when you look at the revenues that come in to pay the costs.
Okay, thank you. What are the capital costs, and who pays for that?
So there's a mix in the budget of fare revenue, property taxation revenue, and funding from different levels of government to cover all of the operations, whether it be operational expenses or the capital expenses for transit. I don't have the exact breakdown, but it's definitely in the budget and I can get that to you.
But the capital costs are not borne by the users to purchase the buses, to purchase the trains. That is from other levels of government, perhaps gas tax or others, and by property tax owners. Is that correct?
It's a mix. It's a mix. So some of the fare revenues, some of the property taxation revenues, some of the funding that we receive, as you mentioned, gas tax covers those capital costs. So it's everyone's contributing, just in different ways and different amounts.
Okay. Freezing the fares, is there a council policy to balance the cost between taxpayers and transit users? What is our policy currently?
We do have a policy. It's built into our fiscal framework that speaks to that fare box to property tax revenue ratio, whereby the fares are to be contributing 55% of the revenue and taxes are to be contributing 45% of the revenue.
And currently, pre-pandemic, we are at 47% fares and 53% property tax.
Correct.
Okay, so we should look at that long-term council policy. Okay. Thank you very much. So colleagues, I wonder if it wouldn't be beneficial for us to, before we put that greater burden on property tax taxpayers, a review of the long-range financial plan, a review of that policy, that foundational policy that we have, so that we can move ahead in future budgets with respect to the correct ratio. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Merci, Conseiller. Councillor McKenney, please. Would you like to wrap up, Councillor, and we'll just put...
Yeah, why don't I do that? Thank you.
Councillor Fleury, if you can take the floor now.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Je vais appuyer la motion.
I'm going to support this motion, Mr. Mayor. This is an immediate motion in a unique time frame. I think it's important to understand that we have had some really extreme situations when it comes to fares and from the pandemic, and in spite of the fact that I appreciate that we have frozen some of the components in terms of tarification, it's important to do so globally in order to be able to rebuild confidence and remove some of the pressures. Councillor Ketz, I want to get back to one of the points that you made. Before you were elected, I had brought to the Municipal Council a unique opportunity that unfortunately was not taken up. The City of Toronto has what's called a parking authority, and like Hydro Ottawa, they get dividends that are paid to the city, and then they can use those expenses. So the City of Ottawa decided not to do this within the organization, and that would have given us that kind of financial flexibility. I was thinking that way a few years ago, and at that time, the council decided to take another opportunity. But maybe with me, you might decide to launch this idea up again, because I think that that's where we could find the balance, cost of parking, costs of traveling, and see where the economies of scale can be had, and how can we justify the buying of a bus pass and justify the use of public transportation. So your point is good. I think that for today, what we have as a motion, it still reflects the reality of where we're at right now within the pandemic and public transport. And I understand this is not long term, but I think that the next motion might bring us there. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just to respond to a few points that have been made tonight. The current fare collection in Ottawa is obviously much, much lower than the 212 million that's normal. It's been much lower the last couple of years because of the pandemic and other reasons. Of course, price, one second. Of course, price affects ridership. It's price elasticity. Yes, just 1 minute, okay? And fare is the most influential in short and long-term elasticity. So fare does matter, and the price of gasoline also contributes to choices that people make. But fare certainly matters to a large extent. Rural areas without service don't pay the full transit levy. It's a much, much smaller amount in areas A and B. And I think people know on here that are sorry. So I'll just finish by saying we know transit ridership has declined quite a bit since 2010, every year since 2010. And we've had corresponding fare increases every single year. There's been a couple of fluctuations there, and you factor in population growth, but we've been going down. And so I think all kinds of arguments today on various different topics, but at the end of the day, we're not supporting, I think, more transit ridership. We've voting against more climate change funding. We're voting against affordable housing. And this is another piece where we're making arguments that we need more information. The information's been there for years now. I think you all know I support fare-free transit as an argument, because we would benefit hugely from tourism. We would benefit hugely from the equity considerations that would bring. And right now, it's not such an odd conversation, because the federal government is currently talking about operational funding. And Councillor Tierney would know this too through FCM. There is that discussion about operational funding in the future, and you need other orders of government to contribute. But we should be thinking about that right now, especially with ridership down, and we've got fare-free December. And that's a good start. We should really be thinking about continuing that. I actually think there's a lot more support for this type of idea in the city than you'd think. And I think that this is a time right now during a pandemic when we've seen the kind of what we've seen in the last several years, LRT and other things happening. This would really remake our city. And I guess I should finish, Mayor, just by saying, I really campaigned hard on the U-Pass for our city. One of the reasons why our city has a U-Pass is because students got together and we led a campaign to get it at Carleton and University of Ottawa. The concept is similar. Everybody pays in for a U-Pass, and not everyone uses it, but everybody benefits by that reduced congestion and getting to campus. But everybody pays into it, and it's a lower fare. The same is true for libraries. We don't charge a fee there. We all pay in. I think transit should be the same as a service. I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Kanalakis, the councillor that just spoke indicated that ridership has been going down every year since 2010. That doesn't appear to be what I recall being briefed on. Do you have what the ridership, I know obviously during the pandemic, ridership is down, but from 2010 to the start of the pandemic, was ridership down every year?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to refer that to Pat. I know it wasn't. We were actually on an increase. So Pat, do you have the numbers handy in terms of ridership? You're going to have to speak more. You're having trouble with your mic, Pat.
Is that okay now?
It's still hard to hear.
There's something wrong with my screen went out earlier. mid meeting. So I hope
it's better now. Yeah.
Let me check one thing.
That should be much better now.
There we go. All right.
It was picking up through the wrong. I've got a chart here I'm just looking at to see if it answers that question. I've got a chart I can put on the screen, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, that shows ridership since 2011.
Okay, go ahead.
Would that help? Caitlin, can I share a screen? No, I can't.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you should be able to.
Oh, share screen. Thank you. I see it now. Share. Can you see that chart? Please, somebody let me know.
Yes.
You can see it.
Okay, thank you. So over on the left here, this is hundreds of millions of customers. And at 2011, you can see into 2012, we were slightly over about 103, 104 million. And then we went down until 2014. And then we've been relatively steady with some very small ups and downs. And you may recall, you may not, that just before the pandemic, we had an increase in the first 2 months of 2020. We had the highest levels we had ever seen, or not ever seen, but we had seen in the last few years. And then the pandemic hit us, and you can see there's the slope going down, the very quick decline, and here's the increase. So we're certainly lower in 2020, in 2019 than we were back in 2012, but I wouldn't say that this shows that there had been a continuing decline. It just shows that it went down over those years and then was relatively steady.
Right. Thank you. To wrap up on her motion, Councillor McKenney, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I use the pronouns they, them, by the way. Just a reminder. Mr. Scrimgeour, on the screen that you just showed us, though, is that annual ridership as a proportion to our population? Because our population grew over that time. So what was the ridership, in terms of the proportion to the increase in population?
That number that I showed you was absolute number of people traveling. That was not per capita ridership. I don't have the per capita numbers, but I think your supposition is right.
Could we get the per capita numbers at some point? It would be good for us to see how much further our ridership is drawn per capita.
Yes, we can. We've been reporting those in our semi-annual performance reporting to the Transit Commission, but we can pull them out in any way anyone would like.
So maybe at the next FedCo Transit Commission, you could show us that how much they have decreased in per capita in proportion to the increase in population. Is that fair to ask for that?
I'll certainly check to see whether we have it in that level of detail.
Okay.
To be able to answer
That'd be
that question.
great. That'd be great because it has decreased. Like let's be honest. Our population has gone up. Our ridership has gone down. And even if it stays stable, as our population increases per capita, it is not keeping pace. And I just want a few things I just want to address. Fare inspectors are the first one. And people who sneak onto the bus or the train do so because they're poor. And how do I know that? I don't know. I used to be poor. And you know what? Every so often, I didn't have money for a bus, and I used to get on the back door. And it wouldn't occur to me today to do that. You know why? Because I have the funds to do otherwise. People need to move around our city. People need housing. People need help. And if we don't give it to them, they get it for themselves. It is called survival. And getting onto a bus without paying is called survival. I can assure you that there is no one, and we will not make up any lost revenue if we go after people who have a decent income who are sneaking onto the bus. So let me put that aside. We pay more for fare inspectors than if we just invested that money into social programs, we'd get it back. Two, sure, we can have this argument as we've had for years about elasticity and whether increasing costs bring down ridership. But a $3 increase today is just simply unfair. The only people on our transit system today are the ones that need to be there. They're not coming into work. They need to move around. They count on our transit system. It has failed them, not just the train, but every bus is late. It's not where they need it. It's not when they need it. And yet we're telling them you're going to pay another $3 a month. So you can base your decision today on the fact that you don't believe the economics of elasticity, but increasing a transit fare for anyone today by $3 as opposed to 93 cents for an average household is unfair. And the last point I want to make is, we need to, as a city, at some point decide that we're going to start thinking long-term. And what are long-term consequences of our decisions? And today, if we don't, I think that, everybody's going to hook their, I think everybody today are people who are going to vote against this motion, and I know you're going to, and you're going to hook that onto a motion coming forward to look at, how we look at our fair funding model going forward. Sure. But today, what we're asking you is to be fair to the people who are on our system today who cannot afford another $3 per pass increase. It is not fair. It is not fair. And we have got to start thinking about what keeping people on transit means in terms of costs, congestion costs, cost to roads, climate costs. And if we do not eventually build a system in this city that meets people when they need it, where they need it, we are going to continue to see a decrease in ridership, an increase in car use, and we are going to pass along to whomever is coming behind us, our kids, an ex-council, problems that we refuse to look at today and that we refuse to address today as a council. And we have the ability to do that and to say today that a $3 increase is unfair and doesn't make sense. And it will not ensure that we have decent ridership. So I would ask you to seriously consider how you vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Well, this really boils down to either a fare increase or a tax increase. And the mover wants to freeze fares entirely in 2022, which would represent a savings of about $36 throughout the whole year for monthly pass holders. Now, when Councillor Hubley and I proposed to offer a no-charge transit plan in December as a way to apologize to our transit users and thank them for their patience, some councillors called this a gimmick. Well, I've been on the trains a number of times over the last couple of weeks, and people have stopped and talked to me. I've stopped and talked to them, whether it's at St. Laurent or Rideau Centre or on the train itself, and they're appreciative of the no-charge fare. So thankfully, a strong majority of council, 17 members, supported that effort. And this one-time measure is saving monthly pass holders $122 compared to the $36 that they would save with a freeze. This is, I believe, the third or fourth year, and I give credit to my city councillor, Councillor Kavanaugh, for ensuring that the Equipass and the Equifares have been frozen all of that period of time. And Councillor Hubley also proposed as part of this budget to freeze fares temporarily as we await 15 trains from RTG and Alstom. And listening to Councillor Shirelli, it reminded me of discussions that I had with many Nepean elected officials about pay-as-you-go and the whole philosophy of you need the money, you got to find a source. And I believe these temporary and one-time measures, because of the source of funding, is also temporary and aligns with the length of the relief measure. That said, freezing fares for a full year creates a base budget structural shortfall of $5.1 million. We can't stick our head in the sand and expect there are no consequences on the short to long term if we don't follow the long-term official plan, long-term financial plan that we all, or many of us, supported. It will affect the city's ability to pay for LRT and expansion to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. And they want, the individuals who would support this wants to pass on the costs of the fare freeze to taxpayers, who are already taking on the tax burden for so many services, including paying the bulk of the operating costs, plus almost 100% of capital costs. So the cost of buying the buses, of the trains, of the platforms, and so on, are almost entirely paid for by the taxpayers of Ottawa, and if we're fortunate enough to get support from the other two orders of government. So on the one hand, we keep hearing time and time again that we need more service, better service, more buses on this route, more routes. And yet some people are going to vote now that will reduce the revenue stream that pays for all of these new demands that each member of council asks for on a fairly regular basis. So in July, council adopted the budget directions that set the transit levy at 4.5%. And now we're trying to ignore this and set the increase at almost 6%. That would be another increase of $11, but let's be honest with our taxpayers. We're already asking them to take on an increase of an average of $119, in addition to $12 for garbage, $36 for water. So it's not just $11, it's adding on and adding on to the burden of our taxpayers. So this approach to setting fares and planning transit services might be very popular amongst some people, but it's not fiscally responsible. And I ask all members to please vote against this so that we can respect the taxpayers of the city, many of whom, in fact, are riders of transit as well. So yeas and nays on the McKenney-Leeper motion, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Conseil Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No. No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
I think that's me, and my vote is no.
I think I'm next, and my vote is yes.
Next is the mayor. I think they lost the audio.
Sir Mayor, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, my vote was no.
And it is 9 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay, our next motion is by Councillor Brockington and Kavanaugh. Councillor Brockington, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe this is the motion regarding free transit for children aged 0 to 7. This motion was introduced at the Transit Commission meeting last month and was referred by the Commission to Council for further discussion. I'm not going to read the motion. Embedded in the motion is sort of a pan-Canadian analysis of what transit fares are across the country for children 0 to 11 or 0 to 12. Ottawa is an outlier. We have free transit for children 0 to 5, and we start charging for transit from 6 and above. And I would like to change that. So the motion is to provide transit for an additional 2 years, children who are age 6 to 7, to go with the children 0 to 5, and asking OC Transpo staff and the city treasurer to review transit for children up to 12. So they're going to do a review and analysis on the costs as well as potential new revenues that could come in by offering a free service. And they're going to report back to us before the budget cycle next year. So the anticipated cost pre-COVID of free fare is $206,000. I've been advised we should put in the amount pre-COVID. So even though ridership might be 82% next year, we're putting the full amount in there, 206. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or address anything else at wrap up. Thank you, Mayor.
I get the sense, the clerk just wanted to make a clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the last vote, it was 9 yeas, 15 nays. I didn't capture your vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. My sense is, Councillor Brockton, that there's broad-based support for this motion. Is that agreeable to everyone on council? I see Councillor Eglai has his hand up. Are you supportive, Councillor? Do you want to have a debate?
No, it's not a debate. I just had a very quick question for the mover. The chart that you have in there, Councillor Brockington, some cities seem to have it as standalone, and some seem to have it, you must be accompanied by a fare-paying passenger. I'm not sure which you're recommending to us.
No conditions. I don't think we're going to get a lot of 6-year-olds alone on the train.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. I was just checking. I was just asking the question. I suspect you're right.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
So on the motion, carried. Adopted.
Carried.
Our next motion is by Councillor Dudas, seconded by Councillor Hubley. Fees for tour bus operators. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So whereas tourism and hospitality have been some of the hardest hit sectors since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, whereas private bus tour operators are regulated by the City of Ottawa in accordance with the Transit Bylaw 2003-268, in order to review the business and operating plans of operators, ensure their route and pickup drop-off locations are deemed to be safe and do not interfere with the ongoing operations of OC Transpo. Whereas the city should be charging private bus tour operators on a cost recovery basis in accordance with the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, whereas this review of bus business and operational plans and the permit issuance process requires staff resources, and staff have recently audited the staff time and resources required as part of this process. Therefore, be resolved that Council approved that the Transit Bylaw 2003-268 as amended be amended to replace existing subscription 51B4 with the following: a payment to the city of $1,500 per year plus $100 per vehicle per year.
Okay, Councillor Harder has a question.
Yeah, I do for the mover of the motion. Have you spoken with Ottawa Tourism on this item, or Outaouais Tourism as a whole?
So I might have staff weigh in on that, but I can say that my understanding is staff are supportive of this motion. They have done their due diligence, and this is to correct an inequality in the payments that were being made. So if I can ask if Pat Scrimminger or Taffy is available to comment.
Can I just make a comment? I know my office was in touch with Ottawa Tourism and that they do support this.
Okay, that's it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Just out of curiosity, I was trying to track down the bylaw quickly, but what is the change? What did the previous sub 4 say?
Mr. Scrimger can comment. They were paying basically one company that offers these tours in Ottawa, and they were paying quite a significant annual fee, which was well beyond what the costs of doing the check-ins and so on with the company. So it probably wouldn't have passed a URIG test. Mr. Pat Scrimger.
I will look up the bylaw, the exact numbers. They were considerably higher. The history predates my knowledge. The costs that were in the hard-coded into the transit bylaw were there at amalgamation and have just continued. We recently checked, and we're not incurring costs as high as the fees that were set in the transit bylaw.
Is this a matter of a couple $1,000 or something?
It may add up to that much. It may just be a few hundreds. It's not. It doesn't make any substantive change to the city because we can't count on that revenue anyway, because it depends on how many businesses choose to go into this area. But we understand that it was a significant cost for the one remaining company that provides tour buses in Ottawa. There used to be more than just one.
Okay. Just in future motions, rather than having to go to the bylaw to look, it would be helpful to have the substantive change there, but sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor, I just found they were paying $10,000 a year, and it will go down to $2,800, which covers OC Transpo's costs. Councillor Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you, merci. On Councillor Dudas's motion, carried.
Carried.
The next motion we have is by Councillor Fleury and McKenney. I'm sorry, it's a direction. It's now a direction. So Councillor Fleury, would you like to introduce your direction, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Is it on the screen? Yes, it is. Okay, that council directs, so this is in relation to the $11 million cuts, that the council directs staff to, one, recommend that the service levels with the real ridership be reviewed and the reduction be reversed where is needed in order to rebuild Ottawa's public transit to a state which meets residents' riders' needs. And two, that staff report back in Q2 of 2022 at the first available Transit Commission committee meeting with the route adjustments to reflect the increases in ridership and route reinstatement plan.
Okay, so the direction of the staff agreed upon. Thank you. The next motion is by Councillor Dudas and McKenney, please. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually had a bit of a conversation as council moments ago about this very situation. I will read the motion, and then if I can speak to it after. Whereas the most recent council-approved transit long-range financial plan calls for annual increases to the transit fare to cover anticipated increased costs, and the long-range financial plan estimates the necessary fare increase to be roughly 2.5% every year until 2048. And whereas council has previously directed that the revenue cost ratio, that is the percentage of the OC transit budget that is revenue generated, make up 55% of its annual funding. And whereas transit revenue in actuality makes up 47% of its pre-pandemic revenue, a discrepancy that predates the drop in ridership from the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the Canadian Urban Transit Association Factbook highlights that the majority of Canadian cities with transit systems rely on a revenue cost ratio of less than 50%. And whereas continually raising the price of fares will increasingly make transit unaffordable for many residents, which will inversely lower ridership and lead to lost revenue. Whereas the long-range financial plan for transit is the appropriate avenue for any council decision surrounding any long-term solution to ever-increasing transit fares. Whereas the current transit tax levy, in addition to the long-range financial plan's requirements for an increase, includes funding to replace the loss in provincial transfers from the gas tax. and this requirement for inclusion in the levy will end in 2023, thus providing an opportunity to maintain the existing tax levy percentage and using that funding to offset transit fare increases in part. Therefore, be resolved that the Chief Financial Officer report back as part of the 2022-2026 term of council governance review with recommendations for finding a balance within the long-range financial plan for transit that would reduce the need for an annual transit fare increase of 2.5% and instead look at funding options for offsetting, such as through the transit tax levy. And be it further resolved that finance services staff will report back options for adjusting the revenue cost ratio in a manner that ensures transparency with taxpayers, including those who use transit, and would provide stability for long-term transit funding without requiring ever-increasing transit fares. Be it further resolved that OC Transpo and finance services staff review the current fare structure, cash fares, Presto single fares, monthly passes, etc., including reviewing how other comparable Canadian big cities structure their fare systems for best practices in line with Ottawa's long-term transit objectives, and report back to Transit Commission the findings of that review.
Okay, any questions or comments? I think we heard some comments of support in one of the last motions. So carried, adopté.
Carried.
Next is Councillor Brockington.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Deans had her hand up.
Sorry, Councillor Deans, did you have a question on?
That's okay. I just wanted to commend Councillor Dudas and McKenney on this motion. I think that it's absolutely essential.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington, you have a motion.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thank you to Councillor Meehan for sponsoring this. And I forgot to acknowledge Councillor Kavanagh on the last motion. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. This motion, colleagues, is seeking federal funding to offset the operating deficit of OC Transpo. I think you've all seen it. I'm not going to read it in full, but basically my argument is that being in the nation's capital, where the vast majority of federal government office workers are located, we are disproportionately hurt. We are disproportionately impacted by the work-at-home model that the federal government has adopted and continues to support going forward. And this is not a debate about the work-at-home model. This is a discussion about how this impacts public transit ridership in the city of Ottawa. I have raised this issue at AMO every single meeting since the pandemic started. And I ask you, show me any other Canadian city's public transit system who have federal public servants that has been impacted by the degree that we have. No one comes close. And speaking with Mr. Scrimsher, up to 25% of OC Transpo ridership pre-pandemic were federal public servants. And with the vast majority of them still working from home and not on any consistent frequency taking public transit, as we know, our ridership numbers and our ridership fare have plummeted. This has to be raised with the federal government, that when they're looking across Canada to helping offset operating, they really have to acknowledge that the City of Ottawa's public transit system is disproportionately impacted because of the number of federal public servants that are not going back to the office, that aren't making those Monday to Friday commutes. So this is the root of this motion, that we need to write to ask the mayor on behalf of council to write to the federal minister of finance, the president of the Treasury Board, and federal minister of the environment and climate change, as well as all members of parliament in the National Capital Region, requesting that the federal government provide funding to offset the operating deficit of OC Transpo as a result of the decision to maintain the work from home model. So Mayor, I'll leave it there and happy to hear any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh, please, in the motion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a year ago, just at the beginning of the pandemic, Councillor Hughley and I put forward a motion asking for federal funding for operating costs, because we could see this coming. We didn't talk about the patterns at the time of public servants, because it was just like total shutdown. at that particular moment. So I don't know if we got a full response on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mr. Mayor, did we, I think, I don't know if we got just a polite response or from, because it went right to the Prime Minister's office, I believe.
Yeah, I've actually raised it with the new president of Treasury Board and the previous president, and they're obviously working on a strategy. It's complicated, as all things in Canada can be when it comes to these kinds of issues, but I think I fully support Councillor Brockington and Councillor Meehan's motion. I think we need, as he pointed out, on a per capita basis, or just not even on a per capita basis, we have more federal employees than any other city in Canada, and is having a very challenging time for our downtowns throughout the city. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I support the motion. I just wanted to remind that we have been there. So thank you.
Merci. Thank you. Councillor Dudas, please.
Might end up being an outlier on this one. I have a question for staff. How much money did the federal government provide us to help bail us out in terms of our transit in this last pandemic year?
Same thing. Do you sous vide? Oh no, only my body after a tough workout. In the sous vide tub? Yeah, Younger put me in that tub once and I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, he comes out smelling like corned beef every time.
I'm not very good at hygiene.
It all depends on the salt in the brine. How's the bathroom going, honey?
Should be done Friday.
Is this a Centennial project?
Honest to God. I changed my name to Tyler. Fuck.
Are you doing a mosaic?
No, I did Subway and Penny Tile.
Test 1 2 1 2. Mr. Mayor, we are live on the Ottawa City Council YouTube channel.
Okay, so Councillor Dudas had the floor, but I think, was it the treasurer you were asking a question of, and whether Wendy has that information at this point?
I do, Mr. Mayor, and again, thank you for your patience, Councillor Dudas. So in 2020, we received SRA funding for transit totaling $108 million. And in 2021, we received SRA funding for transit totaling $115 million.
Thank you, Wendy. I won't belabor the point. I won't be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to quickly point out to the fact that Riley made mention about the city of Ottawa and how government workers here, we face a bit of a different situation than many other municipalities across the country. And when FCM did have their board meetings in Ottawa, I just wanted to highlight, I not only met with the Conservative representative, which was Andrew Scheer, along with my executive committee of FCM, met with Jagmeet Singh, and we also met with Dominic LeBlanc, the MP and minister that's in government, and expressed those exact same issues. Them actually being in Ottawa on a pretty full-time basis, completely recognize how important and centralized government is here in Ottawa. And while there's nothing final till pen's put to paper, and that's why I always say you can't really bank on it until we actually get it in writing, I fully support making sure that we ask our federal partners to try to make us whole for one more year. And it sounds like there's a lot of support for that right now amongst all three parties. It wasn't just the one. And that's good news for Ottawa. But at the end of the day, we got to wait till the check is in the mailbox. And so thank you very much for raising a lot of those good points today, Riley.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with Councillor Dudas. I'm not against asking the feds for funding to help ensure that our transit system continues and that it's sustainable. We are going to need help from other levels of government with transit moving forward, and I hope that other levels of government will step into an even greater extent than they have. It's a critical sustainability issue for the city. But I also am cognizant that, some of the lunch crowd and the dinner crowd in Ottawa have disappeared because the big banks and the telcos and the law firms are not downtown. You can imagine what's happened to the lunch crowd as a result of the closure of Chinese Pasture, right? There are a lot of changed work patterns with a lot of implications for a lot of different stakeholders. And I am concerned that we are going after one big pocket on the implied grounds that they owe us. And if they owe us just by virtue of existing, I am concerned that opens the door to a lot of requests by the business community. The lunch crowd has disappeared as a result of the closure of Chinese Pasture. I'd like to ensure that when we are approaching other levels of government for funding help, it's on the basis of sustainability principles that we can all agree to, rather than suggesting that the federal government in particular owes municipal government in particular. So just the way this is worded, I'm not going to be able to support it on principle. Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fleur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I wasn't going to speak on this one, but I'm hearing some colleagues and the reasoning behind not supporting it. And maybe I'd ask the mover to clarify. Riley, is the intent to ensure that the uniqueness of being in a capital city and the structure by which we established our transit model based on home and work areas does influence our ability to generate revenue, and it has influenced the way we've invested in the transit. Is that the spirit of your motion?
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. What I'm trying to get at is up to 25% of our pre-COVID ridership were federal public servants, and that's coming from Pat Scrimger. And during this transition period where the federal government's trying to decide what model it's going to use going forward, and the vast majority of the public servants who work in the NCR are still working at home, our public transit system is taking a beating. And we acknowledge the revenues we've received to date per Councillor Dudas's questions. There's a big question mark how many years this is going to be carried forward. I think our treasurer said 2022, we can expect some money. We don't know what's going to happen. I just think we have an obligation. The mayor said this already, Councillor Tierney with his work at FCM, to reinforce the message with those key ministers and our local MPs that Ottawa as the nation's capital is a different municipality compared to other municipalities. There's so many people that work in this NCR that impact public transit. So that's the genesis behind the motion.
I'm glad to support it. And for me, it goes beyond that. It also, when I remember, I'm old now, I guess. One of the first few years I was on council, we were talking about the lineup of buses along Albert and Slater, and how we needed a tunnel in the downtown to remove the crossroad impacts that it'd be to put buses in the tunnel, or eventually where we landed on a train in a tunnel. And we have to think that those investments were directly related to employment nodes in the core, and majority were federal public servants. So I agree with your motion. I think we need to have a more serious conversation with the federal government in relations to the way we've invested in our transit system to support their employees, and how we risk the viability of the system if the employment nodes don't become active in the next while. So thank you for bringing forward the motion.
Okay, merci, Councillor Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I struggle a little bit with this motion. I think I understand what the councillors are trying to do, but in the whereas where it says due to the federal government's decision to keep their workers at home, not sure it was their decision or if it was COVID, and I'm putting my public health hat on here a little bit. And I'm twigged by something that Councillor Leeper said. A lot of employers kept their people at home right across the country for very good public health reasons. Yes, the federal government has more employees than anybody else in the city, but I'm not sure that they disproportionately told employees that they should stay home, if you follow me. I think most employers told their employees to stay home because we were in the middle of the pandemic, and it was the reasonable and the right thing to do from a public health perspective. It almost seems, as Councillor Dudas said, we're kind of punishing the federal government for looking out for their employees and trying to keep them safe during a pandemic. So I struggle with the wording. I think I know what's trying to be done here, but I don't think I can support it because it just doesn't feel right. As I say, right across the country, people stayed home from work because their employers told them to. Those employers may not all have been as big as the federal government, but they stayed home for the same reason, which was to deal with the pandemic and for public health reasons. So I'm not going to be able to support the motion today.
Councillor Leeper? I think, is this your second round, Councillor? I see your hand up.
Sorry, I was on mute. Mayor, I'd like to move a referral on this item maybe to the next Transit Commission, just to give the drafter an opportunity to work on the wording to the point where it's acceptable maybe to more councillors.
Councillor Brockington, are you willing to second that motion? So I think
to avoid this being voted against and failing, yes. Reluctantly, yes.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Brockington, that it be referred to transit. Carried? Adopté?
Carried.
Okay, so next we're on to item number 8, items A, 1, and 2, Transit Commission. Carried?
Carried.
Item B.
Dissent,
Dissent,
Mr.
Mayor.
Dissent.
Yeas and nays on the
Annie.
transit budget.
Sorry, hold on a second.
Mr. Mayor, I understand we just carried 8A, 1 and 2, which is specifically the motion delaying the fare increase. We're now on to motion Part B of Transit Commission, and the item C is the Transit Commission portion of the 2022 operating budget as amended.
Yeah, so I think we passed A1 and 2, and I think those individuals who wanted to dissent, you're telling me would dissent on number 3, B3?
Can we get it back on screen, Mayor? I don't have access to a printer.
We will get the roadmap back on the screen.
Okay, so item A and B, I believe this was Councillor Hubley's motion that there be a freeze until we have 15 trains. Is that correct, Caitlin?
Yes, 8A, 1 and 2
Yes.
is that.
So is there consensus on 8A, 1 and 2? Carried?
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, now we're on to B, and I believe if those who wish to vote against the prices of the passes would vote against number C. Okay, as amended. So B, 1 to 6.
Carried.
D is the operating budget as amended. So I believe there's dissents.
Can we ask questions?
You can, certainly. Go ahead, Councillor Brockington. We're on C now. C.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask if this is the point on the Transit Commission budget, item C, where the 82% ridership level and the corresponding fare revenues would be factored into?
I'll ask the city treasurer to confirm, Mr. Mayor, but my understanding is yes.
Yes, Caitlin, I agree.
Okay, so my question is, I just want to remind colleagues that when the draft budget was released at the beginning of November, I asked OC Transpo staff to provide a memo outlining how they get to 82%, given that we're halfway at that point at this point. When we debated the budget mid-November, and having not received that memo, I once again asked for that information. If I could get a written explanation how the 82% ridership level was being calculated, given that the federal government has not explicitly stated the plans for 2022. And if some departments have, it's nowhere near 82%. And so given that this is a major revenue source for the budget, I want staff another opportunity to explain to us what evidence that they have to get us to 82% ridership as an average in 2022.
So Mr. Kanalakis, who from OC will reply?
This would be a Pat question unless Renee wants to take it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Pat or Renee?
Yeah, I can go. Merci beaucoup pour votre question, conseiller Brockington.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Actually, we met with you and we thought we answered your question. We spent 90 minutes with you and some of your colleagues, so sorry about that. What we based our strategy on is when we relied a lot on the vaccination rate, and we can see that more and more businesses are calling their staff back. So we hope that the federal will be doing the same thing here in Ottawa. We'll bring back their staff here in Ottawa. And we thought we should attract people by offering the service rather than waiting for their return and then offering the service. So that's why we base the rate at 80%, 82%. Very clear. Thank you.
What specific information are you receiving from the federal government, the largest cohort of riders, federal public servants, that they're coming back in 2022 that would get us to an average ridership of 82%? I ask this repeatedly because this is a major revenue source to get us to balance our budget in 2022. And to date, I don't have confidence that we're going to get to that amount. Yes, other businesses, as vaccination rates go up, there's greater confidence in the system. You have an advertising or marketing plan as part of this budget. But when you've got post-secondary students, not yet at any level back in Ottawa, and our other large cohort with no plan that I'm aware of, that's why I'm struggling with this piece, and that's why I've raised it. So yes, I acknowledge we've chatted, but this main question about how we get to 82% when two of our large cohorts have not explicitly stated what their plan is, that's why I'm struggling with this piece.
Mr. Mayor, may I jump in? Because I didn't get a chance at the Transit Commission to respond just the way the questioning was going, and I couldn't jump in. But as I said previously, I meet with Treasury Board on a monthly basis and PSPC and several other departments, but mostly Treasury Board at the Deputy Minister level and across multiple departments at the Deputy Minister level who have basically created the policy and the framework that's guiding the federal government departments in the National Capital Region, including what the deputy ministers are using. As you know, the minister did announce a relaxing or a release of the restrictions in the workplace recently, about a month ago, because that was their biggest hurdle, was capacity in the buildings, elevators, and the way their buildings are designed, as Councillor Brockington would know full well better than anybody because he worked there. What they have told us in the last call we had last month is that they anticipate that the return to the office will grow over 2022. They are moving to a hybrid model. They're very clear about that. So it won't be 100% people going back to the office. They're going to stay in step. I mean, they obviously have a national challenge because all the different jurisdictions and where COVID is in different provinces. But in Ottawa and the National Capital Region, they will be following Ontario public health guidelines as restrictions are lightened as we go into the new year. And they did say that their expectation is that workers would grow incrementally throughout the year to get to a point where they're having people come in on a hybrid basis, but not necessarily on a 5-day-a-week full-time basis. So they can't project at this point. They're still working on that in terms of what those numbers might mean, but it did give us some optimism that the federal government employees on both sides of the river in Gatineau and Ottawa would start returning to the office in some numbers as the year progresses. That was their best advice they could give us, because that's the subject of our call. Gatineau is also on the call with us. We have a group that gets together monthly to discuss specifically the return of federal public servants to the offices and our two respective downtown core impacts in Gatineau and in Ottawa.
Thank you. My last question is piggybacking on something I believe the Treasurer stated at the Transit Commission meeting, and that is, if the Transit Commission is unable to end 2022 with a balanced budget because ridership numbers don't meet what's budgeted, does she have confidence that that deficit will be offset by upper level government contributions to the City of Ottawa, either provincial or federal government?
I'm happy to take this question. Councillor, we have a mitigation plan in place. We've talked about that. I always refer to our plan A, B, and C, and plan A is very similar to what happened in this year in terms of receiving that funding from other levels of government. And we have received, I want to say, close to 90% of the funding that we need to close the gap for this year. We have indicators that additional funds are coming. We just don't have details on that as of yet. We also have indicators for flowing into next year that some funding will be available from this allotment, as well as a commitment around any gap that we might have with respect to provincial gas tax revenues. So that commitment is coming. We also know that there is going to be an update from the federal government. They're going to have their fall economic statement. Will come on December 14th. So we'll be listening very intently to that. And then built in behind all of that, I'm going to say around all of the lobbying that's happening for continued help. And I think, everyone knows that we are not the only ones who are in this situation. We have built a mitigation plan behind everything. So we've built the budget. We know that if funding doesn't come for transit, we have mitigations behind it to be able to cover those gaps if we need to go there. And that's where we turn to Plan B and Plan C. And Plan B really relies on the reserves and the mitigations that we put in place in terms of those capital close exercises. We talked a little bit today about the capital reserves if we need to leverage those. And then going to Plan C, which is additional service reductions, which is not where we want to go, but that's sort of the last resort if everything else fails.
But 90% of funding you said that you think we've already shored up is based on ridership levels of 82%. Is that correct?
So the shoring up is for this year, Councillor, for 2021.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor, I can confirm just on the political side of the equation, I've had a number of discussions with ministers. We had the Ontario Big City Mayors Caucus meet last week with the finance minister, and we, as the treasurer pointed out, every single city in Ontario, and for that matter in Canada, through the work of AMO and yourself as our rep and Councillor Tierney at the FCM, we've been given very positive signals that the feds and the province have been with us for the last 2 years. They know we're not out of this. With the new variant, it puts more of a financial strain on our tax base, and I feel very confident that a number of these ministers have indicated that they will ensure that we're kept whole, and they specifically talk about transit and public health as two of the larger requests that every city in Ontario is looking for from the other orders of government. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that update. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. Conseiller Fleury, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le maire, je cherche clarification du
I'd
bureau
like
du-
a clarification from the clerk's office. I'd like to vote against a section of the budget, namely the cuts and the increase of the fare. Is it section C? I'm sorry, it's a procedural question I have, really. Is the city clerk there?
Is the clerk available for that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Hang on one second, please.
Okay.
What's the answer?
Maybe I can repeat, Mr. O'Connor. I'm looking to dissent on the cuts, the 11 million service cuts, as well as the fare increases. So I want to make sure I capture the right segment.
So we can work that out with the councillor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it'd probably be C, I think the deputy clerk indicated. Deputy?
Yes, once again, subject to confirmation by the treasurer. Yes, I believe it is item C.
That is correct, Caitlin.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go over to clarify a couple of things. Can someone, I don't know if it's the city manager, remind me what the operating deficit was for transit in 2020, and what was it for this? What is it for this year?
Wendy, can I refer that one to you? I have it here. I just have to, sorry, Councillor, I'd have to pull it out of my stack of papers here. Maybe Wendy.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go back to the information that I provided to Councillor Dudas earlier, Councillor, in the funding that we received through the Safe Restart Agreement. So for 2020, we received $108 million, and for 2021, $115 million.
Okay, so there's a good chance that we could be looking at the same sort of deficit for 2022 if the ridership levels don't materialize, the ones that we were hoping, the 82%.
If ridership doesn't materialize, then yeah, the number that we have in the budget could be a little bit higher, yes.
And so you say we've got 90% of the money from the other levels of government to cover this year's $115 million operating deficit, right? Is that it?
Yeah, approximately. I haven't done the exact calculation, Councillor.
Okay, so will we get the whole thing, or how are we funding the other 10%?
Yeah, so this is the great news. We've received confirmation that there's going to be additional allocation through the Safe Restart Agreement for this year. We just haven't received confirmation of the exact number, but we expect that we will be made whole.
Okay. So there's no way the city could actually, if it weren't for the feds or the other levels of government, there's no way we could absorb those losses, right?
Those are the mitigation plans that we have in place, Councillor. So if we have to put Plan B or Plan C in place, we do have reserves that we could leverage to be able to cover that deficit. And I'm going back to, I want to say, a very early on conversation when we entered into the pandemic and we saw our revenues significantly dropping, not only in transit, but across the city. And we talked about all of the mitigations that we could put in place. So not that this is not preferable, but if we have to borrow money from other reserves, then we can do that to be able to fill the gap. And then moving to that last plan, which is Plan C, that's where we'd actually look at service reduction. So if transit ridership does not come back, then we'll venture down that road and obviously come to council.
Okay. I guess this question would be for transit officials, in terms of changing our route network, and I've been thinking a lot about how we're going to increase community busing if we're not busing downtown, if that's not going to be the primary, route that most of our riders will take down to federal government jobs. We've got to change some of our routes. But so does this budget in any way facilitate route planners like to optimize underutilized routes and so we could see additional inter-community busing? Is there anything in any plan like that in this 2022 budget?
Mr. Kanalakis, who will answer?
Renee or Pat?
Pat, you can go, please.
Thank you. My mouse was just frozen. I couldn't.
You're gonna have to speak up, please.
I was doing it again. I'm sorry.
That's good now.
Okay, good. So we have the ability and the authority from council to reallocate resources within the budget to the places where ridership is highest, and to take it from places where ridership is lower. We'll continue to do that work. There is less of a reserve right now, place to take it away from, because that's where those service reductions that were made in June 2021 came from, and those will continue into next year based on this budget. So we can continue to do the work that the councillor is suggesting and follow. We take our lead from the customers. Where the customers most need our service, we'll arrange that the service is available there.
Okay, I note just anecdotally that the buses running through the suburbs out here have a few more passengers on them than they did last year, or at the height of the pandemic, but still they're generally empty. Do we know how much the ridership out here has increased?
We've been reporting regularly to the Transit Commission on as ridership has increased from its lowest levels early in 2021 to the current level. So we were, system-wide down below 20% of our normal ridership levels, and now we're up above 40% of our normal ridership levels. So in the last, let's say 10 months, ridership has doubled on the transit system. I don't have the numbers with me right now to say where that's happened primarily, but I think ridership where ridership was highest pre-pandemic was to and from downtown, central office locations, downtown universities. That's where ridership fell the greatest, but as it's been increasing, it appears to be increasing relatively uniformly across the whole system.
That would include community busing. Okay. Mr. Scrimshaw, is there anything in this budget that would, any money set aside for smaller buses that could potentially be used, inter-community, instead of the large buses that could possibly be, put downtown onto the routes that require R1 service in the event that the LRT goes down?
There's the money that is recommended in the capital budget this year is to buy replacement buses of the smaller size buses that we have, but it's not to increase the fleet size, just to replace life expired buses.
Okay, so the gross expenditure that we have at Transit, right, at OC Transit now is, let me see here, 727,800,000 approximately. That's an increase of $42 million. Are we getting value for money? Your opinion?
In my opinion, we've presented a budget that is consistent with the policy direction we have from council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scrimshaw. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. So on the operating budget of the Transit Commission.
Carried.
Carried.
Dissent.
Yeas and nays.
Yeah.
Yeas and nays. Remembering if we pass this, we have no operating budget. So I'd encourage you to vote for the operating budget of the Transit Commission. Yeas and nays.
Councillor Moffat,
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier,
Oui.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Meehan,
Voting on the operational budget.
Correct.
No.
Councillor Eglai,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor El Shantiri,
Yes.
Councillor Deans,
No.
Councillor Hubbley,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli,
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Harder,
Yes.
Councillor McKinney,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Conseiller Fleury,
No.
Mayor Watson,
Yes.
14 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, item D is the Transit Commission portion of the capital budget. Carried.
Carried.
Item E, that council direct the mayor and Transit Commission chair to write to the federal government requesting operational funding through the federal gas tax or other channels to reduce the user share of the cost of public transit so it can reduce or eliminate user fees and encourage more transit use. Carried.
Carried.
Item F, the council direct the CFO, Treasurer, General Manager, Transit Services, GM of Community and Social Services to undertake a review of the working group's recommendation that the council consider a fare freeze for the community pass, access pass, and equity pass for the entire term of council, and that staff report back the results of the review as part of 2022-2026 term of council governance review, so the council may consider the recommendation as soon as possible in the new term. Carried.
Carried.
Item 9, the Information Technology Subcommittee portion of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget.
Carried.
Tough question for Councillor Leeper. No. Okay, carried. FEDCO, Councillor Menard, you've removed the municipal land transfer taxation, I understand. Motion.
Yes, thanks. Yes, I did, Mayor. AMO is advocating for this as our city staff, so that's fine. Thank you.
Fedco portion of the 2022 draft operating and capital budget. Carried.
Carried.
Item 11, approve the CFO city treasurer be delegated the authority to make the necessary adjustments to the 2022 draft operating budget and make necessary authority and debt financing adjustments to the 2022 draft capital budget to reflect the decisions by city council.
Carried.
Carried.
12, approve the CFO city treasurer be delegated the authority to add the 2022 accrual budget presentation of the City of Ottawa's final adopted 2022 budget book as described in this report entitled Report on 2022 Budget Expenses pursuant to Ontario Regulation 284-09, approved at this meeting.
Carried.
And, 13, approve the city manager or his delegate be authorized to make application for any subsidies or grants on the city's behalf, and that the city clerk be delegated the authority to amend any bylaws and approve and execute any necessary agreements in order to implement the decisions of council.
Carried.
Carried.
So Councillor Kavanaugh, if you'd like to move the motion to rise and report, please.
Que le comité plénier s'élève et présente son rapport du conseil municipal.
That the committee of the whole present its report to the council.
So we now have the motion to adopt the budget report. If you could
Carried.
introduce that, Councillor.
Bear with me. Que soit reçu et adopté dans leur
That
version
the following law be read and passed
préliminaire de fonctionnement et des mobilisations 2022, ainsi que tous les éléments approuvés
as all the elements that were approved
de la motion
by
présentée au comité plénier c'est bougé et
that
point
the report from the Ottawa Police Service entitled Ottawa Service Operation Budgets were approved.
ci-dessus. Un rapport du trésorier
Then we would
municipal
like also that the report entitled the preliminary budget for 2022, then 2, the report from the for 2022. Then we have the report from the Crime Prevention Ottawa entitled 2022 Draft Operation Budget Crime Prevention Ottawa. 4, the report from the Ottawa Police Service Board entitled Ottawa Police Service 2022 Operating and Capital Budgets. 5, the report from the Ottawa Public Library Board entitled Ottawa Public Library 2022 Draft Budget Estimates. 6, the report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2022 Draft Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health. 7, item 1 of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report number 27. Item 5 of the Audit Committee Report number 13. 9, the Community and Protective Service Committee Reports 23. 10, the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water, and Waste Management Report 20A. 11, item 1 of the Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 32. 12, Information Technology Subcommittee Report number 4. 13, item 2 of the Planning Committee Report 53. 14, the Transit Commission Report 15. 15, item 1 of Transport Committee Report 24. And be it further resolved that any dissents and declarations of interest recorded during the Committee of the Whole session be deemed to be recorded in the council session.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires? Any,
Thank you so much.
comments? I should point out the clerk has indicated all dissents recorded in the Committee of the Whole session will be deemed recorded in the council session. So the final vote, yeas and nays, please.
Mr. Mayor, some of us have our hand up to speak.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Fleury, go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le maire, membres du conseil, membres du public. C'était une longue journée, puis ça a
Thank you
été
very much, everyone. It was a very long day. It was also a very long month when we're going through all of the draft budget. Some files did progress, and I would like to thank all of my colleagues, namely and also when we're talking about agents, talking about buying electric buses. Also, when we talked about resources needed in the community to tackle the mental health crisis. I think we are all under a lot of pressure, professionally and personally.
The world has really changed, and we've all changed over the last 26 months. And it's tough to look at terms of council priority, where we've gone and been with COVID as well as transit, and look at this budget without seeing really obvious gaps. And so I'll be voting against the budget on a couple of points, and I wanted to raise them for the record before simply voting no. So transit and the $11 million cuts to me are significant. There's major routes in my community that have been impacted, and I'm not seeing those come back in this year's budget. Obviously, I brought the motion on the housing investments, and I really not see an opportunity for us to reduce the wait list and to see a reduction in shelter use without more significant housing investments, including city dollars. We heard a lot in relation to recreation funding and youth, and I'm seeing little in this where we focused heavily on policing and heavily on the fourth pillar, but really we need to build facilities, we need to build programs, we need to have youth spaces, evenings, weekends, summer. I'm not seeing that. We're still waiting on the MQS. We had a pretty bad storm the last few days, and I don't know about you, but the sidewalks in my area are not meeting what we would expect. Before that, it was the sidewalk repairs. We're repairing sidewalks with asphalt. So I think there's very serious things, and I recognize we're in a very challenging financial situation, but I'm seeing too little investments in a number of areas, including active transportation. So for that reason, I wanted to explain why I'll be voting against this year's budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by thanking staff for the work that they all put into preparing this budget. This is a huge undertaking, and I want to recognize and acknowledge the vast effort that went into preparing the 2022 budget. I also want to recognize and acknowledge and thank all of the delegates that have come out to our committee and board meetings, those who have provided written submissions, and those who have so passionately advocated for the city they want to see. It's important that we hear those voices, but I also recognize that our budget process is very flawed. It is absent of meaningful engagement, and it's clear to me, and I think to the broader community, that the real decisions around the budget are made long before they reach the council table. That fundamentally needs to change. We need a budget that engages the community in a meaningful way, that is responsive to the changing needs of our city, and that is reflective of our priorities as a city. This budget does not achieve those goals. There are parts of this budget that are supportable, but overall, this budget is very underwhelming. The world has changed around us, and yet this budget is business as usual. The budget direction was set at 3%, which is not an insignificant increase for many families in this community. However, the way it's applied across the board, across all services and programs, that's the problem. When you give all departments, all services, all programs the same increase, to me, it suggests you have no priorities. It says that we are not prepared to make difficult decisions to truly invest in the areas that need our attention. We're continuing to increase transit fares despite declining ridership numbers and a monumental shift in the way people use transit. Where's the innovation? Where is the plan to re-engage our riders or attract more riders to our system? What is the vision for the future of transit in this city? Our build it and they will come attitude will not cut it in this post-pandemic environment. This budget also does very little to address our housing crisis, but yet we seem to have ample dollars for subsidies for developers. Many of my colleagues did not bat an eye at giving millions of dollars to a Porsche dealership this year, yet labored over the thought of giving the same amount to support our most vulnerable citizens. And this is not the only area we're falling short on. Mental health, poverty reduction, funding for social services and community groups, active transportation, and safer roads, to name just a few. In our strategic plan, we claim that we are building an inclusive city. Inclusive for who? That is the real question that we need to ask ourselves. Moving forward, there needs to be a better balance. We need to shift our funding to match our priorities in a meaningful way. We need an approach to our city budget, one where the community feels heard and their priorities are reflected in the budget that we pass. We need to invest now in the city we want to create, a more sustainable, more inclusive, and a more welcoming city. And Mr. Mayor, this budget does not do that. And for that reason, I will not be supporting the budget.
Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Councillor Deans. I will not support today's budget. Probably not much of a surprise. I'll tell you what we're looking for in our city. We are looking for action on climate. We know as residents that we cannot delay any longer. And yet our city is asking us to delay longer. We are asking for transit that is affordable to the people who need to be on it. We are asking for transit that shows up where you are, when you are, that you are comfortable taking it, that you know it's going to show up. We are asking for a simple commitment and priority that includes funding to housing families, hundreds of individuals who tonight are living in shelters, are living in motels with their children, are cooking their meals in a microwave oven and washing their dishes in a bathtub, and they've been doing it for a couple of years now. That's what we're asking for. We're asking that undue corporate developer influence at the City of Ottawa ends. We want to see equity. We want people to be put first. And quite frankly, we're kind of tired of separating out transit riders and taxpayers. They are one and the same. People who take transit pay taxes. If you live anywhere, if you rent, if you're a homeowner, you might take transit. If you rent, you might take transit, and you also pay taxes. You actually pay more taxes than the average homeowner. So we want equity in our city. We want a city that is built for everyone, that takes care of people's needs. And this budget doesn't come anywhere close to it. This is probably the worst budget that we have seen, at least in the last 8 years of my time on council. So I will not support this budget. And I look forward to another term of council where perhaps we will turn that page and we will start to look towards the future with a vision to what we all want in this city. And that is a much better city than what we're building here today on December 8th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Others to speak on the budget as a whole? Well, I want to thank members of council, committee chairs, residents for their constructive feedback on the financial roadmap for the City of Ottawa for 2022. Making decisions on funding always requires us to make some tough choices. This is especially true in a year due to the impacts of COVID-19 on our economy, much of which is outside municipal control. As we vote on budget 2022, we must keep in mind that economists expect the yearly rate of inflation to hit about 4.3%, the highest level in nearly 2 decades. And although we have little control over inflation, we do control the level of municipal taxation we impose on our citizens. That's why budget 2022 focuses on affordability for residents and businesses by holding the line on property taxes at 3% as we committed to early on in this term of council. This budget addresses citywide priorities with that 3% tax rate, with an additional 1.7% for growth, for a total budget of $4.14 billion, including almost $1 billion in capital investment. Ce budget nous permet d'investir dans nos priorités municipales tout en respectant notre engagement.
So we want to respect our engagement with the use of the 3% increase.
Online feedback and through the committee structure. And as a result, the 2022 budget increases investments in community supports, road and cycling maintenance, infrastructure, and affordable housing. Of the 730 affordable housing units that are in various stages of development across the city, a total of 232 supportive housing units and 229 affordable housing units will be completed by the end of 2022. These investments form part of Council's commitment to invest $200 million over 10 years under the new long-range financial plan for housing. To support residents facing the greatest needs, the Community Funding Program will benefit from a total investment of $27 million for nonprofit community social service providers. Budget 2022 also proposes a $1.6 million base budget increase over 2 years, plus an inflationary increase of $495,000, marking the largest funding increase to the community funding framework since 2006. A total of 95 agencies will now receive funding, including 22 new agencies focused on equity and inclusion. Budget 2022 also maintains our 1% commitment to closing the infrastructure funding gap. Capital funding, including roads, bridges, culverts, parks, and rec facilities, will increase from $781 million in 2021 to $989 million in 2022, a whopping increase of $209 million. And we heard this from many members of council. That's 26% more investment in core infrastructure than the city spent last year. C'est une augmentation de 26% des investissements.
So this is a 26% increase in our infrastructure investment.
Will increase from $74.2 million to $133 million in 2022. That includes $76 million for road resurfacing compared to $36.9 million last year. And total spending on roads is set to increase from $130.2 million in 2021 to $203.2 million in 2022, an increase of 56%. As we know, this is not just for automobiles, it's also for cyclists that use the roads as well, and many of them in very rough shape, particularly along the catch basins. As you know, Ottawa spans more than 90 kilometers from east to west and has one of the largest municipal transportation networks in Canada. We also clear and maintain 2,400 kilometers of sidewalks, the equivalent of walking from City Hall to Tampa Bay, Florida, and the city clears more than 50 kilometers of winter-maintained cycling lanes. Budget 2022 continues to invest in our sidewalks and multi-use pathways across our communities, which contribute to reducing GHG emissions and improves our modal split. The city's spending on active transportation infrastructure increased to $26.7 million in 2022, up from $21.3 million, a 25% increase. The city's 2022 investments will include $963 million for Stage 2 expansion of light rail, which will extend the O train farther east, west, and south. Stage 2 will add 44 kilometers of rail and 24 new stations to our O train system. And the Stage 2 project is estimated to reduce GHG emissions by over 110,000 annually. Budget 2022 also includes funds to freeze the Equipass and Community Pass at 2018 rates.
I'm very happy that we can actually help the most vulnerable population. We can use this public transit.
The proposed budget includes investments in the environment and green space, including $6 million to renew parks, $3 million to improve energy efficiency at city buildings, $1.6 million to plant 125,000 trees, $1 million for green fleet conversion, $1 million for the Ottawa River Action Plan and Wet Weather Infrastructure Master Plan. And budget 2022 also includes $55 million for the introduction of 74 electric buses at OC Transpo to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The city will partner with Canada Infrastructure Bank and Infrastructure Canada to replace 74 diesel buses with 74 zero-emission electric buses, reducing GHG emissions by 7,000 tons annually. Nous aurons 450 autobus électriques sur nos
We
routes.
will have 450 electric buses until 2027. We will protect our environment and improve the air quality.
Was developed with careful financial stewardship as we emerge from the global pandemic. I believe this budget strikes the right balance between two competing needs. It maintains the essential services that residents depend on and also ensure that we have the flexibility to alter our response to the pandemic if the situation warrants. Budget 2022 also maintains the city's established record of fiscal responsibility and stewardship that has kept the city on a strong and stable financial footing. Staff worked diligently to develop the 2022 budget based on clear guidance on respecting the tax target set by council. Thank you to all members of council and all committee and agency chairs for their work on budget 2022. I want to particularly thank Steve Kanalakis and Wendy Stephenson and their entire senior management team who work closely with me and my team in the mayor's office on budget 2022.
Oh, wait.
Sorry. I believe that budget 2022 puts us on the right path to manage risk, maintain core services, build the infrastructure we need, and plan a pathway to a bright future for Ottawa. By now, you all know me, and it should come as no surprise, and I remain committed to the promise I made to the residents of Ottawa to keep our city affordable, keep taxes reasonable, and deliver the services and infrastructure residents expect and deserve. We've all worked especially hard this year to put forward a budget that responsibly manages the risks associated with COVID-19, and there are so many unanswered questions. It's very difficult to plan precisely because of the changing nature of the variants. But I believe we found new and innovative solutions towards a sustainable future. And I want to again thank all members of council for their input, thank their staffs and those individuals who held town hall meetings in their own communities or virtually. And I now ask the clerk to please call yeas and nays. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes, but I dissent to the Transit Commission Report 15.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Curry.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor DeRusse.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Your mic is off, Councillor.
Yes, sorry if you got stuck.
Councillor Deans. No. Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
No.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
16 yeas, 8 nays.
Motions requiring suspension of the rules. Councillor Brockington, I believe you're still here with us. If we could suspend the rules for Councillor Brockington's motion with respect to BC flood relief on suspension.
Carried.
Councillor Brockington, if you'd like to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your support on this. So just very briefly, colleagues, we're all aware of the devastation in British Columbia with respect to the rains, flooding, and landslides. There is a state of emergency in the province as of November the 17th. AMO, in working with their sister organization in British Columbia, has been advised that Canadians from coast to coast to coast are being encouraged to support recovery and relief through the Canadian Red Cross. And so again, working with AMO, bringing this motion forward tonight. We've done this similarly when Caribbean nations and the Haitian earthquake, where the council has supported motions directing residents and businesses who have the means of where they can support. So in solidarity with our residents in British Columbia, I'm putting this on the floor and encourage you to support this.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to second it, Councillor. Any comments on the motion? Carrie?
Carried.
Are there any other motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure? Notice is a motion for consideration at subsequent meeting. Councillor DeRuse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And whereas Conservation Authority are legislated under the Conservation Authority Act, and each has its own board of directors comprised of members appointed by local municipalities, and whereas in accordance with the Conservation Authority Act, the City of Ottawa may appoint 4 members to the South Nation Conservation Board of Directors, which may be a member of council or City of Ottawa resident appointed by council. And whereas Ottawa's current representative are Councillor George DeRuse, Chair of the Board, and Catherine Kitts, and council appointed public members Jerry Couts and Michael Brown. And whereas one of the city appointed public members of the South Nation Conservation Board, Michael Brown, has advised the city that he will be resigning from the board on January 3rd, 2022. And whereas in light of a number of new regulations for the conservation authorities and the fact that there is no public members on the reserve list, the chair of South Nation Conservation is recommending that member of council be appointed to fill the seat for the remainder of the term of council. And whereas Council Aaron Hubley has expressed a willingness to serve on the board, therefore be resolved the council appoint Councillor Aaron Hubley as the City of Ottawa 4th representative on South Nation Conservation effective January 4th, 2022. Sorry, the date is, it has to be changed, but.
Okay, we'll notify the clerk about that.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper has a notice of motion on red reverts.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I won't read it out, but I am bringing the revert reds back to City Council. A number of colleagues have expressed an interest in continuing that discussion, but coming out of Transportation Committee, there is also some sort of appetite for potentially a modified motion. So today I'm bringing a notice that I'll be bringing back the same recommendations as to Transportation Committee, but I am looking forward to chatting with you all during the long break before the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other notice of motion? Motion introduced by us, Councillor Kavanaugh, please. Appuyé par Conseiller Cloutier. Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't believe Councillor Kavanaugh is here, so I'll read that the bylaws listed on the agenda under
About that, I was reading away and I was muted.
Sorry, go ahead.
Que le règlement énuméré l'ordre du jour sous la rubrique motion de présentation du règlement 3 lectures soit lu et adopté.
That they be read and adopted. Adopted.
You have a written inquiry. Councillor Meehan.
Yes, sir. Let me just find it.
There it is.
Wrote this one on the fly. This is an inquiry for Transit Services Department. Would staff please detail how many fare inspectors and security officers are employed at OC Transpo? How does that number compare with transit services in cities of similar size to Ottawa? Please include Gatineau's STO. Is fare enforcement a priority in those cities? Why? How is enforcement carried out? Please include data on recovery from fare inspections. Please explain Ottawa's policy on fare inspection, what data rationale was used to inform operators to not enforce or even tell riders they don't have to pay their fare. I'd like to have the number of assaults, and can we estimate how much lost fares cost OC Transpo? And is there data that indicates fare inspections deter people from taking transit?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh. Règlement de ratification.
Okay. Que le règlement suivant soit lu et adopté. Règlement ratifiant les délibérations.
That the following be able to be read and passed. To confirm the proceeding of the council meeting of December 8, 2021. Adopted.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Next one.
Que la délibération du
That the
conseil
proceeding of the City Council meeting of December 8, 2021 be adjourned.
Thank you all very much.
Adopté.
Merci beaucoup. Meeting adjourned. And the media availability will start at 8:20. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Merry Christmas. We don't see each other. Oh, yes, we will next week.